I love Fable. I love Fable 1. I love the Lost chapters. I'm a decent fan of 2. It's one of my favorite series growing up, and I believe a big part of that is because I played the game without knowing anything about it. Generally speaking, I think Todd Howard is considered to be the ultimate tell me lies developer, often using his marketing time to promise countless features without actually delivering. Maybe you agree with that and maybe you don't. The infamous "see that mountain" quote has gone down in history as notoriously false. Sure, you can horse glitch up most of them, but there's only so many instances where climbing a mountain feels like a conscious task with design behind it to facilitate an immersive experience. Throat of the World and its very specific path is the best example, but it lacks a free-form setup that would allow a player to scale however they may desire. Call it what you will, but it isn't quite what was promised, and failed promises like these are a surefire way of drawing instant criticism towards your project. Believe it or not, but developing video games is difficult. It's no excuse, but it is true that the more you look into the development process for these large-scale, grand experiences, the more you can understand the complexities that go into them. Spending any amount of time in the industry is enough to make clear the hang-ups in time, budget, and everything else. Developing a game is itself a game of aggressive scheduling and promises, most of which end up grossly inadequate in providing the time required for proper output. People need to be paid, investors need to be assured of a return, and in the ensuing rush to provide for both parties, negative outcomes like dropped features and intense developer crunch begin to arise. People often praise developers that are willing to delay their game to create a more polished product and wonder why other developers don't follow suit. But the answer is that it isn't that simple. Again, developers need to be paid. Employees need to be paid. If the money isn't there, a delay can end up being out of the question. No matter how talented the developer, it will always come down to whether they have the funds to meet their goals, and this is often at odds with the aforementioned scheduling nightmares. All of this to say that, though he may be the poster boy, Todd Howard is far from the only developer to be guilty of over-exaggeration. Perhaps his greatest rival in this arena is Peter Molyneux, a longtime game designer and founder of Lionhead Studios. Molyneux loved video games, to the point he would often become too enthusiastic when talking about them, and this led to the problems I mentioned previously. With the development of Fable, Molyneux was aggressive in his marketing of the game. He had a lot to say about the concept of Fable, and he had a lot of big plans for the first entry, some of which never saw the light of day until the sequels years later. His love of the games often caused him to go vocally overboard. The enthusiasm was there, but it wasn't always something he could deliver on, and this led him down the same path as Todd Howard, becoming best known for promising something he couldn't deliver. We'll touch on this a bit more when we talk about the game's development, but I wanted to bring this up because I never knew this about Molyneux when I first played Fable. The game came out in 2004. I was 12 years old at the time. I was barely on the internet and I wasn't reading gaming magazines, so I never knew anything about Fable or its promises at the time of me playing it. Often I mention in these retrospectives that these games I played were not only blind, but that I knew nothing about them, and that's a great place to be. It's harder now to go into a game completely blind. In our perpetually connected world, we are constantly bombarded with algorithmically served news that has been decided will be of interest to us. If you are vocal about liking a type of game or a series, you'll most likely hear a lot about it, its development, and the promises that are being made. But if you're locked off from all of that and you manage to go into a game completely blind with no expectations, I believe this offers you an opportunity to better appreciate the game with your own judgment and opinions. People may tell you to take reviews with a grain of salt, but see enough opinions about a product and it will naturally influence your own opinion in some way, until you consciously make an effort to look past it during the experience. It is a social aspect of our lives that is hard to fight against. I've definitely had my opinion soured by scathing reviews, both back in the day and sometimes still to this day, even when I actively try to ignore their influence. It happens, and it's why that time of our lives, when we are unaware of the world around us and of the promises and opinions found through the media that we consume, that we enter this really beautiful state of ignorance that allows us to fully appreciate something on our own opinions and the game's own merits. That's what Fable was for me. If it was a game that promised a lot and didn't deliver on everything, that didn't matter to me because I knew and cared nothing about it. And when a game like Fable comes comes out and wows you with a level of depth you haven't experienced before, that's an amazing time that is hard to forget about as you get older. Fable did this for me, as did Oblivion, New Vegas, and Dragon's Dogma. No modern game has managed to do the same, but that's just because I'm active online and can't help but hear about and anticipate new games before their release. Promises or no, Fable was a revolutionary experience at the time, made only better with the release of its expansion content, The Lost Chapters. That's what we'll be talking about today, Fable: The Lost Chapters. What I consider the complete package of the original entry, and to this day, my favorite entry within the entire series. That's not a shot at the other entries. I believe Fable 2 has its own merits, although I definitely spent less time with it. Fable 3? I remember not liking that one as much as the previous two and spent even less time with it, so who knows. I did buy the collector's edition of it though, which I still have lying around somewhere. You may be asking, super rad, why not play through Fable Anniversary for this playthrough? Well, there's a few reasons for that. For one, I didn't grow up with the Anniversary version the same way I grew up with the originals. When looking back on something in retrospect, I want to look at the product of that time. For me, that's The Lost Chapters. Similarly, if I ever did a Mass Effect retrospective, I would want to play the original releases rather than the Legacy Collection, as it has various changes that wouldn't make sense to talk about since I never experienced them at the time. Second, I'm simply not a fan of the changes within Fable Anniversary. The inclusion of DLC weapons and armor, plus the upgraded visuals that destroyed the cartoonish aesthetic of the older game, left a lot to be desired. The game that I love and want to talk about is from 2004 to 2005. Not 2014. That said, I'll freely admit that Anniversary is the most accessible version of the game available today. Fable: The Lost Chapters is an old game and has a few hiccups to be addressed when playing on modern hardware. For example, the UI doesn't scale with resolution, so it looks smaller and smaller depending on what type of monitor you're using. I wanted to play the game the best it could look, so I had to use a special program to force the game's resolution while telling the game itself to render the UI at a smaller one, bypassing the issue slightly. This isn't a perfect fix. Nothing about Fable is perfect, really. It's a flawed game, a diamond in the rough, and that's exactly what makes it so appealing. It was an experimental era of role-playing games at the time. Sure, there was a heavy focus on morality and alignment at the time, but Lionshead wanted to go further than that. They wanted you to take part in a living world and see your character change and grow with every action. Through your choices in gameplay and progression, your character would actively change and grow throughout your playthrough, which was fairly unprecedented at the time. Even right in the middle of the moral choices era of gaming, Fable really felt like it took the concept and used it in interesting ways. So today I'd like to explore the world of Albion with you and showcase the mechanics and storyline of this game in order to present to you why I find it so appealing. The growth of your character, the shifting time of the world, and ideas you would have never thought possible are all on the agenda for today's video. If you enjoy this content, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing, as it helps me continue to make these videos. With that out of the way, I'm Super Rad, and this is the big Fable: The Lost Chapters retrospective. While Peter Molyneux may be the face of the Fable series for many due to his founding of Lionhead Studios, the truth of the matter is that the game wasn't developed by the studio specifically, but by a satellite group known as Big Blue Box. This isn't to say that Peter and his studio had nothing to do with the game, far from it, but it was Dean and Simon Carter all the way back in 1985 who came up with the original concept. Wanting to make a grand role-playing experience that would showcase true player character growth and customization, Big Blue Box had lofty goals and high expectations. Not wanting to be limited by a publisher, they ended up making a deal with Lionhead to become a satellite studio, basically a branch of the company that is separate from the main one. This didn't mean that they weren't accepting publishing offers, however, just that their original vision would remain intact. This would lead to Microsoft offering them a contract, allowing them additional financial stability on top of the support of Lionhead. Further, Microsoft would go on to acquire Lionhead in its entirety as a parent company due to financial issues that the studio experienced later on. Fable would begin development under the name Project Ego, but there was an early concept for the game before this known as Wish World that would focus on magic combat, world manipulation, and seamless gameplay experiences with a lack of menus and option screens. In a high concept document, you can see that several concepts from Wish World would be carried over into Project Ego, such as Wish World's Academy being a hub location for the player to return to in order to link them to the rest of the story. This is similar to the guild hall you return to grab your quests and level up through progression in Fable. These concepts and names would evolve over the years leading up to the announcement of Project Evo back in 2001. Wishworld became Godslayer, followed by Heroes and Merlin before landing on the final project name. It was around this time that Molyneux became more vocal about the project through marketing, as he offered assistance along the way. Many of the project changes and design shifts were based on his help and suggestions. There are 12 developer diaries that go into the creation process in detail, and I'll link an abstract in the description. Interestingly, the game was originally being developed for the Dreamcast until its eventual flop, which turned this into an Xbox exclusive project in anticipation of the release of said console. During the 4 years of active development, Peter began to aggressively market the product, whether this be to secure its success with the populace or simply due to his own excitement for the project is up in the air, but I'd wager that it's at least a mixture of the two. Peter definitely seemed to love what he did, and he loved the concept and direction that Fable was taking. It excited him, and if you know anything about creators who are happy with their work, they are eager to share it with the world. This came with a few hiccups, however. Fable released in September of 2004, and it was met with incredible praise and sales. On the first day of its release, Fable sold 300 to 400,000 copies, and this would quickly turn into over 1 million. Reviews and sales for the game were great. People loved the freeform combat and options within. They loved the character customization and freedom, and they loved the unique humor and aesthetic. Everything about Fable seemed to be borderline perfect if it didn't have one major cloud looming over its head. Like I mentioned, Peter was eager to sing the game's praises. This meant mentioning things in interviews like, "It's gonna be the best game ever," and similar outlandish statements. What really rubbed people the wrong way, however, were the discussions of various mechanics that never saw the light of day in the original release. It's what Peter is notorious for. He even posted an apology a month after the game's release on the studio's community forum, addressing the controversy. In his own words, "When I tell people about what we are planning, I'm telling the truth, and people of course expect to see all of the features I mentioned. And when some of the most ambitious ideas get altered, redesigned, or even dropped, people rightly want to know what happened to them." And I believe him here. You can hear a developer talk about what they are trying to add to the game and all of the ideas the team are working on, and be disappointed that they didn't end up in the final product because that may have been why you were buying it in the first place. It comes off as a promise when it is more accurate to call it a discussion on what is being attempted. As I mentioned in the intro, development is hard, and things change over the course of a game's inception to its release. Now, this isn't just a blind defense of developers. I think a natural aspect of the marketing process requires the skill and knowledge to be careful of what you say. The gaming market is fickle, and players even more so. When you mention a mechanic that doesn't end up in the final release, this can ripple through the community and cause frustration. You have to be tight-lipped about what you don't know and transparent about what you do. It's a balancing act, and one that doesn't even guarantee success when performed properly either. You could tell this reputation was really getting to Peter as well. During an interview with Kotaku, Peter was allegedly on the verge of tears since making games is his passion. He couldn't fathom the concept of someone like his son, who he describes as a gamer, thinking he overpromised and underdelivered something lackluster. Peter is self-admittedly a terrible PR person, and that unfortunately leads to people becoming understandably frustrated with him and his products when they don't live up to the outlandish standards that he presents them with. Some of the promises I saw Kotaku list include the ability to have children, the game spanning your hero's entire life, which is it's partially true, it's a little true, and an acorn could grow into a full tree over the course of the game. Having children was rectified in the release of Fable 2, and while it's considered to not have been fully implemented, there is still an aspect of your character's age in the game. There is a mechanic that ages your character, although this is fairly detached from the world around you and not exactly what was mentioned. Having the ability to age is a little odd when the world and people within do not age with you, but we'll explore that more later. Other design discussions or promises that I had a harder time verifying are as follows. Fable being an open world a la Elder Scrolls, quests being stolen by rival heroes. Technically true, not really true, a little true. Kind of, sort of, if you headcanon it. A revenge system that would cause your actions to have active consequences. Kind of not true. Kind of not, a little true. In one situation, it's kind of true. in one situation. And finally, your children carry on the quest for you after your death, and several more. Several more things that were never actually put into the game. You don't even have kids, there's no one to carry on your quests. Obviously, some of these may sound easier to implement than others, but all ended up missing from the final product. Apparently, you were supposed to be able to carve your initials in a tree and see it 10 years later, which is simply not in the game at all. Keep in mind, when I say promises, I use it in air quotes. I think transparent discussion on active design elements in a game is a good thing. I think Peter's major flaw is that it wasn't apparent to the player that some of these features may not make it into the final product. And I can see why that upsets some people. Like Peter said, he's horrible at PR, and this can cause problems for the fans, himself, and even his employees who have to try to meet some of those lofty expectations. Despite the PC hiccups along the way, Fable would go on to be a resounding success, with expansion content that followed soon after as a result. The Lost Chapters continues the storyline after the events of the original game, and adds features into the base game. The title comes from the fact that the majority of the additions were built off of cut content from the game and, in my opinion, creates the most complete experience, similar to the Dark Arisen expansion from Dragon's Dogma. While I played the original release first, I'd never be able to go back and play it again without the content from the Lost Chapters. Let's take some time now to explore the game proper. It's high time we delve into the story and world of Fable and the land of Albion, learning about our character and his destiny to become a hero of legend. It all starts with a young boy and his sister in the small seaside town of Oakvale. Before we get started, I want to preface the video so we understand what to expect out of the retrospective. Fable is a game of choices and morality, or alignment as it's called here. One of the most touted features of the game is choosing whether to perform good or bad deeds, and seeing how those affect the visuals of your character and the perception of you to villagers and the like. However, since this game relies so heavily on this, there is naturally going to be content that you miss out on along the way depending on which direction you choose to take. Consider the quest involving the mayor of Bowerstone, for example. You can help an individual investigate her misdeeds, or you can try to marry her and follow a separate quest entirely. The quest even leads to an optional boss battle against another hero. We won't be experiencing all of these aspects of the game. At least, I don't think we will currently. I don't plan on playing through this game twice to cover all of the routes, I'm sorry, I'm lazy. However, I do plan on addressing them as they come up and potentially delving into them with an alternative save for footage's sake. Most of everything possible will be covered, but I just don't want anyone to expect two separate playthroughs within this video.
Deep in the forest of Albion lay the small town of Oakvale, unchanged by time and untouched by the sword. Here lived a boy and his family, a boy dreaming of greatness, of one day being a hero. Sometimes he imagined himself as a noble knight or a powerful wizard. And other times he dreamt he'd be an evil warrior. But in all his dreams of greatness, he could not possibly imagine the power of the destiny that lay before him.
The major acts of Fable are broken up using these tapestry cutscenes that show the life of the hero and the events surrounding him. We start the story within the town of Oakvale. It's implied that Oakvale is an old town, and one safe from the period of things like bandits and monsters. At least for now. It's surprising considering how violent the outer world of Albion tends to be. Many of the non-settlement areas are swarming with creatures and evildoers throughout. Towns like Bowerstone remain safe thanks to walls and plenty of guards, but places like Oakvale could only ever be so lucky as to share in those comforts. And yet, Oakvale is lucky still. Lucky to be free from the hardships of what exists beyond it, even if only for the time being. The cutscene introduces us to the player character, a boy who dreams of being a hero. Unlike conventional RPGs, the first entry of Fable did not allow individuals to choose their sex and force them into the role of a singular individual. Now obviously that's our first major issue in terms of role-playing. Many games before Fable and many games after have realized that a major aspect of the experience is being able to create or play as a character that you can call your own. And a major aspect of that is being able to choose one's identity. For a game that is strong in that regard when it comes to alignment and playstyle, Fable really manages to fumble a major aspect of its design right out of the gate. I tried to look into why this was, and to be fair, it could be for a multitude of reasons. Unfortunately, I had a hard time locking down any concrete information that led to an explanation. For whatever reason, Fable 1 is the only game within the main trilogy where you can only play as a boy, and this seems to have been rectified moving forward. Still, one fumble hardly means that the entire game has been dropped, and Fable still manages to facilitate the role-playing experience in ways that many games never attempt. Not only can your character actively age and morph based on the leveling system, but you can change their armor, clothing, and hair. You can get them tattoos, see those tattoos change, and you can see your hero change based on their alignment as well. You can buy homes, get married, and more, all of which we will be exploring as we go. So while there's a bit of a loss at the start, there's still plenty to look forward to. The opening cutscene signifies this. The hero of Oakvale, as you will one day be known, dreams of being a powerful mage, a noble knight, or an evil warrior. The game is actively foreshadowing the options you will have before you. Will you predominantly be a ranged character, a melee character, or a magic character? Will you be good or evil? Will you be a mixture of everything all at once? The world is your oyster, and in that sense, Fable becomes a bit of a sandbox, as we'll soon see. There is alignment and morality, but unlike a game like New Vegas that relies on these ideas to create narrative themes and messaging, Fable implements them in a more game-centric fashion. The point of good and bad deeds in Fable, the point of morality or alignment, is for you to build your character how you want, and it doesn't go much deeper than that. Instead, they focus on unique experiences depending on which direction you take, and you can often flip-flop between these paths and nothing is set in stone. Fable wants you to make decisions and build your character, but it doesn't want you to feel particularly pressed about those options. We begin the game as a young boy, daydreaming on the steps leading to our house within Oakvale. Before us is our father, who suggests we run off to find our sister and reminds us that we have yet to get her a birthday present, which seems to be today. This is the excuse that leads us into a free-form tutorial segment or prologue. Our main goal as a boy is to find a present for our sister. There's a merchant in town who is selling gifts, but in order to purchase it, we need gold. Luckily, our father is willing to give us 1 gold piece for each good deed he hears about us, suggesting that we explore the village and find people in trouble that we can choose to help. Luckily, Fable is never that simple. For every good deed, there is a bad one, and sometimes it's not a choice between one or the other. Sometimes we can get the best of both worlds. We only need 3 gold coins, but we can choose to maximize our earnings as well. These coins, however, are but pennies in comparison to what we'll soon find ourselves making. In truth, money hardly matters in Fable once you learn how to make it, and we'll be exploring plenty of unique ways to facilitate this process as we go. Before moving on, we can learn a bit about our character and our family. Our father seems to be your average villager, however, our sister's diary in the house suggests that our mother travels for long periods of time on some sort of business that she won't divulge, foreshadowing her return later in the game. Meanwhile, we can also learn that our sister has been experiencing visions, dreams of a big room with a large light in the center. Finally, she had a dream of her birthday and receiving a present, followed by something terrible happening. Gee, I wonder what that could imply. Finding in-game text like this isn't a rare occasion. In fact, the game is littered with books for you to pick up along your journey, usually by stealing them off of the bookshelves of unsuspecting villagers. I believe it doesn't count as a negative alignment modifier as a child, but that may change once you're older. I know vandalism for sure counts after the prologue, and that's another way to get several desirable items. Keep in mind that collecting books right at the start is a good practice. There's going to be a side quest we want to complete later that requires 25 unique books to finish, meaning starting early is best. One of the first deeds we can come across is behind one of the houses. There you can find a man getting sloppy with a woman who turns out to not be his wife. Not wanting to deal with a witness within a small town, the man is willing to bribe you with a gold coin to keep this incident between the 3 of you. You may think those are your 2 options: commit a bad deed by keeping the secret, or commit a good deed by informing the wife. You'd be right that those are 2 options, but we get to go a bit further with it. If we really wanted to, we could agree to the bribe and then travel to Oakvale's central area in order to inform the wife anyway, securing ourselves the gold from the cheating man and an additional gold from our father for our good deed, canceling out the alignment modifiers and maximizing profits. Honestly, if there's one thing Fable lets you do, It's maximize profits. Be that through scamming your scummy neighbor, intense market manipulation, or even being a landlord. Somewhat shocking to see how neither of the latter two offer negative alignment though. Never met a good landlord, but it is what it is. That's right, you fell into my trap. We're going to be talking about capitalism in Fable, baby. You may start to notice the kind of aesthetic we're working with here within the universe of Fable in the land of Albion. Everyone within the game is a cartoonish caricature of the English. The UK-based developer wanted to poke fun at their home and culture within a fantasy setting. You even have the United Kingdom flag on your underpants as an adult. There's a reason I know that. Don't think I'm weird. It really lends itself to the fantastical element since we all know Britain isn't real. It's great to see its lore explored though. With just this one interaction with the adulterer, we're technically only one gold away from being able to buy the gift from the merchant. You may notice that some of the dialogue within the game at this point is rather on the nose as well. It feels like a product of its time almost, or maybe just the game not taking itself seriously, which is funny, because it takes itself very seriously in other places. It's just funny to me when the merchant constantly reminds me that my father will pay me gold for good deeds. How does he know that? Did my father set up this game with the merchant to teach me about morality on my sister's birthday? Weirdo behavior. Not to mention all the quips you'll constantly hear from the villagers as they pass by you, commenting on how untrustworthy or a good kid you are based on your alignment. That at least shows us a glimpse of what the rest of the game will be like once alignment is a bigger factor and we gain access to additional stats such as renown, attractiveness, and scariness. Oh yeah, there's a stat for how hot you are. Another aspect of teaching you about morality is that by committing a bad deed, you will gain the ire of the town guard. Should one see you, they will chase after you to scold you of your actions, despite them not having the ability to know in some cases. For example, this guard here heard I was accessory to improper man and lady behavior, and that such behavior would lead to a fine if we were older? Sorry? 1, how did he know I was involved? And 2, in what world would that lead to me being fined? Again though, we can't think too far into these specific aspects of the game. They're meant to be tutorials and the logic behind them isn't meant to make sense. Fable is meant to be a zany, sometimes illogical experience, and this is one of those times. It definitely doesn't pride itself on realism, I'll tell you that much, and it can sometimes get frustrating as we'll see later on. Following the new town scandal, there's a few more deeds for us to accomplish, one of which has us guarding boxes for a man who needs to go take a leak. There will be a lot of bodily humor to be found within the game, by the way, although it won't be prevalent until we're older. To make this a choice, while guarding the boxes, a boy will come and chide us in an attempt to get us to destroy them for fun. Destroying all of the boxes will allow you to find a gold piece, but I always found it much more funny to just stand there still and in silence while this little rat looked at you, mouth agape in shock at our unrelenting will to do good deeds. The indifferent cruelty of the universe when the indomitable human spirit walks into the room. Finally, there's a bit of a two-parter. There's a bully picking on a kid. This interaction acts as a tutorial to teach you how to fight individuals you normally wouldn't be able to. Every NPC and many objects are interactable in some way. I play the game on PC, and pressing tab allows me to interact with things. Green highlights imply that you can do something with that NPC, like if they are a shop, and purple highlights mean you'll be able to say hi to them or something. Not very intricate. Blue highlights are used for interacting with objects. Now red highlights are used to show that you can attack something, and generally non-hostile NPCs won't have red highlights. This prevents you from accidentally hitting a villager while saving them from a wasp as an example. However, there's a means of hitting non-hostile NPCs. By pressing the spacebar, you can target any creature or person. This in turn will turn the specific individual into a red highlight, meaning you can attack them. It's a way to keep things safe for you in case you don't want to randomly go on a killing spree every so often. So we have a choice here. This bully is attacking a little kid. The kid wants our help. If we fight the bully, we perform a good deed, and if we fight the kid, we perform a bad one. Regardless of which you choose, you learn that the boy has a teddy bear. You either take it by force or have it given to you to protect, as it belongs to one of the other kids here and leads into the next and final deed. There's a little girl named Emily, and she lost her doll named Rosie. Luckily, we just so happen to find it and can return it for a good deed or give it to the bully for a bad one. You can see that many of these deeds are simplistic and surface level, and they should be, considering their purpose is as tutorials for introducing game mechanics to you, and also because, you know, you're a child. Options like this get a little more intricate as we move on, but there will rarely be any morally gray outcomes if that's something you appreciate a lot out of your RPGs. Rather, you will have a very clear set of good and bad options. It is interesting to note, however, that completing some of the bad deeds will not get you any reward. Sometimes you are doing bad just for the sake of it, although this too changes as we get older. Then bad options can often be more lucrative after all. Once we return to our father to report our good deeds, a few things can happen. If we were solely good, he will congratulate you and reward you with the coins. If you perform a mixture, he will point out that while he is still rewarding you, he will not turn a blind eye to your misdeeds and expects you to behave yourself. Guess he can't get one over on him. But we now have the money we need to complete our first quest, and thus we can head to the merchant to pick up the birthday gift before delivering it to our sister who is playing in a nearby field. When you deliver them to her, she'll mention that this is just like her dream, which, didn't sound like that dream ended very well, did it? This is Teresa, by the way. While decisions throughout the game can affect the lives of some characters, canonically, Teresa goes on to appear in Fable 2 and 3 respectively. I don't know if I just never paid enough attention during those games, but I only realized this recently. Sometimes these videos are great excuses to learn more about the entirety of a series and pay more attention during a playthrough. Your sister will suggest that you both head back home as your mother is supposed to be arriving soon. Unfortunately, things do not go as you both expect. Your sister quickly realizes something is wrong as a man runs up from Barrow Fields crying about bandits before taking an arrow fully through the chest, falling to the floor in front of your character. Brutal thing for a kid to see, but this is a good example of what I was talking about previously. Fable doesn't take itself too seriously, and in that way, it's willing to just throw care to the wind and bring up very serious things without exploring them further because it doesn't really need to. Having a young child watch a man get murked right before his eyes and soon see his entire village slaughtered with the roads full of corpses is incredibly violent and traumatic. But the trauma isn't the point. Fable is a silly, cartoonish game, but also a violent one, incredibly so. And the game attempts to normalize that for the player so that they can go on this violent adventure unimpeded. Despite marketing itself as all about choices, violence is almost always the default option and is almost always an option no matter what. Your sister tells you to hide and you do so as you witness bandits approach the town and begin slaughtering everyone around you. Just to really push home how violent the event is, we get another tapestry cutscene, this time showing the sacking of the village in extreme detail. People impaled, throats slit, and even your sister has her eyes gouged out, leaving her implied to be dead. Your father, in trying to defend you, also ends up at the end of a blade. It's gruesome and bloody, and it's Fable because the series isn't afraid to shy away from this intense violence despite its original presentation of a simple morality simulator. It's much more than that, and throughout this ransacking, we can see one individual presented throughout the tapestry, an individual clad in red who will become an important figure throughout the storyline. It's not over just yet though. For good measure, we're forced to travel through the burning scene, as we pass countless corpses on the way to our home where we find the corpse of our deceased father. A bandit notices us and begins to approach, and just as it looks like this is the end, we are saved by a powerful will user who demands we come with him, else suffer the same fate as everyone else within the village. And so that's what we do. We join the will user and teleport out of Oakvale, ending the first part of the prologue segment. Why did the bandits attack our village? Who was the man in red? And what happened to our sister? All questions that will be answered further throughout the storyline, but unfortunately not for some time. Instead, we now have to focus on what is going to happen to us. This stranger saved us, sure, but who is he really? Well, this is Maze, the leader of the Heroes Guild, and he'll be the key into setting us along our path to becoming a hero ourselves and truly starting the game proper. What did we learn throughout the prologue? We learned how to move and control our character, how to attack and interact with objects, how to talk to NPCs, the concept of alignment and income, all within the first few minutes of our experience. Sure, there were tutorial menus along the way, but a large portion of what we understand from the game currently and what our experience will continue to be like has been conveyed through the game itself, even for things that we haven't been introduced to yet, like Renown. It's what makes Fable a more special experience. The way it eases you into all of its relevant mechanics may be surprising considering the game's reputation for missing features, which is valid. After all, the Lost Chapters was a means of adding in said features. Promises were made and fell through, yet despite that, we are already seeing just how much they managed to fit into the game anyway. I should take a moment to go further into the controls of the game. Fable is old at this point. Not one of the oldest games out there, of course, but it has its fair share of hiccups with age and other issues that have persisted since its release. In terms of ports, Fable: The Lost Chapters on PC isn't too bad, but it's missing a few features that hurt it over the years, such as lack of gamepad support. Playing the game on a 360 may be fine, but if you wish to play on PC, you're forced into using mouse and keyboard, and some of the key assignments, while customizable, end up being unintuitive. You sprint with the right mouse button, but the right mouse button is also your flourish attack, so if you are trying to sprint towards an enemy with a flourish charge, you'll end up using it and whiffing it instead of advancing on your opponent. We'll see this more throughout the playthrough, but that's just one example. The block button is also assigned to the middle mouse button of all things, and your normal attack button is with the left mouse button. There's something here. It could have been more fine-tuned, and again, it's customizable, so I'm not going to dwell on it. This is just an observation of the age of both the game, the controls, and lack of specific features that may hinder you trying to play the game in 2023, or whatever year it is that you're watching this. It's not a criticism necessarily, but more of a warning. You're going to have hiccups. All of this to say that while the Anniversary Edition may be missing some of the charm of the original, at least for me, I do still recommend that PC players play that version specifically because you will bypass many of the issues I mentioned so far, proper resolution and gamepad support being the biggest advantages of a remaster. However, if you're willing to suffer through a few fixes to make the game playable, I still recommend The Lost Chapters. So our village has been ransacked and we were saved from death by a great wizard named Maze, the leader of the Heroes Guild. Maze already comes off as a bit of an impatient individual. Upon teleporting, we immediately begin to throw up. This causes Maze to goad us, assuming we would have had a stronger stomach than we are demonstrating. That's Maze in a nutshell. He's a bit of a passive-aggressive, holier-than-thou individual. This may not immediately set off red flags for you, and to be honest, it didn't for me when I was a kid. There's a lot about Fable that you miss out on when you're young and have a harder time paying attention to what goes on in between the lines. I never realized just how brutal of a game it was, as an example. I never realized how brutal the attack on Oakvale was. I saw it happen, and I watched the cutscenes, but it never registered for me that this was, this awful, violent affair. I don't even know how I was allowed to play it looking back, as it was an M-rated game. Looking at it now with a more mature eye, we can see that some truly awful things happen within the game, and our character has to experience those and work through them. You may think that many of these are just brushed off since it's part of the cartoonish aspect of the game, but that's not the case. Fable is a comedic game, sure, but the death and suffering that takes place still has a lasting effect on our character, who is constantly reminded of his past trauma. It's handled better than you may expect, while still staying true to the fantastical adventure that doesn't take itself too seriously. Like I said, if you pay attention, you can make observations you may have missed when you were younger. We can see the trauma of the hero, we can see the unlikable personality of Maze, and wonder what his motivations are for saving us. Considering we seem to be a nobody and of no real talent, why would Maze save one child from the events of Oakvale, and what was he doing there to begin with? Those are questions you can ask yourself, and said questions will have a payoff in answers as we progress. The Lost Chapters even adds cutscenes to further flesh out this narrative. Maze brings us to the Guild of Heroes and introduces us to the Guildmaster, aka Weaver, who will be one of the sole individuals we interact with throughout most of the playthrough. He's an iconic character because he can converse with us through our guild seal, which we will obtain later. He also has the guild seal tattooed on his head for some reason. I don't know why, but it does go kind of hard. His voice is also mwah, which is good because he essentially functions as the Navi of this game, constantly reminding you of various mechanics such as your health, mana, and combo multiplier, which we'll be looking into shortly. I never had a personal problem with Navi, and I think the general hatred towards sidekick characters like her is overblown, but if you are going to have one, best to make him sound cool in the process, and Fable did succeed at that. Maze tasks the Guildmaster with placing us in one of the empty dorm rooms upstairs. Well, kind of empty. We have one roommate who we meet the next day, but this is one of the moments I talked about. Once left alone, the hero character begins to sob, coming to terms with what happened during the night and what his life is going to be like moving forward. It shows that his trauma is not just some one-off used as an excuse to start his journey, but will continue to be something that he has to actively work through. And in a role-playing game, that is a great way of helping you work through what you want the character to become. How will the past you experienced firsthand have shaped the character's future. Will they conquer their past and become a hero, or will they fall deeper into despair as they become a villain? The choice is going to be yours, and that freedom is liberating. Once the night has passed, we're awoken by our new roommate. This is Whisper. She acts as the rival character to the player throughout a large portion of the game. Unfortunately, due to a choice that is made a bit later on, this rivalry is cut short and she stops being relevant for the entire end section of the game, plus the expansion content, which is more than disappointing. The Lost Chapters attempts to rectify this a bit, but this ends up being one of the major flaws and criticisms I have for the game. Despite the intricate mechanics and lore that the series has developed over time, many of the characters come off as both one-dimensional and lacking in any real development. Not everyone, of course, but many of the characters we need exists solely to facilitate the progress of the player character. Whisper acts as our rival, her brother looks down on us and hates us, the Guildmaster is the Navi character, and so on. Some characters have a lasting presence where their personality changes throughout the narrative, but those characters are few and far between. Whisper will act as motivation for our character's growth and not much else. It is implied that there's a lot of pressure on her since her brother is a famous hero, but it's unfortunately not explored in any substantial way, leaving much to be desired. So Whisper wakes us up and mentions that we were talking in our sleep. Big shocker there considering everything that has happened to us thus far. Apparently, the Guildmaster is looking for us and we don't want to be any more late than we already are. Luckily for the gameplay experience, we already have the opportunity to explore the locale and loot everything within the immediate area. There's even a side quest or two to complete by this point. We are very much still within the tutorial section of the game, but at the same time, we are being given more and more freedom to do as we please, to explore. The game wants to facilitate you learning in a natural way, and what better way to do that than not limiting you to some sort of railroaded teaching experience that you are forced to sit through before starting the game proper. I'm not going to waste time going over all of the collectibles you can find throughout the game, but I will at least introduce important ones as we come across them. Really, there's nothing too important to find at the moment. Maybe a haircut or tattoo card here and there, plus various books. Hair and tattoo cards are necessary to unlock specific styling options, and we'll be going more in depth with that, starting with hair when we reach Bowerstone. One important thing to note is that the Lost Chapters adds an additional cutscene that foreshadows the expansion content of the game, and it's very easy to miss if you don't know about it or don't explore properly. Maze has his own tower within the guild. By venturing to it as a child, we will be met with a cutscene of a conversation between Maze and a hero named Scythe. As far as first impressions go, you may not realize Scythe is a hero just yet. I mean, look at him. Dude looks like he's in a perpetual state of dehydration. The scene is great for two major reasons, the main one being that I love how they managed to retroactively tie their expansion content into the main storyline. Rather than just plopping cut content at the end of the experience, they actively tailored it into the main narrative for a more fulfilling payoff later on. Now, when we are introduced to the issues within the Northern Wastes, the Oracle, and Scythe, we will feel this has been an active and growing part of the storyline all along. Additionally, we get some more insight into Maze's personality. Scythe has a goal and wishes to head to the Northern Wastes to investigate some unknown thing currently unrelated to us. Maze in turn chastises him and accuses him of being a coward who wants to run away from a fight. What the fight is currently unclear. Scythe is an ancient individual. He is someone who has been around much longer than Maze, and through that has gained a level of composure and worldly experience that many cannot relate to. Maze's frustrations seem to stem from his contempt for Scythe's competence. He's potentially jealous of the man or threatened by him. We can kind of see this when Maze ushers us in, having realized we were there the entire time, suggesting that his levels of perception match that of a skillful hero. Maze describes Scythe as a great hero once, as in no longer, attributing this to his current ghoulish state of undead. Maze asks a rhetorical question of us. What does Scythe know of the choices we have to make? Of what it takes to get things done? It's suggested here that there is some subconscious guilt that Maze holds inside of him. He seems to feel he's done wrong and tries to justify it internally with an ends justify the means attitude. But his past is even more selfish than that, and we'll see that as we progress throughout the storyline. It sets up questions and expectations of those questions being answered. It gives us something to look forward to as we watch the narrative develop. While shorter than one may expect, the main storyline of Fable is more in-depth already than one may have expected from the silly British role-playing game. One of those never judge a book by its cover moments, and I appreciate that. I'm already engaged in what could happen next, where the story could take our hero, and you may have felt the same playing this for your first time as well. I mentioned earlier that there are some quests we can get out of the way before meeting with the Guildmaster. There's not much to say about either, really. One has us collecting apples around the premises to make a pie, which shows us the mechanic of, picking up items off the ground. Really riveting stuff, but it gets the job done. Further, we can opt into a time trial to race from the courtyard to the demon door and back under 50 seconds. I guess you could consider this an intro to sprinting, but really I think it was just designed to flesh out the area a little bit. You may be asking what a demon door is, and we'll actually be opening this one once we graduate from the guild, so we'll hold off on the explanation for now. I went ahead and looted the guild and followed it up by completing the side quests, meaning it's finally time for some training. This is our first introduction into melee combat with weapons. So far we've been using our fists, but Fable is broken up into 3 major styles of combat. Melee with fists or with weapons such as swords, hammers, etc., ranged combat with bows and crossbows, and magic combat with a large variety of spells that can be cast. Some offensive and others defensive. The entire point of this segment is to show you that weapons are stronger than your fists, which, duh. Of course they are. Although you can become a fairly powerful fist fighter, Fable does not have the option for something like a monk in D&D. That's fine. There's plenty of options within the game that facilitate a dynamic experience and allow you to shift playstyles whenever you want. The game doesn't need to introduce every form of combat known to man or go as in-depth with it as everything else. Fist fighting gets its time to shine anyway once we are an adult. More importantly, we are shown an experience orb upon destroying the training dummy. Experience orbs within the world of Albion are the knowledge you gain from defeating enemies. If you don't collect them, you'll learn nothing. That's not entirely true, however. While experience orbs give you general experience, you will also earn specific experience based on the type of combat you take part in. Using melee attacks will provide strength experience, range attacks provide skill, and magic attacks provide will. Technically speaking, there is much we can learn without ever grabbing an experience orb, at least from my understanding and from past days of using exploits to punch a dude indefinitely until I had maximum strength. No exploits this playthrough though. Experience orbs sound basic enough. We all understand how they work, and you can see that by playing a certain way, you are in turn benefiting that style. If you want to specialize as a melee player, you will be rewarded for that. If you want to specialize in everything, that's possible too. But how is that? There is not a finite amount of experience within Fable. Instead, the experience you receive is multiplied by a feature known as the combat multiplier. By dealing damage, you raise your multiplier gauge. The more damage you dish out, the faster the gauge rises. Once the gauge is full, the multiplier will go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, and the gauge itself will reset. By continuing to deal damage without taking any damage yourself, you can raise the multiplier to various tiers. Now, the important thing about the combat multipliers is in the name. They multiply experience gained. This means that by playing well and not taking damage, you can build up your multiplier to a point where you gain ludicrous amounts of experience points. Casually, this will allow you to build out a specialized or semi-fleshed out character, but when you have a little more knowledge of the game's mechanics, this opens the doors to creating a maxed out, perfect character with ease. How exactly? Well, on top of gaining experience from combat and having that experience multiplied by your combat multiplier, there are also the ages of potions, ages of strength, skill, and will, all of which bestow a base amount of 1000 experience per potion for the designated skill. Here's the best part though. Those potions are also affected by the multiplier. Get a multiplier to 40 and drink a potion, boom, 40,000 experience right away. There's plenty of these potions too, so you can stock them up, wait until you find yourself with a particularly good multiplier, and then spam them to become incredibly powerful almost instantly. I would probably call it a detriment if it wasn't so fun, but combat multipliers aren't particularly hard to build. Money isn't difficult to make in the game, so you can stock up on something like will potions whenever you want to recharge your mana. Then you just buy the physical shield spell and go to town on large groups of enemies. Getting hit while the shield is active only depletes your mana and doesn't detract from your multiplier, meaning you can effectively be invincible as long as you have enough potions to facilitate it. Think about the Hobbe Cave or the entire arena section that we'll reach later. The world is your oyster. Just be careful. By swapping areas with a high multiplier, you cut that current multiplier in half. Additionally, taking damage will lower your multiplier to the previous tier. If you have 10 or more, but under 20, you'll get knocked down to 5 if hit by an enemy. Like I said, it's easily exploitable once you understand what you are doing, and if you wish to exploit it, you can. I would argue that this hardly ruins the experience of the game itself, though. There's so many abilities to level up over the course of your adventure, and so much to do with all of the abilities that you unlock. Sure, you'll become a powerhouse, but this still allows you to fight in creative ways if you wish. Plus, if you don't want to exploit the mechanic, you don't have to. Don't like it, don't use it, yada yada, we all been there. It's a flawed but good system, and it's good because it's enjoyable regardless of if you choose to break it or not. It incentivizes you to play the game well and with all the tools at your disposal, rather than just mindlessly hacking and slashing away, unless you use the physical shield spell, obviously. Then you can do whatever the hell you want. I'm not your boss. Now that we have a taste of combat with a weapon, an alarm rings out and the guildmaster informs us that bugs seem to be infesting the guildwoods. We are thus tasked with heading inside and taking care of them, which is an effortless affair, but still our first time taking part in live combat. Melee combat in the original is fairly seamless, although it does have its rough edges here and there. You don't need to target lock onto everything that you want to fight, and you can swing around yourself to hit enemies in various locations. It feels like a prototype of what would later be fleshed out in the Batman Arkham series, which ended up popularizing an entire genre of combat in video games. Movement suffers most in this situation. Like I mentioned previously, you may want to rush an enemy, but your sprint button is also your flourish button, which means you may find yourself attacking the air rather than running forward, and this can put you in a perilous situation. Definitely something you can get used to, but not the best setup I've ever seen. Once the bugs are dead, we can return to the Guildmaster and end our day. However, this will lead into our first major time skip and see us age from a child to a young adult or teenager, with another tapestry cinematic showing the work we put into our training over the years. If you thought the tutorial was finally over, I'm sorry to say not yet. There's still much more to learn. However, like everything else we've done so far, we will have plenty of opportunities here to take part in extra and more fulfilling content. As we awaken to Whisper once more, it becomes apparent that time has passed. While not exactly what was promised, we do still see our character grow in age, and this will become an active mechanic as we move forward into the leveling system. Before that though, we need to return to the training area to meet with the Guildmaster once more. Finally, we can use a real weapon, replacing our stick, which we used for years apparently, for an actual sword. And with this sword, we will begin learning a new mechanic: blocking. The main purpose of the next combat experience is to teach the player how to fight against a human opponent, one that has similar tools to ourselves. This is especially crucial if you're a new player and want to better build up your combat multiplier. Even better is the opportunity to pick up on a new melee mechanic, although it's not really properly brought up to us just yet. In doing so, it alleviates the hand-holding nature of this section a bit, while still making it explicit later on if need be. I'm talking about flourishes, of course, which you can abuse here to have a little fun during the next tutorial segment. The Guildmaster pits you against Whisper in the ring, so you can learn about blocking and getting blocked. To start, you'll get the opportunity to attack Whisper 8 times, but each time she will block one of your attacks. However, when we attack a blocking character, there's a chance of us receiving the Flourish prompt. By activating the Flourish, we get to perform an attack that goes through blocking opponents, meaning we can use it to quickly subdue Whisper by having her block an attack and then following up with a Flourish. The type of flourish you produce is dependent on the position of your target or whether they were just hit or not, and it can be used to help with a large set of mobs by performing AoE swings that can't be blocked on a group of individuals. Hilariously, it'll be Whisper that teaches us about flourishing later, but in the meantime, we can school her for the first of many times during our journey. Following this segment, we learn to block for ourselves, which is, self-explanatory. More importantly, this is when Whisper's brother, the famous hero Thunder, shows up to belittle us, as will be his role for the entirety of his existence in this game. Again, not a lot of depth for many of the characters here, but that's okay. There are others who will. In fact, a big aspect of the game is having heroes like Thunder or Briar Rose not respect you until you put the work in. Briar Rose comes around and Thunder, well, he never likes you. And he may never get the chance to, depending on how things go with your decisions later on. There will be many situations where we could lose to Whisper, and that's cool to see, allowing the game to progress with your failures and your successes. That being said, Whisper will never even come close in this playthrough. We get to have a real fight against Whisper, followed by Thunder berating her for losing to us, the farm boy as we get called by them constantly. definitely a satisfying feeling to have the opportunity to exceed their expectations of us. With that, we are finally finished with melee training, and I'm happy to say that archery and will training will be nowhere near as involved. Archery is up next though, and we'll quickly get a handle on how to shoot a bow, with the opportunity to earn a crossbow as well. That's because each of the major combat schools have a final exam that you can take part in after learning about them. Over time, an individual in a black apprentice uniform will arrive at each station and offer you the opportunity to test yourself for a reward. For melee, we have to fight Whisper again while taking no hits, or potentially one. Doing so will earn you an A+ rank and an iron katana, which is a small stat boost to what we already have. The archery test is a little more involved. We're put on a timer and you have to shoot some targets in order to get used to the ranged targeting system. It can work like the melee system, or you can zoom in for a better view and more active control. I recommend zooming in for the test as it's very easy to cheese. The first round is stationary targets, but soon after you're put on a time limit and have to score points by hitting moving ones. The further away the target and the harder you hit it, the more points you can earn. Luckily, it's very lenient and you can aim at one spot to always hit the furthest target. I've been doing this for years, making earning enough points a simple affair. For the exam, we need at least 150 points, and it's generally not recommended to go over that score for reasons that will be explained later. Just trust me on this one. Don't go above and beyond here. Don't go above and beyond when you don't have to. Overall, I find myself utilizing archery the least whenever I play Fable, which is unfortunate because skill has some abilities that are very useful throughout your journey, like Guile, which allows you to act stealthy and even steal items once the ability is a high enough level. You can still level these with general experience, but the less you use your ranged abilities, the less specialized experience you'll have to put into them. That's alright though. We'll get some age potions later on and work on our combat multiplier for some easy experience. For earning an A+, we gain a crossbow, which I have less preference towards. Bows get a bit more interesting when paired with will, as there are some spells that benefit a ranged player significantly. Finally, we have will training, which is probably the second easiest out of all the tests and lessons. Melee is the easiest since it takes 2 seconds to complete, but both ranged and will are on timers. The Guildmaster teaches us about spell slots. We have 2 slots per row and can cycle through the rows to select a pairing of spells, which get mapped to each of the mouse buttons as long as we're holding down the shift key. If you're on gamepad, I have no idea what the comparison is. It's been too long. Start playing on keyboard and mouse if you want hot tips and tricks from me. The test consists of hitting a series of 3 dummies with Force Lightning. After hitting one, it becomes invulnerable for a short time, so you have to cycle through them. I think the A+ grade is 12 hits, but it may be a bit less. You really shouldn't be able to fail this anyway. If you did, comment here and I'll like the comment and then laugh a little bit. The reward is worse than the previous 2 with only a will potion and a resurrection file. Files are used to auto-res your character if they die, but you can only hold so many, so be careful about that if you care about wasting loot and drops and optimizing your cash flow. With all of the tests completed, we still have one final exam, but the Guildmaster mentions you can go play with Whisper for a bit in the woods if you want. I never realized when I first played the game that this was an invitation to another subquest, but it is. Whisper waits for us at the entrance to the Guild Woods, and then we can head inside and find a series of bandits across the pond. What this leads to is some optional ranged on ranged combat, with you killing a series of bandits and Whisper gleefully cheering you on as you slaughter them. Like I said, this game offers a lot of brutality and can take itself seriously sometimes, but other times it's about feeling powerful and not worrying about the death and destruction along the way. I don't even know what the point of the quest was outside of showcasing ranged combat because I don't believe you received any rewards for completing it. Luckily, there is one final subquest that offers a small reward. There are a set of sparrows spread across the rooftops, and one of the higher-ups is willing to pay you 5 gold per bird you kill. However, this does offer negative alignment per kill, so you may wish to skip out on this. One final night of rest and it's time for our final exam. This time we just have to head into the Guild Woods and hit maze a couple of times to show that we can or something. Not a very intricate test, but the idea is that it shows off your ability to an assortment of different tools to get the job done. I always saw it more as a chore, really. I guess its main benefit is to make sure you remember everything the tutorial taught you. Regardless, after assaulting Maze for some time, we can report back to the Guildmaster and attend our graduation with Whisper. There to meet us are the other apprentices, as well as the Guildmaster, Maze, and Thunder. The ceremony takes place in the Chamber of Fate, which doesn't have much use throughout the entirety of the game. It does, however, update the tapestries on the wall based on your accomplishments and journey, so it is nice to check out when you get the opportunity to. Think of it like hearing the news in Grand Theft Auto. It's nice to see the world acknowledge our contributions to it from a player's standpoint. There's a glitch here that speedrunners use to get the Sword of Aeons early using a summoning spell, I believe, but we won't be making use of that. The sword is an endgame weapon and thus incredibly powerful, meaning it would further trivialize the game for us and diminish the challenge of the playthrough. And just like that, we are officially a hero. As of writing this, the script is 19 pages long and we've only just finished what I thought I would call the tutorial, but that isn't a detriment. There are some games where the tutorial segment can really feel like a slog. I've talked about situations like this with Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2, when you explore Terrace, Telos Station, and Paragus. At no point do I feel that way with the Fable opening or prologue. At no point do I feel like it has overstayed its welcome or railroaded me into a large amount of narrative development and exposition. Rather, the beginning of the game is much like the rest of it, an open, explorable experience where you can go off and do whatever you want, extending your time there, or you can blitz through the required quests to be done in less than an hour. Fable is a quick game if you want it to be, but its success comes from the fact that you can spend much more time completing extra content to the point that said extra content becomes larger than the main narrative itself. Even when criticizing the game's short storyline, critics were quick to point out that this was more than made up for in its extra content and replayability, and that only gets expanded on moving forward. Before we are ready to begin our journey as a hero proper, the Guildmaster offers us our guild seal, as well as several items to help us start off. One of these items is a lantern, used to light up dark caves and the like, obviously, but it has a more immediate use right now. Remember that demon door I mentioned earlier? Well, if we backtrack to it, we can talk to the door to hear a riddle. Well, sometimes it's a riddle, and sometimes it's a challenge. In this case, it's a riddle. The door informs us that our path is too dark and that it must be illuminated. If we light our lantern in front of it, we will succeed at solving the riddle and open the demon door, allowing us to reach the reward zone. There are several of these doors spread across Albion, and by finding and opening them, we can unlock various rewards, some of which end up being incredibly powerful along our journey. The doors add a bit of flavor throughout the journey, but some of the riddles may be a bit too obtuse to solve naturally. Don't feel bad if you need to look up a guide for them. Lord knows I've had to in the past. Some are just difficult to complete, even if you do know what you're doing. We'll get to one of those soon enough. For opening this specific door, you gain access to the Library Arcanum, which houses some smaller items, but more importantly, an elixir of life. Elixirs can raise your maximum health and willpower without needing to level up, making them important early on to help balance out your character, especially when putting your points into less combat-oriented skills. It's time to be a hero, but before we leave, we need to accept our first quest, and this will involve interacting with the giant map in the middle of the guild hall entrance. Here we will find every quest that is available to us at the time. Golden quests will be considered crucial and necessary for story progression, while silver quests are optional. How the guild knows what is narrative important and what isn't, I'll never know. Even more minor side quests are distinguished with a bronze icon, but you don't grab these from the map. These are more the ones you find along the journey. You'll even notice some quests that are inaccessible to you due to your renown being too low. Sometimes these quests can be unlocked over time by gaining additional fame, but the first few you'll see aren't actual quests you are meant to accept, and more to show that there are multiple quests at a time and multiple heroes that may select them. Not everything is for you, as you are not the only hero. You're just a small fish in a big pond currently. Really gives off the old school vibes of Monster Hunter when you'd see these cinematics of all the hunters living their lives. You aren't some special superhero here. At least not right away. There is one mechanic I should mention that is now available to us, a mechanic that I still barely understand to this day: hero and world saves. Up to this point, we didn't have access to world saves, which meant we couldn't manually save our game. World saves work as traditional saves. The state of the world and you in it get saved to be loaded at a later time. I'm not going to explain saving to you. We all know what saving is. I save all the time. I used to not save. Now I save incessantly. I've learned my lesson over many power outages and PC failures and just New Vegas in general. Never again. What makes Fable different is the inclusion of hero saves. Hero saves can be used while on a quest, while world saves are only available outside of one. The concept is simple enough, although it comes off as convoluted to many that play the game. Just Google hero saves Fable to find a long list of questions surrounding the mechanic. Let's say that you are stuck in a quest and suddenly have to leave your computer. Instead of allowing you to save the game mid-quest, the developers instead opted for a separate system that would save the state of your character specifically. Think gold, experience, etc. You'd have to repeat the content you had already completed in the quest, but you wouldn't have missed out on everything you gained in the process. In fact, you'd be better off because you'd be making more than what would originally be possible. Think about that for a second. Think about how busted that sounds, how easily it could be exploited. Fable is meant to have a finite number of silver keys as an example. If you can run into one of those silver keys during a main quest, you could grab it, hero save, reload the quest, and get the same key while retaining a duplicate, thus giving yourself a virtually infinite supply. I say virtually because hero saves are notoriously buggy and have a tendency to cause odd glitches or corruptions, so use them sparingly. I tend to just never use them, and the entire concept seems absurd to me. I'm not knocking anyone for utilizing them or the mechanic. You do you in this situation. But the entire concept seems like a band-aid remedy to make up for the fact that we somehow cannot save properly during quests. For what back-end reason is that not possible? Was it a design decision, or was it prevented for reasons beyond the developer's control, forcing them to add in hero saves as an afterthought? Just theorizing here, but it would make sense considering how easy it is to come to the understanding that you can exploit the system in unintended ways. It's such a bunk system, and the implementation makes zero sense. You know what I do if I have to go somewhere and I need to turn off the game? I save it, because I'm usually allowed to do that. Games usually facilitate that for me as long as they're not multiplayer. Why would I ever consider implementing a system that advertises itself as a means of duplicating items? It's a key feature that is naturally game-breaking. What was the thought process here, Peter? Tell me, please. Anyway, it's finally Wasp Menace time, baby. The most difficult and intimidating quest in the game comes at you right out of the gates. Not really, of course, but the energy is there. Almost immediately upon exiting the guild hall to Lookout Point, you'll be approached by a man begging for your help as wasps have begun attacking the picnic area. It sounds like we should head there right away, but we don't have to just yet. Something you'll begin to notice is that people call you Chicken Chaser. This is due to the title system within the game that dictates how people refer to you. To our right, as we exit the hall, is a man that sells new titles, and these titles will actively change how someone refers to you. You're going to be Chicken Chaser for a while, but you could later be referred to as Saber, for example. Almost all titles are purchasable, with the exception of two specific titles that are unlocked via the Temple of Avo and the Chapel of Scorm. We'll be exploring these later, but one is the Good Guy Temple, where we donate money for good guy points, and the other is the evil bad guy temple, where we sacrifice merchants to appease some sort of god. Titles are a great way of customizing your character, but my issue with them is the concept of purchasing them for ourselves seems ludicrous, both narratively and as a gameplay mechanic. Having a title is based on public perception and word of mouth. They should be unlocked based on what we accomplish in the world and the deeds people hear us take part in. Your character in Oblivion becomes the hero of Kvatch, and later the champion of Cyrodiil, and people can refer to you as such. A similar mechanic would have fit perfectly here, so I'm confused as to why purchasing deeds to titles was the route they decided to take here, as it isn't as satisfying. If we follow the man a ways, we'll run into another bully who seems to be harassing a homeless man. Not much to delve into here. You basically help the bully or fart on him to make him run away. Either way, you get some alignment points based on your choice. I've mentioned it in passing, but your alignment is another contributing factor in terms of your appearance. Characters with high good alignment will end up becoming saints with halos above their heads. Meanwhile, bad characters become more demonic looking and can have horns grow out of their forehead. How that works? I don't know. Magic, I suppose? Now, you may be scratching your head over the concept of farting on someone, and I don't blame you. Fable has a series of expressions that the player can make use of. They can even be mapped to the hotbar. Many of these expressions are unlocked as you increase your renown, and renown is increased through completing various tasks like quests, killing enemies, donating money, and more. The main point of renown is that it determines how people will address you when they pass you on the street, as well as unlocking different things like quests as an example, and some expressions. It's like fame. but it also affects the world around you, as areas will swap through different tiers of enemies based on how high your renown is. Like I said though, its true main use is expressions, of which we will need here and there to complete certain tasks, such as getting married or getting people to fall in love with us. And just to mention, not only is there a hotbar, but there's some sort of smart hotbar as well, that fills up the slots with relevant expressions or items when it can. I do love that feature for quick item selection. If I'm suddenly low on mana, I suddenly have the ability to use a will potion by pressing one of the function keys. Very useful. Off behind some destructible plant life, we will find the first of several silver keys. These keys are the main collectible in the game and are used to open silver chests, which require a certain number of keys to be in your possession. If you had 5 keys, you could open a chest with the number 5 labeled on it, but it doesn't remove the keys from your inventory, meaning you can open chests whenever you want as long as you have the necessary amount of keys or more, and there will be no negative side effects. In terms of collectibles in games, Fable is one of my preferred variations, due to its active reward system throughout the collection process. You don't need to collect everything to earn some lackluster reward at the end. Instead, you collect a few here and there, find relevant chests that you can open, and continue gaining rewards throughout your journey, making the entire process actually fun instead of a chore. I'm looking at you, Festus from New Vegas. Those star caps still haunt my dreams. Enough getting sidetracked. People are getting killed by giant wasps, and it's our job to save them. We can follow the man to the picnic area, and we will quickly see that the wasps are actively killing people. It's a pretty gruesome scene, all things considered, and just as it's getting better by having us kill the wasps, a wasp queen shows up to act as our first real boss encounter. It's mostly a ranged battle and nothing special, but the entire time you'll be getting advice and tips based on the situation from the guild master who's just yelling in your ear about it. Like I said, the dude is the Navi of this game, and that'll either annoy you or it won't. I personally didn't mind it and found that I subconsciously drowned it out over time. The boss fight isn't important. In fact, many of the fights in this game are going to be mid at best. There's some good ones out there, sure, but for the most part, I always found them to be more of a chore that prevented me from slaughtering large mobs of enemies. What is important is the reward for completing the boss fight. Not only will you be rewarded for quest completion with experience, renown, and gold, you'll also gain a trophy for some of the major quests you complete, as well as various other activities. Trophies are used as another means of raising your renown. By approaching a group of NPCs and using the trophy in front of them, you'll gain renown based on how many people you showed off the trophy to. That's not all. Trophies have an additional function in this game, and we'll see that once we reach Bowerstone for the first time. With our first quest completed, we're on the road to becoming a famous hero, and we can use the experience we earned to begin leveling up for the first time. Before that though, as we enter back into the guild hall, we will witness another hero grabbing a quest from the map. This is Briar Rose, and much like Thunder, she thinks very little of you. However, unlike Thunder, Briar Rose will begin to see our worth as a hero as we progress throughout the story, and become one of our greatest allies in the fights to come. I really like her character for that, although it does point out the odd nature of her having more development than our rival, who we see throughout a good portion of the game, but I've already complained about that. Back to leveling. I've mentioned already how various aspects of the game morph your character. There's alignment, food, and there's also, of course, leveling. According to the Fable wiki, you age 0.7 years per ability level up. This means the aging process is not happening passively as you play, but solely through progressing your character. On top of aging, each of the 3 main disciplines affects you in different ways. Strength, for example, can lead to you becoming incredibly built, just jacked, inhumanly so. Skill will make you taller, and will have these glowing runes begin to appear on your body, although I think my game was glitched. They didn't show up very well for me, unfortunately. Each of these morphs become more pronounced the more you add them, meaning a fully leveled up character can be incredibly tall, muscular, and covered in runes. It's a great feature that actively shows the growth of your character. Add on to this that morphing is affected by other aspects such as your alignment, and you can see that your actions have visual consequences. Characters can even end up scarred from battle randomly whenever they take damage, and these scars even lighten as you age. What? That's the coolest mechanic I've ever heard of. Scars lighten, tattoos dull, your hair turns white, your skin sags, you get stronger, you get taller, you get more magic-y. You get the point. There's so many ways to watch your character adjust as you play, and sometimes you won't even notice that they are happening until it's way later in your playthrough. Such a fulfilling experience. Also, don't worry if for some reason you hate aging. There are a few times where we can gain some youth back, and there's actually ways to exploit that to make it so that you're the base age again in the game if you want to be. Base adult age. You can't be a child again, obviously. So the leveling process itself. We've already gone over the concept of general and specialized experience. Whenever you level up an ability, the category it falls under will use up any specialized experience points first before dipping into the general experience. The strength category has 3 subcategories to add points to, those being physique, health, and toughness. Physique makes you more powerful and lets you wield heavier weapons better, while health raises your maximum health, similar to elixirs of life, and toughness acts as your defense attribute. Each of these abilities has 7 levels, and each level increases the amount of experience required to unlock it. Level 7 physique can run you 86,000 experience points for this single level up, so you can see why getting proficient at the combat multiplier will pay off throughout the game. Skill, meanwhile, consists of speed, accuracy, and guile. Speed makes you faster in both melee and ranged combat, while accuracy raises your aim and damage with ranged weapons specifically. Guile is the most interesting ability in the game in my opinion. The game will tell you that guile helps with sneaking around, but it's so much more than that. At a specific level, I believe level 3, you unlock the steal expression. Shops in this game leave many of their goods out for window shopping and browsing. This means that you have the ability to steal them should you be out of the public eye. Similar to many games like it, Fable has a detection indicator in the shape of an eye. When the eye is open, someone currently sees you, and a number is used to show how many people do or potentially could see you at a given moment. If the eye is closed and you see the number 2, that means that there are 2 people near you, but they don't see you currently. As your guile is raised, the stealing process becomes much faster. Really, you just stand there and wait for a bar to fill, hoping you don't get caught, else you'll end up with a bounty on your head, which, as I'll get to, ends up being a fairly worthless mechanic. Guile also allows you to pick locks eventually. Fable runs on a day and night cycle, and shops will close their doors at closing time. You can either break the door down as a loud option and most likely get a bounty on your head, or you can choose to lockpick them and make your way in silently. There's so many options and mechanics within this game that I am actively getting overwhelmed bringing them all up while writing this because I haven't gotten to explain them all to you yet. Yeah, the game has a day and night cycle. Yeah, there's a bounty system. Yes, I will be talking about said system shortly. Fable is chocked full of engaging content, and it is so interwoven into the experience that you don't even realize everything that is possible upon a first playthrough. Guile is one of the best abilities in the game as it allows you to interact with aspects of the world that you wouldn't think possible normally. Finally, we have will, but this is possibly the most involved category out of all of them. Similar to strength, you have a dedicated mana level that allows you to raise the maximum amount of willpower in your pool, but on top of that, you have 3 subcategories for attack, physical, and surround spells. I won't be going over all of them, but attack spells are generally used for attacking. Again, obviously. We start with lightning, but can gain spells like Fireball, which is self-explanatory, or Multi-Strike, which imbues your weapon with magic that allows it to strike multiple times with every swing. It's one of the most busted abilities in the game. I started to use it at the end of this playthrough. It's super strong. The Lost Chapters even added 2 alignment-specific attack spells that have mana costs depending on where your alignment lands currently. Meanwhile, physical spells are more focused on buffing your own character. It's weird though. Multi-Arrow is classified as a physical spell, yet it's mainly the ranged equivalent of Multi-Strike. Maybe the difference in categories is that Multi-Strike is effective on impact with the enemy, while Multi-Arrow is a buff that lasts over multiple shots of your bow. Meanwhile, the spells Physical Shield and Berserk are special. Both of them have their own buff to the player, but each can only be mastered by a good or bad player. Physical Shield requires a good player, while Berserk requires a bad one. I assume you can just become bad and then master Berserk before turning good again, but I'm not currently sure, and will be attempting it in this playthrough, as I plan to max out a character for the sake of it. I actually did not end up maxing out my magic abilities. I maxed out my physical stuff, I maxed out my skill stuff, I did not max out all the spells. I forgot about this section in the script. So there you go. Then there are the surround spells, which affect a variety of things surrounding the player. You can slow time, push enemies away, and even drain the life out of enemies. Speaking of drain life, both it and the ability called Turncoat are also evil only when it comes to maxing them out. Summoning is the good hero equivalent to surround spells, and is the spell you need to perform that trick I mentioned earlier, where you can get the Sword of Aeons early in the playthrough if you wish, if you want to look it up. I'm not going to do it. So you can see what I mean, right? Will is by far the most advanced and developed of all the disciplines, and while I believe this is alleviated a bit in Fable 2 and 3, it really outshines everything else in the original release. Maybe that was on purpose though, since one of the original concepts for the game was titled Merlin and focused on a singular wizard. The team behind the game seemed to have a large love of magic, and it shows here. What I love the most about the leveling system is how freeform it is. You can plot points into anything that is inexpensive at the time to make an all-rounder, or you can choose to pool your points and specialize. It's up to you, and none of these strategies are the wrong one. Plus, your experience gain becomes so high and your ability cost so low that leveling up your weaker abilities later on is trivial, helping you balance out the character regardless of what you specialized in. Moving on, I guess Briar Rose took the last of the available quests because there's not even any scraps for us to scrounge up. Instead, the Guildmaster informs us that Maze is looking for us in Bowerstone South. Bowerstone is potentially where the game begins to truly open up for us. We aren't just working our way through prologues and tutorial segments anymore. Now we have some real exploring and side quests to take part in. Hell, we can even buy a home in town, which we will be doing fairly often as we visit different villages. Yes, there are multiple villages to explore within the game. We'll even be returning to Oakvale sooner rather than later, but Bowerstone South is potentially the largest and most involved out of all of the cities. It feels like the capital of Albion in a way, and is designated as the capital city in Fable 2. A large walled-off city like Bowerstone comes with some rules to follow, namely that we can't have our weapons while in town. Having it out could result in a fine, which makes this probably the best time to talk about the justice system in Fable and how it's a fairly worthless addition overall. If you are witnessed committing any sort of crime in Fable, you will receive a bounty from the guards. You either pay the bounty or you get attacked. Alternatively, you can apologize using an expression if you have a good character, but this is only for smaller crimes like vandalism and maybe stealing. I don't suggest that though. The reason for which is that your bounties are tied to the place you committed them. If you commit a crime in Bowerstone, only Bowerstone cares about it, meaning you could leave the town and wait for the bounty to run out. Bounties don't last very long in this game, only a couple of minutes, and while earning money is trivial, you may not want to spend any anyway, meaning you can instead just wait outside the city gates or go do something else until you can head back in safely. It trivializes the system. Games like Oblivion haven't perfected the crime system by any means, but they have a more involved system at the very least. Shivering Isles, the expansion DLC for Oblivion, even has a special prison gauntlet system that allows you to break out by traversing a dungeon if you are able. In Fable, we don't get anything that involved. It's either pay the fine, apologize, or just wait it out, and therefore there's no real incentive to not commit crimes outside of the alignment modifier. The alignment lost for committing some of these crimes is so negligible that there's no reason not to, even when playing a good aligned character, as you will quickly regain the good alignment over the course of your playthrough. For those reasons, the crime system is more of an afterthought, a bit of flavor that they added to make committing crimes more challenging that in reality does not make it any more challenging at all. What reason do we have to respect the system if it can be so easily bypassed? What ways could this have been avoided or fixed before release? The obvious solution is to not have the bounty expire, at least not within such a short time frame. There are times when the player must return to settlements to progress the plotline. Preventing them from doing so with ease due to an active bounty would help incentivize not getting caught in the first place. And if caught, forcing the player to interact with the system in a more meaningful way. Pay the fine, go to jail, do what you have to do, and then when in jail the player could age, implying that they were there for an extended period of time. It's not a big change, but it already makes the system both more involved and more worth addressing. It's a minor gripe of mine, and it doesn't break the game. I just get tired of the system because the easiest and most boring option is to leave town and wait out an arbitrary timer if you don't feel like paying the bounty, and no cop is playing asset forfeiture with my well-earned cash, let me tell you that. And boy oh boy will there be cause for asset forfeiture in this game. There's plenty of loot to find around Bowerstone South after all. You can steal from people's homes by looting their bookshelves and cupboards, you can break the various barrels around town, you can actively steal items from shops while they have them out on display. The world is your oyster, if you're into stealing seafood. Not a big oyster guy myself. Generally, that's what I spent my first visit here doing, stealing everything there is to steal. There's even an easily accessible silver key in one of the homes which isn't considered stealing to take, making for an added bonus to do some exploring regardless of how you feel about crime. Of course, crime doesn't end with theft and vandalism either. Fable allows you to sleep in any bed you desire. If you own a home, you can sleep there. If you go to an inn, you can pay to use one of their beds. But if you enter the home of another individual, you can even sleep in their bed, although this is considered an offense for obvious reasons. This is one mechanic I'll give Fable over games like Oblivion or New Vegas that don't even give you the option to sleep if the bed is owned by someone else. If you're a veteran Fable player, you may know that this doesn't matter much anyway, though. Fable is a bit of a mess in terms of mechanics. Something like the bed can be bypassed by choosing to sleep in it and then running out of the house before the game can fade to black. Technically speaking, you weren't in the house when you slept, and so no crime ends up being committed. Setting busted systems aside, we can start looking at some of the core features of the town, namely the shops which offer equipment, items, and even hairstyling services. Equipment and clothing shops are self-explanatory, but item shops are more involved than you might realize at first glance. That's because Fable has an active market system. There are items you can buy from one vendor that are specifically designed to be resold to another. You could buy barrels of ale and bring them with you to another town to see if you can sell them for more than you paid. Even consumable items have different prices in different locations. Add on to this that Guile will affect store prices and the fact that you can teleport, and you soon realize that you are not only the hero of this game, but also Albion's strongest merchant, the likes of which no one has ever seen. Play the market, abuse the market, manipulate the market. Soon enough, you'll be swimming in cash and you'll never have to worry about it again, which is great because there's plenty of things to spend money on in this game. Take the barber, for example. The barber requires you to own cards that show the specific hairstyle or facial hairstyle you want. If you own the card, the option to have it applied to your character becomes available. It's the same with tattoos, although there's no tattoo parlor in Bowerstone, so we won't be getting those for some time. Or if you want a more costly sum to sink into this game, consider buying a house. Fable offers one vacant house per major settlement. You purchase the home for a sum of gold, and then you can pay increasing sums to upgrade the quality of it. All well and good, right? You pay the money to live in luxury if that's something that interests you. Well, we can take it a step further and become a type of truly evil being that many fear throughout the entirety of the Fable franchise and in real life. A landlord. By purchasing a home, you can either keep it as a marital residence or put it up for rent, allowing you to stop by periodically to collect your earnings. The more homes you have, the more money you'll make, and by increasing the quality of these homes, you'll make even more money still. This is also where trophies come back into play. Many homes will gain trophy stands or plaques that allow you to place the trophies you've earned on the walls. The better the trophy, the more the value of the house goes up, meaning more rent for your character. Now, I know what you're thinking. Super Rad at it again with his anti-landlord propaganda, but hear me out because this is where stuff can get both crazy and hilarious. Not only can you buy the vacant homes within each settlement, you can make homes vacant and then buy those as well, allowing you to earn even more money. The landlord's dream. How do you think we do that? Just how exactly might we get those houses for ourselves? By murdering people, of course. We can kill the occupants of a home and a for sale sign will soon appear in front of it. Then we can buy the home for ourselves. If you're trying to be a more ethical landlord, you can have a homeowner follow you outside a settlement and force them to stay and wait for you in another area, thus making their home vacant in the process. Now the former owner can stay alive and live in their home again, and all they have to do in return for your kindness is pay you on a regular basis. See? Ethical. Why does that work? I don't know. Fable is a weird little game with weird little mechanics that you would never imagine someone finding out about, but they're there. This even works for shops. You can kill or remove the shop owner and then buy the shop for yourself to put it back in business while continuing to profit off of it. Fable may be the most realistic real estate simulator I've ever played. On a more serious note, I do recommend setting up a rental home as soon as possible, and there's no better time to do so than your first visit to Bowerstone. You may not have the money for it at the moment, but we can quickly acquire the funds without leaving the town, and I'm about to tell you how. There are taverns in almost every settlement, and within them an individual who will have a unique pub game for you to play. These individuals can show up in various camps across the world of Albion. The man in Bowerstone has a simple matching game that requires you to flip 2 cards and attempt to memorize what they are before they flip back over. The goal of the game is to find pairs and remove them from the board until everything has been matched and taken away. You have to do this under 30 seconds, and while that may sound difficult, trust me, after a few attempts you'll be mopping the floor with this one. Like I said, money is trivial in this game. They facilitate the earning of income through so many easy systems that you'll be rich before you know it, as long as you're willing to put even a little time in. On top of that, getting a time under, I think, 21 or 23 seconds will earn you your first hero doll. These dolls represent various heroes in the game. The one in Bowerstone is of Briar Rose. It's part of a side quest to collect them all. Immediately after getting the Briar Rose doll, a student of the local school will inform you that their teacher collects the dolls and is willing to part with a rare one if you can complete the collection for him. Doesn't sound like a good deal, right? Well, that's because it really isn't. I think the only reward is the rare doll, and it doesn't do anything. This was most likely a reward for the achievement that you would receive on Xbox and nothing more, which feels pretty ludicrous to tie an active side quest to nothing but some ultimately meaningless gamer score. I could be wrong though, and I'll be sure to report back when I have the quest completed. And I do have the quest completed, and I only got the doll. I did not get anything else. This game sucks. Speaking of the teacher, he's involved in another side quest that I mentioned earlier. If you're not the reading type like me, you can bring some books to the teacher in order to have them teach the contents to the class, you included. This leads to various cutscenes and information dumps based on which books you provide. The only issue is you don't get to choose which books you hand off to the guy. Instead, it seems to be based on which books you picked up first, or some sort of inventory order. This is particularly annoying because one of the midpoint rewards of the quest is a wizard's hat, and you'll either get the dark or light version based on the types of books you deliver by that point. In this playthrough, I got the light variant, which makes this feel like a good time to mention a minor but pervasive aspect of clothing and armor. Like everything else about your character, clothing can affect your attractiveness and scariness. By wearing light clothes, you'll generally raise your attractiveness, and dark clothes will raise your scariness. It helps you play more into whichever alignment you are working on at the time. These clothing options can even provide alignment modifiers to your character, meaning they play more of a role in your character's development than just an armor rating, which is always a welcome addition. What's the point of completing the quest? Only a silver key, unfortunately. And while that may not sound great, the more keys we have, the better rewards we'll get in the future, so it pays off in the long run. Make sure you keep up with the required readings so you can get better gear later on. Unfortunately for Maze, he's going to have to stand there and wait for us a little longer, as there's still an extra area of Bowerstone we can explore at this point. No, not Bowerstone North, but the harbor area known as Bowerstone Key. There's actually some interesting things going on with the setup here. Bowerstone South is considered the slums of the town. There's housing here and there, and even a school, but many of the individuals within live in shacks, with their family fighting for survival. This isn't explored as much currently, but it does get a bit more light shined on it when we learn about Bowerstone's mayor, Lady Grey. In fact, we'll get the first mention of her as we start the next quest within Orchard Farm, and I believe you even see her during the introduction to Bowerstone cutscene. Even within a game like Fable, the power dynamics and suffering of the lower class is on full display, and we will be able to make a choice surrounding that later on if we want, and I'll have more to talk about then. So we can hit up the key, and there's 2 major things we can take part in while we are here. The first of which is a quest for Beardy Baldy. I love this quest, and the reason for that is how it showcases the game's attractiveness mechanic through optional side content. Beardy here will explain to us that he has a daughter looking for a husband, but that his daughter has specific tastes in men, and he's willing to divulge these to us so that we can be the best suitor possible. He gives us a series of style cards for our hair, beard, and mustache. What you may notice as you equip these hairstyles is that individuals around you will begin giggling and pointing out how absurd you look currently. Sure enough, once we return to Beardy Baldy, he'll inform us that there was never a daughter to begin with, and he just pulled this prank to mess with heroes gullible enough to fall for it. You know, like us. Beardy here will reward us with a tattoo card that we still can't use yet and be on his way. Now you can do what you wish to Beardy in retaliation for getting one over on us, but the quest showcases how the perception of individuals toward us will change based on our outward appearance. Fable is a sandbox experience in many aspects, including this. You can spend a large portion of the game working towards home ownership, working on your character's stats, becoming attractive or ugly, funny or scary, etc. And you can use this to influence the population around you and in whatever ways you please. It can lead to humor, it can lead to romance, and the choice is yours. It's not only one of Fable's greatest strengths, it's, again, a reason we can look past how short the main storyline is. The game effectively gives you a whole adventure to go through and then lets you play The Sims on top of it, which I think is a great aspect of this series and one of the reasons it's so easy to go back and replay it. No journey in Fable is going to be exactly the same, and there's always ways you can go about refreshing the experience for yourself. If you wait until the evening and return to the key, you can find an assortment of burly, shirtless men hanging around one another in a circle. This is your first opportunity to take part in the game's Fight Club side quest. Various settlements have fight clubs, and by working your way through this one, you can earn some gold as well as a recommendation that will allow you to enter the higher tier fights as you make it to different locations. The rules are simple enough. You need to hit your opponent enough times and prevent them from hitting you a number of times as well. I believe the number of times you can get hit is set in stone, but it's possible that your toughness attribute may contribute to it. However, high strength will lower the amount of hits required to win a round, so it's worth investing in if you want to complete this quest line, and since there is a trophy on the line, I recommend doing so. You have to stay within the confines of the ring during the round, and if you leave, a timer will begin to go off. Heading back into the ring will reset the timer, so this is a great way to abuse the system and thrash your enemies across the area before returning to the ring so you don't get disqualified. After a couple rounds, you'll fight the leader of the gang, and upon winning, will receive an invite to the next gang, of which can be found in Oakvale. There's 4 in all, including Bowerstone, Oakvale, a bandit camp, and Knothole Glade, and they get progressively harder as you go. Strength is not a requirement to win these. They are possible to win regardless of your level, so feel free to take part whenever you want. On one hand, I love the concept of its inclusion. I love fight clubs and I love arenas. Every RPG should have an arena. Every single one. It feels like a necessary requirement at this point, and I'm always disappointed when a game doesn't have one. Skyrim, I'm looking at you. My main issue with the system is that while it isn't necessary to have strength to complete it, it only rewards strength-based characters. Will characters and skill characters don't get much out of the fight club. Skill does at the very least get attack speed if you want to make that argument. That being said, skill also gets its own competition in the form of archery challenges, yet there are no will competitions. I would have killed to have a wizard off against a bunch of up-and-coming mages during my travels to test my abilities as a will user. We get something for strength and skill, so why was will cast aside in this regard, especially when there was so much love and creativity put into the system since its inception? Give me wizard battles, damn it. How did you not think of adding wizard battles? There's still a few things that can be done within Bowerstone, sorry Maze, but they aren't worth going over in depth. I recently found out that there's a cellar behind the tavern that is only open at a specific time, and you have to gauge said time based on the day and night cycle found on your HUD, as well as a statue in Lookout Point or the picnic area that gives a specific message when the tavern is unlocked. It's not worth it. It's not. Why would you go through the trouble? Surely it has something of great importance in there for such an unexplained secret, right? Nope, it's a leather chest piece. I'm unsure why this was an included mechanic, considering you get nothing of real value. Worst yet, it happens at least twice, as there will be a set of statues later on that generate a chest at the correct time during the day, and I'm not going to mention it further. It's stupid. Needless to say, I can't be bothered. Although I did get into the cellar just to see if it was true, or one of those old online fibs you'd find on cheapplanet.com. We can finally head over and talk to Maze, who has been waving and calling at us for days now at this point. Maze mentions that he heard about our quest against the Wasp Queen, and that all of Bowerstone has been talking about it. On cue, individuals will come up to cheer for us, showing our renown network. Maze is quick to mention that we shouldn't let this go to our head, but the way he says it is odd. I'm not criticizing it, it's definitely an intentional choice, as if he doesn't know what to say exactly, or that he's somehow jealous of us for being more successful than he might expect us to be at this point in time, or even for being successful at all. It's another look into his character. Maze is hiding things from us and doesn't know what to say, but he does mention that powerful dark forces are at work, and then refuses to elaborate any further. Okay, Maze, thank you for the information. More importantly, he mentions that our sister, Teresa, may have survived the attack on Oakvale, which is a huge revelation that gets absolutely no reaction from our player character for whatever reason. I guess it is only a rumor at this point, but if you told me my long-lost relative was potentially alive, I'd be all about looking into that. I'd want answers. How does Maze even know this? We should have the ability to investigate further right away because of the importance of the information. But we can't, and that limits the overall experience in my opinion. At the very least, the storyline is quickly going to get us to her, but still, we go from hearing about our dead sister to taking part in fighting and hob-killing contests. Fable can have a bit of an issue with setting urgency or weight to certain narrative beats. Finally, Maze mentions we should replace our old worthless clothing with actual equipment at some point, but no thanks is my answer to that. You find plenty of gear along your travels, and I generally only buy a stronger weapon here and there until we have some of the late game gear. Buying an obsidian weapon early on can help you steamroll some of the quests we'll be taking part in. Maze heads out and we have nothing else to do but return to the guild to see if there are any new quests. Instead, we are stopped by a small child who directs us to her mother. Apparently, the brother of this family is sick and bedridden in a coma. She mentions that he ate some magic mushrooms and hasn't woken up since. And I don't mean will magic, folks. This kid is hopped up on psychedelics and that will soon become apparent. The mother mentions that there is a witch in Bowerstone Key that should be able to help, and we can stop by there to learn that we need to collect a series of mushrooms to make an antidote. But it's not like the kid is in danger. He's flying high right now. This will set up a longer side quest where we will need to collect mushrooms along our journey to Oakvale, and we'll be able to grab the first and second of 4 by heading back to Lookout Point in the picnic area. We can start making our way back to the guild hall, but I should mention that how we get there is up to us. We can walk, sure, but our guild seal will also allow us to teleport to several locations once we visit them via Cullis gates, magic portals that create a fast travel network using the seal. Additionally, any place that you teleport from will create a temporary recall point. If I was in the picnic area where there is no Cullis gate and teleported to Bowerstone, I would then have the opportunity to teleport back to the picnic area, using up the recall charge until I chose to teleport somewhere again. This is an advantageous mechanic for a few reasons. For one, it allows you to leave, stock up on items or equipment, and head right back to whatever it was you were doing. However, this system also helps with a few other tasks. There's a demon door, for example, that requires to have a specific combat multiplier, meaning if you want to easily rack up said multiplier where there are a lot of enemies, you could first set up a recall point by the door to make sure you don't have to run back to it while the multiplier drains. You take a penalty to the multiplier while teleporting, but this still ends up being one of the easiest ways to complete the task. It's a unique take on fast travel systems and reminded me of the system found in Dragon's Dogma, where you had the ability to place down port crystals around the map to make your own fast travel points. You could even hold on to one at any given time so you could place it down temporarily to make a recall point, similar to Fable. These systems that add a little bit extra to established mechanics like fast travel help liven up the use of the mechanic and make it more engaging. They make them feel like an active part of the world rather than an aspect of the meta design. These little touches of personality make Fable so charming and continue to impress me to this day. It's what allows the game to feel like it hasn't aged that much even though it came out almost 20 years ago. Jesus, that realization just hit me like a truck. Like I said, we can teleport back to the guild if we want, but Lookout Point has a couple dudes tripping on the same mushrooms we need to help the kid in Bowerstone. This confirms for us that we're dealing with psychedelics. Maybe the kid ended up over his head on the amount he took in one sitting. We've all been there at least once, right? I mean, don't do drugs, kids. Drugs are bad. You're not demonetizing me over this one, Susan. Or whoever took over Susan's position. You're not getting me, YouTube. Down at the picnic area, we can grab another mushroom, this time by getting a woman to laugh at us, as she hasn't felt any effects from the mushroom itself. I guess she has a high tolerance. This is another example of using expressions to influence an NPC. By using funny expressions, we can get the woman to laugh and she'll give us our second out of 4 mushrooms. It'll be a while before we see any more, however, so sorry kid, but you're going to be tripping balls for the next couple days still. When we return to the guild, we get to start our next major quest, but this time we'll see said quest broken up into 2 options. As is often seen in Fable, we are required to make a choice that affects our alignment. The quests aren't exempt from this, which says something about the guild that you may not have realized at the time. From an organization called the Guild of Heroes, you might expect them to exclusively perform good deeds and heroic actions, helping those in need, etc., etc., but that's not exactly the case here. While the guild seems to have a leaning towards doing good, especially when it comes to larger scale events, more minor requests seem to be influenced by power and wealth. Sometimes you can, as a hero, do bad. be evil in the name of the guild. It's something they not only allow but encourage, as they register some rather sinister quests on their guild map for heroes to pick up. In this case, we have the option to protect or attack an area known as Orchard Farm. Pretty on-the-nose name for your farm, but I'm not here to criticize the creative aspects of someone's farmstead. Well, I technically am, but I'm not gonna focus on it. It seems the farm has come to find a set of precious stones on the property. Now Lady Grey, the mayor of Bowerstone, wishes to own them, and so she has paid a group of bandits to terrorize the farmers and attempt to steal the stones away. We can take a quest that would allow us to protect the farm with the assistance of some guards, or we could side with the bandits in order to steal the stones for the mayor. See what I mean? Not only is the guild willing to post jobs that require you to harass local farmers and team up with bandits, but they also made a set of listings that are in direct competition with one another. You might think that by taking one of the options, the other would disappear, but that isn't the case. Instead, Whisper meets up with us later and tells us she's going to take the opposite quest of the one we selected, meaning two heroes from the guild are going to have to compete against one another, possibly kill one another, in order to complete their assigned task. What's the deal here? Does the guild earn gold per posting? Did they receive payment from these farmers in need only to receive more from Lady Grey? It feels like a conflict of interest, and it puts the morality of the guild in question. Unfortunately, that's not something that gets explored much. For all intents and purposes within the narrative, the guild is good. They're the good guys. They're just also kind of a private military company sometimes too. If you want the Guild of Heroes to be the good guys but want to offer evil alternatives to the good quests, there's a few ways that we could have gone about that. Have a shadowy character introduced who provides these alternatives to the player if they don't want to be good all of the time. Allow the player to change their mind on the fly. Do anything that would prevent you from having your guild of well-meaning individuals succumbing to bribes and attacking their local customers that they should be sworn to protect. Even if we are supposed to assume that the guild is some sort of neutral factor and not an inherent good, we are still left with these conflicts of interest that could cause their administration problems down the line. Pitting heroes against each other on actual jobs doesn't sound like the best business practice to me, but it seems to be doing alright for the guild, so who am I to judge? To reiterate, we're going to be focusing on a heroic and good character with good alignment, but I'll try my best to mention the more nefarious options as they come up like they do now, and we will be taking part in some of those even though we're playing a good character. Speaking of options, we have now unlocked a new mechanic that is meant to incentivize players to challenge themselves during quests. These are boasts, and function similar to modular difficulty, which I've talked about in the past. Mechanics you can pick and choose to make your experience more difficult, but also more rewarding. However, the mechanic itself is surface level at best and doesn't offer you much outside of gold rewards, which is, again, plentiful in the game and hardly worth the effort. When selecting a quest, you can choose to accept it as it is or accept it with boasts. If you choose the boasting option, you'll end up in Lookout Point, where you will begin boasting to civilians around the area who come to cheer you on. The idea is that you are promising to complete the quest in certain ways, telling tales to help increase your reputation in a way, although I am unsure if boasting affects renown at all. Looking into it, I believe it doesn't, so this is only tied to better gold, and you do have to bet technically. You must pay a certain amount to accept the boast and then will be paid it back and then some after the quest is completed, assuming you manage to succeed. Most of the boasts are fairly generic. Things like don't get hit or wearing no protection are frequent when performing your boasts at Lookout Point. Other are more quest specific. Protect people and stop them from getting hurt, sacrifice an innocent, etc. Yeah, you get to boast to the populace that you are going to, as a hero, sacrifice an innocent, and the guards/law of Albion are just going to do nothing about it. A weird but welcome system, as it can add a bit of flavor as you play. I'll be doing a no protection run for this next quest, and I plan to make sure all of the guards survive, so we'll have some extra spending money after. I just wish we could get rewarded with something more interesting or useful for the effort that we are putting in. Completing boasts should offer renown and more enticing prizes instead of the currency that we can already make easily throughout our travels. Instead, I find the mechanic ends up being a worthless addition that gets thrown by the wayside after the first few quests, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. If you have a reason you specifically love to use the boasting system, let me know in the comments. Self-imposed challenges have always had their place after all. So we can begin making our way to Orchard Farm, and this will be the first time we set out into the wild trails of Albion. For the most part, we have resided in safe zones without any bandits or monsters to worry about. You'll notice though, as we enter the forest, plenty of wandering traders get assaulted out here regularly, whether it be by wasps, bandits, hobbes, etc. It's a war zone out here almost all of the time, so it's understandable why heroes are needed to patrol the lands and take care of these threats, usually by violence. It's a great way to earn some renown, alignment, and maybe even stop and shop along your journey. Many of these merchants have stock to sell, and you can sometimes find more rare items that you don't have access to yet at a shop, things like haircuts and tattoos as an example. Now before we reach the farm, there's a nearby lake and fishing stop we can stop by. That's right, Fable has a fishing minigame. I'm gonna be real with you guys for a second. I think fishing minigames are usually the worst aspect of RPGs. Arena implemented in the game, great, perfection. Fishing minigame, garbage, boring, the exact opposite of a good time. Luckily for me, Fable has a fishing system that, while a requirement to get some items, doesn't make you spend hours of your time standing in the same place. Instead, it works like this. You buy a fishing rod, or I believe you can get one for free at the lake area I just mentioned. Then when you see a body of water with some ripples, you can choose to fish there. Fishing requires you to reel in whatever you caught without allowing the line to snap. This means stopping the reel altogether or taking it slow when the fish or item is pulling on the line. Once you get the meter all the way to the left, you win the game and get to catch whatever was in there. I think you can fish freely in any body of water, but the items that are specific to these ripple spots are like one-time prizes and rewards. For the most part, these fishing spots are finite and have static items within them. You fish in one spot once and you'll never need to fish there again. So along your journey, you may spot these ripple areas and consider stopping to participate in the minigame quickly, as the rewards for doing so are fairly high. Since silver keys are finite items and you need a fair amount of them to open the various silver chests, finding them while fishing can be very lucrative. Each round of fishing is fairly short as well, so I never feel burdened or tired of fishing. It's instead a quick and easy break from my travels, and I know there is an end in sight because there are only so many of these spots to find. Similarly, you should buy a shovel as well. There's no minigame involved here though, just various dig sites, including some that are hiding important items for later on. Just something to keep in mind. Now that we understand fishing, we can talk about Fisher Creek, an optional area we can find in the Greatwood on our way to Orchard Farm. The first time you visit the location, the fisherman who lives there will be trapped in his shack and attacked by wasps. You can kill the wasps and help free him, and I believe he gives you a fishing rod as a reward, but I ended up buying one beforehand because it was only something like 40 to 50 gold. Plus, you can find spots before reaching there, and I'm trying to get these over with as soon as possible anyway. I don't want to backtrack if I don't have to. There's plenty of spots to fish around the creek as well, so make sure to grab all of them if you're a completionist like me. Upon leaving the creek and re-entering, the area will be reset slightly and there will be new NPCs around. These are other fishermen here for a fishing competition. The main fisherman will explain the rules to you, but the main idea is that you need to catch a fish of over 50 grams in order to win all the prizes in the tournament. If you have the biggest fish, you'll get the first, second, and third place prizes all in one go. One is a trophy, one is a master fishing rod, and another is a fisherman's hat. Both the rod and the hat help with the fishing process, making it easier to reel in fish before the line gets close to snapping. And since we are going to be fishing a fair amount, it's a good reward to get early. Again, not a big fan of fishing in games like this, but it goes by quickly in Fable. Hell, the first fish I got in the competition was already record-breaking. It's like it wasn't supposed to be a challenge at all. They just wanted to give you an excuse to earn some more items as quickly as possible. I'm sure we could critique the lack of depth or challenge regarding the competition and fishing as a whole, but I choose to instead count my blessings that this won't be taking up any more of my time. Once we're done fishing, we can finally make our way to Orchard Farm. Since we chose to help the farm owners, we'll be introduced to the farmer and he'll explain that Lady Grey has been trying to get these crates of stones and people have been getting hurt in the process. Lady Grey doesn't mess around. As I mentioned, Whisper also meets us along the way to tell us she's going to take the opposite version of the quest, just because, which is pretty messed up of her, but whatever. Albion is a messed up world. There are certain themes and morals we can infer from it, but for the most part, it's about being on this crazy, fantastical ride, similar to what I mentioned in the Oblivion video, which some of you still managed to get mad at, blowing my mind in the process. Can't tell you how many pro-slavery comments I was receiving for a good while there. So we need to fight through 3 waves of bandits. Since I chose the naked boast, we're stuck in our underwear that bears the flag of the United Kingdom. I also have to make sure none of the guards die, but that should be easy enough at this point in the game. The main issue with bandits that you'll experience currently is that they have the ability to block. However, as Whisper will soon show us, we can activate a Flourish, which is the unblockable attack I mentioned earlier. Just while we're on the topic, you can knock some enemies out so that they are stuck on the ground. If you move over to them and attack, you'll perform a finisher that instantly kills them. They can be knocked out while standing up as well, and I believe a Flourish will fully decapitate them. Fable really leaned into the M rating more than you may think upon starting it. I remember that an old screenshot leaked on this plunging attack being done on a child. Rumors spread about interviews from Peter Molyneux saying that the testers were attacking kids and burning corpse piles and other wild tales, all of which seemed to just be rumors and not true. During research for the game, I saw the photo pop up again on the wiki, which I won't be showing here due to monetization concerns. According to a QA tester, this was just the result of testing different animations at the same time and was never a feature that was implemented in the production of the game. The more you know. Bear in mind I couldn't find the source of the interview, so it's also just a rumor until I can track it down. Which one is more believable to you though? So we work through 3 waves of bandits, and who shows up to greet us? Whisper, of course, who then puts us through a tutorial of a mechanic we have actively been using up to this point. It would have made much more sense to teach us this while we were a child or back at the guild hall, but now that we are actively experiencing real combat, it will have to suffice. Nice of Whisper at least, considering we are competing against one another. Despite doing this bad quest, Whisper isn't portrayed as a bad person, and I don't think the quests that people accept in the guild are supposed to represent the type of person those heroes are, except for you because that's the main aspect of the gameplay. Whisper is our rival. She wants to beat us, but she also helps us grow because that's what rivals do. We are in turn her own motivation to succeed as we continue to one-up her. There's not much more to say about the quests really, but I do like how the game gradually introduces new mechanics to us without requiring a tutorial for everything. Well, there are some like flourishes, sure, but boasting and traveling through the map to find mini-games and content to take part in are all available to us naturally through progression. Add on top of that the fact that these quests feel like they are relevant to the world state at the time. This wasn't some one-off quest to deal with some bandits, this was related to Lady Grey and foreshadows our interactions with her once we finally meet. You think we'd be done at Orchard Farm now, but not quite yet. For one, there's plenty of collectibles to find, but I'm not going to list them all off. I will talk about treasure maps though. Fable the Lost chapters added a new quest where you can find various treasure clues that will eventually lead you to a special reward. The treasure clues are scoured across the game. Some are earned through quests, others through competition, and some just within chests, like the one found in Orchard Farm. There are 6 clues in total, and each are used as instructions and riddles to find the treasure. I'll save what the reward is for later, but I believe you'll be disappointed at first and then surprised at how useful it has the opportunity to be. Cool inclusion. A mechanic that gives the player something to look out for and look forward to as they travel throughout the game. If we return to the guild, we'll see that we have the opportunity to head right back to Orchard Farm for an optional quest. This was the perfect time to utilize the recall system that we discussed previously. This time we're going to be killing Hobbes and competing against Whisper to see who can take the most out within the time limit. Biggest issue with this quest is that Whisper attempts to steal as many of your kills as she can, and it can make the task difficult for newer players. Still very manageable, however. I'm actually only bringing this quest up because Whisper isn't wearing her hood during it, and she was during our first fight on the farm a few minutes ago. I think it's a really great way to make a character feel more like a real person. As we actively change our gear and appearance, Whisper too is given small details to help convey the same thing and really liven up the character. Killing a bunch of Hobbes is just a bonus. At this point in time, you can really start to progress your character's level, and you'll start to see the subtle developments depending on where you put the experience points. I focused on Guile first so I could get the steel expression, then moved on to strength and some key magical abilities that will help later on. Physical shields and slow time are busted abilities, let me tell you. Next we have a more involved and worthwhile quest that continues to expand our ability to explore Albion. Trader Escort will take us through Greatwood to an area known as Darkwood. The goal of this quest is to get 2 traders safely through the Darkwood to an area known as Barrow Fields. If that name sounds familiar, that's because it's just outside of Oakvale and I mentioned it near the beginning of the storyline. However, the journey through Darkwood is not a safe one and will lead to a few mechanics and scenarios worth exploring along the way, so let's do that now. Darkwood is potentially one of the first truly explorable and dangerous areas in the game. Greatwood is broken up into various sections factions as well, of course, but Darkwood almost feels like a dungeon with how hostile it is. Then again, we did have to get through a bandit toll just to get here. When we arrive in the woods, we'll quickly be introduced to two generic traders, terrified for their lives and ready to make their way to Barrow Fields as soon as possible so that they can get out of these woods, risking their lives to make a quick buck in Barrow Fields, the American dream. Almost immediately after taking off, you'll run into what is likely your first sighting of an iconic enemy of the series, the Balverine. Balverines are by far one of the most annoying enemies in the game, at least for me. The main reason being that Balverines are designed to block an attack and then jump out of sight before reappearing behind the character. If you aren't able to prevent/interrupt this setup, a fight against a Balverine can be much longer than desired, especially in comparison to the other minions you've been fighting so far. It's a grating encounter that is not without its strategies, but overall is rather a chore to fight, and fight them we will. Not here though. We'll see maybe 2 in the Darkwood as an introduction, but the real Balverine fest will happen when we reach Knothole Glade. In the meantime, we can take care of this Balverine and find that it was attacking another trader, who was unfortunately semi-mauled by the creature. Like werewolves, Balverines can infect humans and eventually turn them into Balverines as well. I believe permanently or semi-permanently depending on the circumstances. This leaves us with a choice. Do we do the right thing and take this trader along with us, hoping to find help along the way, or do we leave him here to turn or potentially die? The choice is yours. Mechanically, the trader seems to be on some sort of timer, one that I think gets paused at the camp up ahead, but maybe not. Either way, I can tell you that more often than not, this dude is going to turn into a flesh-eating X-Men furry hybrid, and you're just going to have to hold that L unless you feel like speedrunning your way through here. It is possible to make it to Barrow Fields before he changes, and there's even a few tricks to make it easier, but there's no reason to, as there's no additional reward for saving him as far as I'm aware. If anything, it's more advantageous to let him turn, as gruesome as that sounds. You get good alignment points and experience. The best of both worlds. Just don't tell the trader I said that. Dude really thinks he's getting out of here. Darkwood is broken up into multiple areas, and as such, there's plenty to do along our way through. The first of which is a demon door in the Darkwood marshes. Now typically there's a riddle to solve for these guys, but as it turns out, this one offers a challenge instead. A challenge some might suggest against undertaking while currently in the midst of an escort mission. This demon door is willing to let us inside if we can take out a few waves of Hobbes, which certainly might not be the wisest idea at this point. We're escorting 3 defenseless individuals and we'll be going up against various sets of Hobbes that raise in difficulty with each wave. By all accounts, the safer option is to leave the demon door for now and come back later, but come on, I don't have the patience for that. And I'm sure we can brute force these Hobbes without losing any of the traders, right? Right? Correct. I spent the next few minutes brutalizing some Hobbes in slow motion, which I'm sure the trader who was attacked by the Balverine wasn't happy about. Imagine needing life-saving help, and your hero chooses to spend time fighting the game's equivalent of minions so he can get a magical wizard outfit inside. You get the Dark Will user outfit that I don't ever see us wearing except for like one section where we need it. Still a good reward for players that want to go hard on the will side of things. I also realized just now that I made a minions joke, and there's actual enemies in this game called minions that look nothing like minions. So there's that. I love the freedom of the demon doors. Not everything is a riddle or a thought experiment. Sometimes it's just about testing your limits and the action. Fable isn't afraid to offer a little something for every occasion, and while it may end up being a jack of all blades, it still manages to be a master of some. The whimsical nature of the world especially shines with its fantastical and magical elements strewn all throughout. The demon doors are just one example of that, and designed in a way where they aren't necessary. They are a bonus for going above and beyond and incentivize the player interacting with the game's many mechanics, as we'll see further in. However, we do have a dying man with us currently, and so it's probably best to get him to safety or see him turn along the way. As we make our way further into Darkwood to Darkwood Lake, you'll have to defend the traders from various bandit ambushes along the way. The Lost Chapters adds a new location just off of here, but we'll explore that spot a little later when we aren't so preoccupied. Just like the rest of the locations though, you don't need to rush from point A to point B. There's plenty of areas to run around and find loot within. There's even a silver key you can obtain by shooting an area through a rock that has a hole at the top of it. You may not realize this immediately, but the traders will talk about the stone, and the conversation helps incentivize further investigation, helping the player realize that they can can gain a key from the stone without Wright telling them. Fable really can be a cerebral game in that sense. Plenty of optional puzzles to solve that lead to various goods, and I love it for that since it's another game where I can learn something new about it with every playthrough. The timed tavern, cellar, and chest were things I never knew about until making this video. The game is chock full of secrets, and that allows players to spend time exploring and being rewarded for it. Once we're past Darkwood Lake, we're in Darkwood Camp, a rest area and safe haven where you can buy some new gear and even play blackjack as one of the pub games. I mentioned that there was a new area added in the Lost Chapters, but there's another area just past the Darkwood Camp that's always been there. It's called the Chapel of Scorn, and we're going to hold off on visiting it because it has something specific I want to use to get by that combat multiplier demon door that I mentioned. A door that requires at least 14 combat multiplier when you open it. If you remember, the multiplier will decrease and even get cut in half when swapping areas, so bringing a high multiplier to the door can require some finessing. There's an optional quest that can kind of facilitate this, but I find it more trouble than it's worth. Spoiler alert for later in the video, but I actually did it during the quest I was talking about. I set up the trick just in case, but didn't expect it to land. Let's go. Once you're stocked up and supplied, we can continue forward as we are just about out of here. The next area contains a cullis gate that is inoperable at this time, but it will be important later. Other than that, there's some more exploring and fights to take part in until we reach the Darkwood exit. Things aren't going to be that easy, however. We now get to showcase one of my favorite enemies in the game, the Troll. This was perhaps the most confusing enemy to me as a kid, mostly because they are stationary, tank-like enemies that can fire devastating projectiles at you. These dudes are crazy. Throughout the majority of my playthroughs as a child, I didn't realize one crucial weakness that the trolls have. For some reason, if you have a troll throw an actual boulder at you, you can somehow knock it back to the troll with a melee attack, taking out a chunk of the target's health in the process. It's like playing ping pong against Ganondorf in Ocarina of Time, but way more effective. I love that mechanic in Ocarina of Time, it was so good. This also turns what feels like a frustrating experience into an incredibly easy and seamless one. Troll shows up, you step back, knock some boulder back at him with a sword no less, and you're done. Easy peasy. It's a fight that rewards experimentation as there are other ways to deal damage to the troll, but none more effective than a mechanic you may not even realize exists at the time. And just like that, the day is saved and we can make our way... Oh no. The trader is turning into a Balverine. Who could have seen this happening? And just like that, the day is saved again and we can finally make our way to the safety of Barrow Fields, ending the quest in our first foray into the Darkwood. I remember wanting to get out of the Darkwood as fast as possible when I was younger. Maybe it was because I was young, but I always felt the designers did a great job at making the location feel unnerving, especially during some of the times we have to come back around here. It's not just the Darkwood either. This is just a taste of some of the areas we'll be stopping by that take the fun and fantastical nature of the game and twist it into something much darker. Add on to that having to deal with Balverines and performing an escort mission, a type of mission notorious for being some of the most boring designs within video games, and I think it's understandable why you would want to leave as fast as possible. Luckily, there are reasons to return, and we'll be seeing both of those shortly. For now, we are going to stick to Barrow Fields and get some extra quests out of the way before moving on to Oakvale. That's because an optional silver quest known as Hobbe Cave should be unlocked by this point, and its prerequisite is tied to renown. By the way, if you ever want to check your stats, there is a hero status menu that tells you everything about your playthrough. You also see that renown is based on tiers. I think at the time of writing this, I was renown level 4. It's surprisingly in-depth, even covering things like sexuality, allowing you to be heterosexual, homosexual, and bisexual. You'll probably be using this most to check your alignment depending on how far you want to take things with your character or if you even care about it. The third mushroom is in Barrow Fields, and I believe you can buy it, but you could also choose to steal it if you can't be bothered. Since I wanted to leave anyway, and since crime is on a timer in this game, I just steal the mushroom and then head off to complete the next optional quest. We can also get through a demon door here by being overweight. This is easy enough assuming you've been collecting a lot of food, but you can also go buy some in excess as produce is fairly cheap. Once you eat enough to be considered overweight, the door will let you through and we can grab another master's elixir which will raise our mana pool. Now Hobbe Cave is an interesting quest for a variety of reasons. There's a silver chest within, there's plenty of hobs, meaning an opportunity for high combat multipliers, and there's a bandit that we can save during the process. It also has a unique boast titled Sacrificing an Innocent. I don't know how the guild would know we need to sacrifice an innocent, but that's beside the point. There's only so much you can critique about the illogical nature of some of the events within this game. There's no point in constantly doing so because the developers obviously didn't care when creating the product. Logic is thrown out the window for Fable. It's not supposed to be logical. It's supposed to be a silly, crude, and violent role-playing experience where you watch your character grow and become a landlord. I don't personally take the sacrifice boast as I'm playing a good aligned character, but feel free to do what you think is best. There will be an option later on. To start the quest, we need to stop by Rose's cottage, where an old woman lives with her grandson. Turns out her grandson has been playing in some caves and hasn't come back recently. Before we head over there, we can open a nearby demon door by handing it some chocolate. That's right, we just rizzed up a demon door. Inside we can pick up a Bright Will user's outfit, but this is pretty mediocre in comparison to the next demon door we're going to open. Like I said, I was going to use Scorm's bow to do this, but I managed to get the Hobbe Cave quest strategy to work for me instead, which I was surprised about. I won't go into detail about how it works. All you need to do is set a recall point outside by the demon door, then when inside, earn a combat multiplier of 28 and teleport back to the door. Voila! What's waiting for us within? A legendary weapon known as Cutlass Blutane. That's right, Fable not only has legendary weapons to find throughout the game, you can find them so early that you actually get to make use of them for a fair portion of it. For too long have I been rewarded powerful god tier equipment at the end of my adventure with no real way of benefiting from it. Finally, we have a game that understands how things should be done. If you put the effort in, you get the powerful gear early, and then you get to make use of that gear throughout your adventure. Even one of the important story-specific swords found at the end of the game gets extended use in the expansion content if you decide to keep it. We'll get there, but it's a fantastic design decision. I truly believe more games should opt to heavily reward you for going out of your way to complete their side content. Ultimate weapons are the best when you have the time to see why they are so ultimate and legendary. Each weapon has a bit of a backstory to read about it in its description as well for all of you loreheads out there. What makes the Cutlass so good? Even after purchasing an obsidian cleaver, Blutane still manages to surpass it in damage by 82 points, effectively double the damage of our current melee weapon. It also comes with a lightning augment pre-installed. What's augmenting? Certain weapons in the game will have augmentation slots. Acquired augments can be placed in these slots to give a weapon various effects. In the original release of the game, these were fairly consistent. You had flame, lightning, silver, and piercing. Each of these would cause your weapon to deal extra damage to enemies that were weak to that specific element or style, and said level of weakness varies from creature to creature. The sharpening augmentation, however, is a base 10% damage boost to your weapon, which may provide more consistent damage depending on what you fight more often. Personally, I usually throw a flame and lightning augment onto the weapon. There will also be a point where a silver augment is somewhat necessary, but that's a ways away. It adds a level of customization to your weapons, but it did manage to confuse me as a kid. I assumed fire and lightning would just add elemental damage to each of the weapons, but I don't believe that to be the case now. I believe it only adds damage if the creature is weak to that specific element or type. The last chapters actually added 3 new rare augmentations, one for health regeneration, one for mana regeneration, and one for a 10% experience bonus, which I think is useless if you know how to play the game properly, but whatever. Still a welcome change. Certain weapons and augment combinations can lead to near infinite mana or health depending on how you go about it. So we have the Cutlass Blutane, and guess what? Hobbes take a 25% damage bonus to lightning weapons. However, I didn't get to retrieve the weapon until near the end of the quest, so let's discuss what's actually going on here in more detail. Once we're in the Hobbe Cave proper, we'll immediately hear a scream for help from within one of the first doors ahead of us. There we can find a bandit trapped in a cage as Hobbes surround him. After killing the Hobbes, the bandit will be freed and we can choose to continue through the cave with or without him. I usually choose to bring him along because it makes the ordeal a bit easier. If you decline his offer to join you on a search for treasure, he will disappear entirely, so best to just bring him along for now. That's the bandit's main motivation. He came looking for treasure and ended up getting caught in the process. Now he wants to find the treasure with you and split the loot once you guys get out. I'm going to be real with you, I never keep this guy alive. It's not that I choose to kill him, he's just a weak little guy and has difficulty surviving. However, he can make it out, and we'll discuss what that means shortly. After exiting the prison room with the bandit and making your way through some some more hobs, you'll approach another door that leads into a small room with a silver chest. Not really worth mentioning except for the fact that I saw the developers add additional dialogue to the situation if you have enough keys to open it. The bandit complains about the silver chest and how you will never be able to open it. However, if you do open it, he'll be shocked and claim that you can keep whatever you found within. Nice touch that makes these scenarios feel more dynamic. Though it's certainly been done previously, a lot of games, especially narrative ones, began doing this a lot more in the future. I like to think it's something of a standard expectation nowadays because it adds so much for so little. Eventually we'll fight our way through to the final chamber. Here you'll notice another spherical object that you may have seen in the Greatwood. Best to keep these in mind for the future. More importantly, we'll find the young boy, James, trapped within some sort of magical barrier. Here, a nymph will approach us and explain that a sacrifice must be made for a ritual. If you want the boy back, you need a replacement, otherwise you are ordered to leave. Obviously, we aren't going to leave, so we have to weigh our options here. If you kept the bandit alive up to this point, you could choose to offer him up as a sacrifice. I believe this would complete the boast for sacrificing an innocent, even though I wouldn't call a bandit an innocent by any means. This is the evil option, and the good option would be attacking the nymph, leading to a large battle between you, it, and an army of hobs. Pretty easy choice depending on the alignment you're going for, but maybe there's more to it than that. Maybe despite your alignment, you don't want to go through the trouble of a large battle. Maybe you are a newer player and simply get overwhelmed in said battle, forcing you to make the choice to sacrifice the bandit. Maybe you want the best of both worlds as an evil player. You could sacrifice the bandit and then attack the nymph anyway, allowing you to get the alignment points, experience, and I think even the boast reward if you accepted it. There's enough options here where the choice can stop being about alignment entirely and more about what is best for your character in the given situation. Fable is notorious for its black and white choice structure, but sometimes we get situations that, while I wouldn't necessarily call them morally gray, still manage to encourage you to take options you normally wouldn't. Sometimes you do something bad because you have to, or you brute force your way through the good option. Whatever works for you, it's not that serious. But I'm glad the options are there. If you somehow keep the bandit alive through the journey to the focus chamber, the fight afterward, and the escape, he will ask you for his share of the loot, which you can then agree to or deny. I'm serious when I say I never get to see this option. I think I've seen it maybe once a long time ago, but it's such a minuscule thing I can never be bothered. James will begin running home to the farm, but once you arrive, he will mention how he doesn't plan on staying very long. Apparently his grandmother is abusive and she was the one that forced him to go searching in the caves for treasure. You can watch James run up past his grandmother to grab his things within the cottage before leaving the area and finishing the quest. Overall, I'd say it's an A+ quest line within the entry. We get a fun little adventure, the choice of saving the bandit or not, the choice of sacrificing the bandit, the choice of keeping the money for ourselves, etc. There's plenty to do within the quest, from getting rare items to earning a boatload of experience, but on top of that, there's plenty of decisions to be made, and a storyline that ends up having a surprise twist at the very end when James leaves his home for good. Not our problem anyway, we still got paid. I wish I could say every quest was like this, but that obviously isn't the case when you have things like Wasp Menace or Orchard Farm, but many quests still try to go this far within options and combat. Not every quest is one big choice to make. Sometimes it's a series of several that help shape both your character and the path they are on as they complete their quest. Sometimes these decisions even have lasting repercussions, as we will see when we reach Twin Blades Camp. Before we reach that, however, we need to head back to Barrow Fields and from there take our first steps into Oakvale since we were a boy. Oakvale has changed a bit since we were younger, but a large portion of it has managed to stay the same. It is mostly an extension to the original map that we explored during the prologue. Once we arrive, we are met with a cutscene. The player traverses into Oakvale but is stopped by a woman on the street. She recognizes us from our childhood, revealing her to be none other than the young girl that lost her teddy bear Rosie. This causes you to have a few flashbacks of the event back then, showing that we are still dealing with the trauma of our past. It seems as though everyone assumed you had died in the raid, leaving it as a surprise for you to be here now. Still, not much else comes out of the conversation. What's important here is that we need to find find Maze as he has some more information for us surrounding our sister and the rumors of her being alive. I didn't realize it at the time, but this should surely be a point where you begin to realize that Maze is manipulating you in various ways, that he holds some form of contempt for you with how he speaks to you. He mentions that he was surprised you'd show up here, feeling you may be too famous. He's looking down on us, but it comes off as him continuing to be jealous of our success as of late. He doesn't believe in us or our abilities, and thinks we are letting fame go to our head, whether we are or not. He's a bitter man, and though we can see this more and more as we interact with him, our hero doesn't seem to realize it yet. Maze lacks any news of our sister, but does know that a nearby bandit camp houses a Seeress. Apparently the bandit king Twinblade uses her powers to his advantage. The Seeress may have information on our sister since we reached a dead end. Coincidentally, the bandit camp is just through a path found on the beach in Oakvale, so that will be our next major destination after getting some more side content done. Namely, we need to help a ghost in order to unlock a chicken kicking competition. I'm not joking. It's important because one of the silver keys is locked behind it, so we'll have to take part if we want to unlock everything the game has to offer. So just off of the central area of the town is the latest expansion of houses. There we can find a new beach that wasn't accessible before, and this is where the chicken contest is held. Bad news is a ghost is haunting it, and the proprietor asks us to deal with it. Simple enough. We can go and talk to the ghost, who is relieved to see us. Seems he was a pirate that lived in Oakvale but died at sea. His wife now waits for him to return every day over on the western beach. The ghost informs us that there is a pile of gold buried on the beach, and if we return it to the wife we will be rewarded. So there's our choice. We either deliver the gold to the wife or keep it ourselves. But it's not much of a choice, really. The reward we receive from the ghost is the location of a digging spot in the new local graveyard. If you dig up the gold and know the spot already, I believe you can head up there and dig up your true reward. That is a silver key and a weapon, which is worthless to us at this point. The issue is, I don't believe this will get rid of the ghost. That means if we want to get rid of the ghost, we have to play ball. I believe killing the wife will make the ghost disappear as an alternative, but other than being incredibly evil, there's no rhyme or reason in why we would do something like that. So no actual choice to make here. We just return the gold, get our reward from the ghost, and he disappears, meaning that the proprietor of the chicken contest can finally open up shop again. Would have been better if we could dig up the gold and inform the ghost that we are keeping it, have us punished in some way. Maybe he chooses to never leave, or maybe he attacks us, something that lets us do wrong and see the consequences of our actions. Anyway, let's go participate in an animal abuse contest. We have a competition where we need to get a set of 5 chickens into various areas of the dock that are worth points based on their location. I don't know if you remember the fishing competition at this point, but that did the prizing right. If you beat everyone by a mile, you got the prizes for first, second, and third place in one go. That is not the case here. The chicken kicking competition gives you a prize at 50 points, 150 points, and 250 points. If you get 250 on the first go, you don't retroactively get the previous prize tiers, meaning you have to play through this minigame at least 3 times for everything. Only one tier offers you the silver key, and that's the 150 point one. However, you can also get a chicken expression and a chicken hat if you're interested. It's not a particularly fun minigame either, although it does have more nuance than I expected. Your physical strength and run up before kicking the chicken do affect how far it goes, so you do have to play differently depending on how strong you are. That's interesting, just not interesting enough to play this game 3 times in a row. There's not much else left to do here but deliver a letter to someone in town. Back in the Guildwoods, we met a man named Cyril who is in love with a woman from Oakvale that he met at a party in those very woods. He asks us to deliver a letter he wrote confessing his love to her, which we can do now. This rewards us with the final magical mushroom we need for the poor child still blitzed out of his mind back in Bowerstone. You can tell the woman that you wrote the letter or tell the truth that it was Cyril. Telling her the truth is the only way to get the mushroom without killing the guy, so we'll go ahead and do that. Can't say I haven't just killed him before though. Can't say I haven't just said the letter was mine. Once we have all 4 mushrooms, we can return them to the witch in Bowerstone for an antidote. Only it turns out she already had an antidote and decided to keep the mushrooms for herself. The entire thing was a wild goose chase, or payment for her services, I guess. Either way, the kid will be cured, and we get a small monetary reward plus some reputation or renown. Not much for all the running around we had to do, if I'm being honest. Felt more like a waste of time than anything else. We almost got arrested over one of those mushrooms after all. Finally, there's another pub game we can play here for another hero doll. This time it's coin golf. The idea is that there are multiple setups of cups that act as obstacles. Your job is to flick a coin past these obstacles into the hole, which is just a white ring. You have to do this under par to win your bet, but really you want to get this even lower if possible so you can win the Whisper doll. I think I got around 10 and managed to get the doll, but the game may be more lenient than that. Just try to beat my score and let me know that you did in the comments. I like to feel bad about myself. By the way, you can buy your childhood home in Oakvale and upgrade it if you wish. I usually leave all of my homes up for rent so that there's some passive gold income flowing in whenever I visit a location I've always been to, but you need to keep it a marital home if you want to get married. To be honest with you, the marriage system is pretty mild. Most characters will fall in love with you naturally due to your renown and attractiveness, assuming you've been boosting that. If that's not enough though, you can shower them with gifts and flirtatious expressions until they are ready to be wed. Once you have the option, all you need to do is present a ring and you'll be married following another tapestry cutscene, which replays for every marriage, I believe. Now, the main advantages of getting married are twofold. One, you get a dowry based on who you marry. I married a girl in Oakvale and got 2,000 gold. You can repeat this process throughout each town that you can buy a home within. Yes, you can have multiple husbands or wives in this game if you so choose. This can be a good way to earn some quick cash if you aren't renting out the properties, but I usually limit my wife to one person because that's just the type of dude I am. 2, believe it or not, but we need to have intercourse in this game 10 times in order to open a demon door. If you are the role-playing kind, your wife or husband may be the only way of going about this. There are easier, more salacious methods, but maybe that's not everyone's cup of tea. I could stop here to speak on the implications of this being the only thing your spouse is good for in this game, but don't worry, they're worth a bit more than that. Sometimes you get gifts. I headed back to Oakvale at one point and received a free pair of plate boots from my partner. Ultimately, Fable gives us a scenario where a spouse is good for two things, having intercourse and receiving goods in the process. Wonderful. Thank you for that, Lionhead Studios. I'm really enjoying the intricate aspects of marriage you have on display here. Obviously, it's not a serious mechanic that we're supposed to delve into. Hell, I make use of the mechanic and then I'm done with it. It just would have been nice if the game had offered more out of having a spouse in a game about role-playing your life. For many, marital life is a big aspect of these kind of games. Just look at Harvest Moon or now Story of Seasons. Many of those games focus not only on a farming life, but a romantic one as well. It's hard to ask for more from a game that is notoriously lacking some of the promised content. It's like yelling at a wall. To be fair though, Fable 2 does expand on the system slightly, although not as much as I would like. I would like a spouse who is a person with a personality, not just someone yearning for the hero to come back at all hours of the day. But this is Fable, and we aren't supposed to take those aspects too seriously, even if they would have bolstered the experience. Just something I want that I believe would fit the game, and am disappointed to see it so lacking. That's pretty much all there is to do here aside from shopping and stealing from everyone's homes, meaning it's finally time to head for the bandit camp and into one of the worst segments in the game. What did I mean by worst segments? Well, just off the beach is the entrance to an abandoned road. Here you will find a group of 3 bandits patrolling the area. To get through this first section, we need to sneak by all 3 bandits, otherwise they will shut the gates and force us to kill all 3 bandits instead. However, the gates do not open after this. Instead, you need to hide, and then 3 more bandits will come out to take up the patrol again, repeating the process. It's not the end of the world though. If you do have to kill the bandits, you can hide behind a large boulder where the final one shows up and wait for him to move away from the door before rushing in. The issue is this. Fable has a stealth system, but it's not a very good one. The player can go into stealth mode, and in this mode they are basically just hunched over, still incredibly conspicuous, but whatever. Your guile will affect how well people notice you while like this, but line of sight can still be a factor, and it's not always obvious if they see you or not, even with the eye indicator, at least for the bandits specifically. I had a few times thinking I was in the clear. Next thing I know, I'm fighting another set of 3 bandits and then waiting something like 30 seconds for the system to restart. It's not the worst stealth system in the world, but its unintuitiveness leaves something to be desired. That wouldn't be a problem normally, but the issue comes with the timer you have to wait for. The game doesn't just reset the scenario if you get caught. You have to actively wait to try again, actively wait for new bandits to come out and for the gate to reopen. It's a time sink if you get caught even once, and it's then hair-pulling frustration if you get caught further. Once we do get through the gate, we come to another dilemma. The next gate requires us to be dressed up in a bandit uniform to get through. Luckily, there's a series of chests about that each hold a different piece of bandit gear. Do you see what I meant about having to just accept this game for what it is at certain points? This is the most overtly gamey mechanic in a role-playing game. It's something that makes you realize that you're playing a game. It pulls you from the immersion. But some games don't care about that, and immersion isn't everything. Fable knows it's a game, it tells you as much through its mechanics and nonsensical nature. We get a role-playing experience, sure, but really we're here for the wild ride that the developers intended for us. They don't care if we insert ourselves into the world of Albion because the world doesn't make any sense half the time, and that's okay, even if it might be disappointing to some. So we make our way through the road, killing bandits along the way and stealing their clothes so we can wear the skin of our enemies. Then we can approach a nearby demon door that we aren't going to be able to open yet. The riddle for this one is that the door wants to see 3 friends of his. One was a gallant knight, the other an evil wizard, and the third a bandit. We have the bandit gear and the Dark Will user robes, but we need a bright plate mail set to finish everything off, something only available to us once we enter the arena. Until then, we will put a pin in this and head over to the gate guard. He'll let us through and inform us that once we are in for good, so we can feel free to switch back to whatever armor we want. Weird way of setting that up. If the suggestion is that we're stuck in here forever, why don't the other bandits change their clothes while inside? Do they ever leave? Why do I keep asking these questions at this point? It's only frustrating. So now that we just worked through multiple sections of the abandoned roads, and we are finally in Twinblade's camp, you're thinking to yourself, finally, we can deal with Twinblade and find the Seeress, right? Incorrect. Once we reach Twinblade's camp, we also need to reach Twinblade's elite camp and then push even further into his personal tent. Yeah, this quest is more involved than we are used to, but it is a welcome change, because it's one of those scenarios where we start to get multiple ways of going about things. Take our current predicament. We need to get through the next gate to the elite camp, but we need a special pass to make it happen. There's a bandit willing to sell us one for 1,000 gold, and there's a pub game here that will give us one if we win his memory game. I hate this one, to be honest. Matching pairs is easy, but something about the memory game always messes with my head. You have to remember what is on the table each round. You'll lose sight of the items momentarily, and then they will reappear rearranged with a new item added. You then need to pick the new item out of the bunch. You end up doing this 5 times within the time limit, and each round adds an extra item to the bunch, making it more difficult. I don't have the brain capacity for that, but I did it anyway to get the seal. However, if you're like me and don't want to play the game, plus you don't want to pay the bandit, do not fret. Killing either of these individuals will get you the seal. Wow, 3 options, super rad. Technically 4 if we count choosing who you are going to kill. Well, get ready for this, guys, because there's actually 5 options here. Maybe you just hate bandits so much you don't want to play ball with any of them. Just go on a murderous rampage then. The gate will open up with reinforcements and you can then make your way in with the people of the elite camp being none the wiser, despite the fact that they just sent reinforcements to deal with you. So we are finally within the elite camp, just one step away from finding Twinblade and the Seeress, but who'd have thought there's a 4th gate blocking our path. Twinblade sure loves his gates. Maybe he should have gone by, Twin Gate. Twin Gate. Quad Gate. Anyway, I can't blame him. It's good to have strong security, even if the human aspect of it is constantly dropping the ball and keeping us outside all these physical barriers. This time we need a distraction of sorts to get through the gate. Luckily, Twinblade has a couple of hostages that are being kept in a cage nearby. Female hostages. For a party. Jesus, guys. You can kill a nearby guard for a key to free them. Once they run, it will act as a distraction and some guards will chase off after them, opening the final gate in the process. Alternatively, you can kill everyone again if you want, or hire some assassins for a similar distractive outcome. While researching this, I saw the wiki mention that killing the hostages with ranged equipment also acts as an option to open the gate, but I never tried this. What a vile way of going about it too. I know you get to be evil in this game, but goddamn. No matter how you choose to get in, there's going to be a group of bandits waiting for you inside. Seems like you can't get the jump on these guys whether you used more subtle approaches or killed everyone on your way here. There's a reason for this though, and that's the Seeress. As she has the ability to see things we cannot, she could inform Twinblade of our arrival. Sure enough, he's there waiting for us. Ex-hero turned bandit king Twinblade. Not much to say about the conversation though. Twinblade wants to fight and so we get thrown into a battle against him. I consider this one of the next true boss battles of the game. Maybe Wasp Queen was the first, this is the second. Twinblade has a series of attacks that we need to be wary of, but one in particular leaves him stuck with his blades in the ground. That's lucky because his weak spot is on his back, meaning you just have to get behind and wail on him for a bit to complete the fight. Nothing crazy special here. Most of the battles in this game won't be. It's more about having fun with large swaths of enemies and experimenting with the different abilities you unlock as you play. Once defeated, Twinblade will tell you to finish him off as he would have done the same to you. Remember that for a minute. Before we can strike the final blow, we are stopped by the Seeress, who turns out to be none other than our sister Teresa, the recurring character within the series as I mentioned previously. It seems as though her memories must have been lost to her at some point during the incident in Oakvale when she was a child. At least that's what the cutscenes imply. With you before her now, her memories have returned to her and she remembers who she was. Apparently your mother did indeed return for her birthday, only to end up being tortured while they inquired into your whereabouts. Here it becomes clear that the raid was to find you, but not just you either. Your entire family, including your sister and mother, were targets of a mysterious man named Jack of Blades, though we don't know who he is quite yet. When Teresa wouldn't give up our location, Jack of Blades cut out her eyes. Left to die in the forest, Teresa was eventually found by Twinblade's bandits and grew to be a formidable ally to them, especially with the realization of her prophetic visions, which Twinblade used to its advantage. Now that the two of you are reunited, Teresa speaks of a choice you'll have to make in the future, one between darkness and light. She then proceeds to unlock a power hidden within your bloodline or something. This seems to do something at the time, but any lasting gameplay effects seem to be non-existent. Teresa talks about how her time here is done and how she needs to move on from the bandits before disappearing for now. Now here's the part I told you to remember. Twinblade tells us to finish the job or leave. Either way, he's dead and a king no longer. However, he gives mixed signals immediately after. Once we gain control, he tells us we've won and asks us to just not kill him, which is very different from what he was just saying a couple seconds ago. Maybe he had a change of heart, but I am curious what led to this contrast. I assumed a mix-up during development but couldn't be sure. The entire point of this choice is that Twinblade is supposed to be content with dying. It's up to the hero whether he kills him or not. It can change your viewpoint on what choice is made, although the outcome would be the same for me regardless. Instead, Twinblade isn't content and now begs for his life. It's more sympathetic, but also more pathetic. Remember that these guys are raiders and murderers. Twinblade had 2 hostages he was planning on SAing. Dude is irredeemable, and him being so broken may be the means of you deciding whether he would live or die. Personally, I let him live. Not for the morals of it, but for the alignment we receive as a reward. Mechanical choice, just a mechanical choice, guys. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone on this one. Believe it or not, but nothing actually changes regardless of which decision you choose. Well, if you do attack Twinblade, you have to finish the boss fight you had with him at the beginning, and all of the bandit friends join in, making it for a more difficult battle, so that's different. But the conclusion isn't. Either way, you'll eventually have a set of assassins set out to kill you, either by Twinblade's followers or by Twinblade himself. It's a bit of a letdown since you spared the guy, but it shows that you can't trust these dudes and that maybe killing him was the right call. But if nothing changes either way, can we really say if it's truly right or wrong? In fact, let's discuss the alignment you can receive from this for a moment. Killing Twinblade nets bad alignment and sparing him nets good alignment. Would killing Twinblade at this point, after everything he has done, been a bad deed? If it is a bad deed, why? Is it because we took the law into our hands? Because he surrendered? It's not like it mattered when we killed literally every other bandit here. Why does it matter now? Why is sparing someone like that a good deed? Just leaving him to commit more crimes in the future? Would the good deed not be to turn him in somewhere where he could be contained to be sure he wouldn't be a problem moving forward? How is the good deed just walking away? It's a bit of a letdown. There's so much more that could have been explored here, so much more to say and do, and the developers instead gave us this surface level alignment reward that may or may not make sense depending on who you ask. I don't know if I'd kill Twinblade at that point, but I sure as hell don't think it would be right to just leave him either. So why are we rewarded for doing that? I said already that the game defies logic, and that's excusable in many aspects, but this is the core of the game. Everything centers around your alignment and the choices you make, and as such, those choices should matter. Fable can take itself seriously at points, but even when trying to take itself seriously, it has a child's understanding of morality. Oh, I forgot to mention it, but Oakvale and Twinblade's camp have fight clubs to take part in. After beating those, we only have Knothole Glade to worry about. Now that Twinblade is dealt with and we have learned that our sister is still alive, you may be eager to continue moving through the storyline, but this couldn't be a bigger misstep. That's because we still have plenty of side content to complete, and some of it has become available to us with the completion of this story beat. Most importantly, we now have a way to easily and legitimately unlock one of the best weapons in the game. I should point out here, a lot of side content and unlockables in this game require you doing bad and evil actions. While Fable's biggest aspect is its alignment system and how that visually affects your character, the fact of the matter is that the system is almost entirely useless otherwise and lacks any substance or impact. Rarely are there actual consequences for your actions, as I have alluded to earlier, and that's where the game is at its weakest for sure, almost a fatal misstep. But with that in mind, I want to inform you that while we will be playing a good character mechanically throughout this playthrough and for many major decisions during quests, there is plenty of bad that we will be taking part in as well. And again, it won't matter, because the game doesn't care about it. Some of the actions we are guilty of will not cause us to be attacked, not cause us to be charged of a crime, and will barely affect our alignment when all is said and done. In a game like Oblivion, that's fine. That's not a game focused on morality and alignment. In a game like Fable, I yearn for more, but it also allows us the excuse to go off and try bad things since it won't hurt us to do so. No better example of this is there than unlocking a legendary weapon known as Scorm's Bow. This evil weapon is special for a very important reason. Not only is it one of the strongest bows in the game, it's one where you can draw the bow indefinitely to continue raising the potential damage before you shoot it. This can make certain fights an absolute breeze if you know how to dodge attacks or hide safely. Just stand there for a while and charge up a one-hit KO. Naturally, you can see why you might want this weapon, and it's most likely the easiest to receive upon completing the Twinblade questline. Let me run you through the process so that you have a better understanding. When I was a kid, I stopped by the Chapel of Scorn by the Darkwood camp and learned what it was there for mechanically. In Fable lore, the people of Albion believe in two gods, Avo and Scorm. Good and bad. Each has a place of worship that are used as a means of affecting your alignment and offering you rewards in the process. For the Chapel of Scorn, it wants you to provide sacrifices. You can get a character to follow you in this game, meaning you can bring them to the chapel to be sacrificed and sent off to be tortured for what I assume is eternity. It's as evil as it gets, and by making these sacrifices, you will receive a large amount of evil points. This is an easy and great way to go fully evil if you are looking to do so. However, one thing I never understood how to do back then was how to obtain the reward from the chapel. It seems random at first, but when you sacrifice an individual, there's a chance Scorm will reward you with his aforementioned bow, one of the best items in the game. That means as soon as the chapel is available to access, you may be able to unlock the bow if you are lucky. That doesn't seem to be the case, however. If you look it up online and check out various Reddit and GameFAQs threads, you can get a more concrete plan for obtaining the bow. Various aspects of your character, the sacrifice, the time of day, and the day itself all seem to be factors. Some will tell you that being good aligned is a requirement to get the bow, others will tell you that the type of sacrifice matters, that it has to be at midnight for the best results, and that it even needs to be on a Sunday according to the wiki and various speedrunners. As far as I can tell, all of these factors matter. You need to be anything other than pure evil in order to have a chance here, and the more good you are, the better. Then you need to choose a sacrifice that has a large health pool, hence why the Twinblade Bodyguard is a good option. From there, the apparent best day to sacrifice is a Sunday, and the best time to do so is at midnight, as this will maximize the amount of evil alignment points you receive. You can probably see why I assumed it was just random as a kid. It's probably supposed to be perceived as such, even though it's something you can get 100% of the time with the right strategy. It helps incentivize sacrificing multiple people instead. You don't have to be perfect at this either. I just got the guard, went to the chapel at night, not close to midnight at all, and I still got the bow. There's plenty of forum posts, Reddit posts, and tutorial videos going over the process, so I'll find and leave one in the description for you. Again though, maybe I was just lucky, but I just got close to the requirements and still obtained the bow, meaning one aspect of our equipment is best in slot for the majority of the game. Definitely one of the more obtuse items to receive in the game, but I've always been a fan of obtuse optional content. JRPGs were at their best when they had random side quests from nobody NPCs that led to ultimate weapons and super bosses for no good reason, and I'll die on that hill. While we are here, there was a previously locked off area that should now be accessible. This is the Darkwood Bordello, and was added with the release of the Lost Chapters specifically. Here, the hero can pay various women for services, and as much as I love my in-game wife, we need to perform these services 10 times total to open a nearby demon door housing, and I'm not joking here, a pimp hat. Not everything in Fable has aged the best, to be honest with you. The whole aspect of the Bordello is played out in a way that surprised me upon revisiting it, because it can be pretty vile with no consequence. See, there's an issue with the Bordello. The sex workers are all women working under a weaselly man named Grope. He lives true to his name. I'm sure you can use your imagination here. Grope takes constant advantage of the women here as their boss, and since he owns the deed to the Bordello, they apparently can't do anything about it. So a bunch of disadvantaged women are in one of the worst positions of their lives, and Grope is capitalizing off of it. The women say so themselves later on, just to be clear. All of them want out of this line of work, but can't make it happen at the moment. I assume their ability to stay housed and paid is based on how they treat Grope, and they have nowhere else to go. Madame Minch, who watches out for the women here, greets us as we enter the Bordello. If we talk to her again, she informs us that the workers wish to get rid of Grope, but cannot do so without the deed. Apparently Minch tried to get Grope drunk once before to find out the location, but this plan fell through when he realized what was going on. So here's what we can do. We can attempt the same trick for starters. If we have enough ale, we can keep feeding it to Grope until he is forced to pass out. Luckily, Grope talks in his sleep and will divulge to us where the deed is buried. After that, all we have to do is dig up the deed, and somehow the Bordello is suddenly ours. I'm no lawyer, but I doubt that's how it would actually play out. There is an alternative though. An uncomfortable one to say the least. Within the Bordello, we can find a red wig and a dress. By wearing both of these, we can pass to the NPCs as a female prostitute. This allows us to seduce Grope into sleeping with us, leading to the same situation where he divulges where the deed is buried. Out of any aspect in Fable, I'd say this is the one that has aged the worst. I think the most generous interpretation we could give is that you are portrayed as feminine presenting, and Grope is an individual who is open to those types of experiences. But I don't believe that is what is happening here. Instead, it seems to be used as a joke option. Your character dresses up as a woman to trick Grope into sleeping with them, and then proceeds to go to bed with them, with Grope somehow being none the wiser. That's weird, right? It's a scenario that a certain derogatory term was coined to express and feels emblematic of the trans panic that fuels a lot of so-called gender-critical, read TERF, movements that seek to frame the idea of transgender people, particularly trans women, as simply pretending to be a woman to get access to places and status they could not achieve otherwise. Before I start getting comments that this was of its time or anything along those lines, consider that this was always problematic and weird to many people. It may have been more acceptable to a general audience to make these kind of jokes, but it was also acceptable to G4 to make racist jokes towards Asian people because they hate JRPGs or something.
We all know who will replace us. India, that billion-strong faux vegetarian tech support call-taking behemoth of a nation. Or the Chinese, But certainly not Japan, because while they may be technologically advanced and financially powerful, they're already in decline.
It's kind of overdue, but I'm soggy.
Rhymes with sake. Sake! Which I could use a lot of right now.
Soggy.
Sake! Does it count as sexual harassment if her wings were asking for it?
Soggy!
Sake! Will you shut up about soggy?
Soggy!
Sake! 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 A 3. Sake! 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 Out of 5.
Oh, the mockery about the cultures is so much fun!
Actually, I just watched a Punk Duck video and I learned that G4 said some transphobic shit back then too. Those guys don't have a great track record. These kind of jokes, whether ill-intentioned or not, are both problematic, crass, and can hurt people. I don't believe Lionhead Studios was trying to create a commentary here or be negative in any way, but it does show how societal interpretations of what is acceptable can age like milk, and were always something that were detrimental to marginalized groups. Just because trans people weren't as visible at the time doesn't mean they didn't exist after all. Just a quest that left a really weird taste in my mouth, and it gets worse, guys. It somehow actually gets worse. What else could be wrong here? Well, once we have the deed, Robe gets kicked out and we are now somehow in charge of the Bordello. What can we do with this new power? Well, we can sleep with all of the women here for free, effectively making us just as bad as the previous owner and facilitating the exploitation of these women. Now, before someone caps this section of the video to post it on twitter.com or X, as it's now known, consider that I understand Fable is a game where we get to perform both good and bad actions, but those good and bad actions are supposed to affect our alignment, right? Having the option to be a vile Bordello manager would make sense if we received bad alignment whenever we took advantage of the people there, because we are doing an evil act and the game can acknowledge that. That isn't what happens as far as I am aware. Instead, keeping the Bordello running and sleeping with the people there is only a positive for your character. It's a way to get the required amount to open the demon door, and I think you even earn money after the fact. No alignment adjustment to be had, which is really odd since everything else in the game seems to have one. Just such a weird decision to go about it this way. I'm not saying Lionhead needed to come out with some on-the-nose commentary surrounding the subject, but at the very least tie your alignment system to this, so there's actually a consequence for SAing these people. Like, come on, guys. I feel like this would have been the bare minimum here, especially after the whole dress thing. Luckily, there is a good route we can take here. Once we have the deed, we can talk to Madame Minch, and she will suggest turning the Bordello into a woman's shelter. This would allow the women to stay here in comfort without needing to provide services. If you agree, you gain alignment points, reputation, and the knowledge that you helped these women out, since if you talk to them, all of them are happy to be out of the business. So yeah, the Bordello was extra content added to the game, and said extra content turned out to be one of the most uncomfortable aspects of the game, and one that has aged so poorly it ended up leaving a bad taste in my mouth. I'm not saying don't play it, but you may find yourself more acutely aware of these sorts of things throughout the experience. It's not like I didn't make use of the mechanics to get through the demon door after all. Just such a weird and uncomfortable way to optimize your stats for this one demon door so you can get a pimp hat of all things. Thanks, Peter. Just outside of the woods, back at Barrow Fields, there is another offshoot area we can explore. This is the Grey House, and used to belong to Lady Grey before she became the mayor of Bowerstone. There's a book you can find inside her home that suggests she was visited by Jack of Blades and convinced to do something that would later see her become mayor. What that is, I won't spoil yet, as we have a questline that follows the backstory. When we walk into the house for the first time, you end up trapped within. A set of undead will appear for a brief fight before you are freed from the clutches of the haunted location. Killing these undead adds an item to a dig site behind the house where you get a rare tattoo. We'll be coming back to the Grey House a few times, but for now we're done here. Well, there is a demon door, but we can't access it without marrying a specific individual. A few other things to clean up here. You should be able to find enough merchants around the area that sell crunchy chicks. Don't ask me why you can eat crunchy chicks, see living baby chickens, but you can, and it offers some bad alignment every time you eat one. This is a great way to get through a certain demon door which wants to see you commit acts of evil. There's other ways of going about this, like killing people or having the highest evil alignment, but the quickest and easiest is by far eating the chicks. Inside is another legendary weapon, but still weaker than the combo multiplier one if you manage to get that. Finally, there's a set of guards in Oakvale we can meet where we found the cheating husband that one time. The main guard has a bit of a dilemma. Seems there's an assassin running about who killed his brother and he wants revenge. Well, I'm not one looking to actively do favors for a cop, but he does offer us 1,000 gold to do so and informs us that the assassins can be found in Twinblade's camp. Sure enough, when we arrive, we can find the assassin by Twinblade's tent. However, this leads to a bit of a discovery. The assassin mentions that his own brother, the guard, is trying to kill him so that he will be written out of his mother's will. Turns out the guard lied to us, and this is more about killing his brother for greed rather than justice or vengeance. Now you may decide to join up with the assassin instead. He offers you 1,500 gold to betray his brother after all, and the guard did lie to us. For me personally, I try to make the most out of the situation. Lie or not, this dude is still an active assassin committing evil deeds. I chose to take his money and kill him anyway, which he calls us out on, by the way. He's not very happy about us double-crossing him, and I love that they included that. Not wanting to get arrested, we can then return to the guards and inform them that the job is done for the other half of the reward. Easy money, or you can kill the guards. I don't care. I'm not a cop. When we return to the Heroes Guild, we meet with Maze in his tower, who acts surprised to hear we found our sister. Regardless, he has a new job for us. Apparently there is an archaeologist hiding somewhere in Witchwood, and Maze wants us to find him to keep him safe. You may be wondering how we get to Witchwood on foot, and the answer is that we don't. For whatever reason, there's no way to reach the location without teleporting, so the game gives us the Cullis Gate automatically. I guess it's due to Witchwood being on an island and not easily accessible without a boat, but we end up taking a boat somewhere else later, so I don't get it. I think a game is considered designed better when they allow you to trek your own path to a new area before having the ability to fast travel to it. I talk about that a lot in the Oblivion retrospective, but that's 12 hours long, so I'll paraphrase here. Fast travel is not inherently bad, and I even welcome it in many games. But a game is at its best when the path to an area is interesting enough that you may consider not fast traveling at all. On top of that, the fast travel locations shouldn't be available until you reach them. Fable follows this rule for the most part. This was just one location where they decided to, I don't know, not care? Maybe it was part of the cut content, but I couldn't find anything suggesting as such. Regardless, we have 2 silver quests to complete now. When I was younger, I used to believe these quests to be mechanical opposites of one another. If you choose one, I assumed you couldn't choose the other. That has to do with their names, those being Traitor Massacre and Traitor Rescue. You can see why I'd assume as such, and I imagine the intention is to have you choose one that fits your alignment. However, we don't really need to bother with that in Fable unless the game forces us to, and since the amount of alignment that gets shifted is minimal for both quests despite their severity, we can get the best of both worlds by completing each of them. At first I wondered why they'd even hire you to both massacre and rescue some traitors, but these quests take place in different locations and were requested by different people as far as I can tell. I'm still surprised the guild would accept a quest called Traitor Massacre, but at some point we just need to accept that these guys are morally bankrupt supervillains posing as heroes. Each quest is simple enough. Traitor Rescue sees us heading back to Twinblade's camp. There we run into a guard who lets us know that 3 traitors are trapped inside. We need to work through the camp, saving the traitors and keeping them safe as we fight through hordes of bandits. Simple quests reminiscent of our time in Darkwood. Traitor Massacre, on the other hand, it's exactly as it sounds. We head to Barrow Fields, meet up with some bandits, and then just go to town on the various traitors and guards there until everyone is dead. Very simple, but you get to make an extra choice at the end. Seems one of the traitors survived and attempted to escape to Oakvale before being captured. You can choose to kill him yourself or let the bandits handle it. I'm pretty sure this only affects alignment, so do whatever you want. I'm not a bad guy, I swear. I'm just really into optimizing my time and income. These little filler quests are fine for what they are, but the nonsensical nature of how they are set up continues to grate on me no matter how hard I try to just accept that the developers did not care about being logical in any way. There's purposely throwing logic out the window, and then there's what feels like incompetence with many of these design choices. Take these quests as an example. Polar opposites that have similar titles. By all accounts, one would assume that by selecting the good option, you lock yourself out of the bad one and vice versa. Therefore, it's a choice as to which direction you want to take your character. Do you want to help people for good alignment but less reward? Or do you want to hurt people for bad alignment and more reward? This falls flat when we can just select both quests. A great way to handle this would have been to have Whisper take up the other quest. Have both focus on barrow fields with one team defending the merchants and the other attacking them. We already did this with Orchard Farm, so we know the developers are aware of how to set this up properly, but maybe we don't want to just repeat the same quest style as Orchard Farm. Fine, keep the quests separate with one in Barrow Fields and one in the Bandit Camp. But when we select the one we want, have another guild member, I don't know, maybe Briar, Rose, or Whisper, grab the other one. And depending on which we grabbed, we could see unique dialogue and interactions based on the other hero's moral compasses. Maybe Whisper takes the Massacre quest if you didn't, and Briar Rose takes the Rescue one if you did. We're finally back on track to continue with the main storyline. Maze informed us that there is an important individual we need to find so the guild can keep him safe. The man is somewhere in Witchwood, and to be honest with you, he isn't far off from where we start once we teleport via the Cullis Gate. There isn't much to say about the Witchwood itself in terms of aesthetics. Rather, this is the third wood we've run through since starting the game. We started with Greatwood, moved on to Darkwood, and now we are in Witchwood. The variety of the locations we explore in Fable is incredibly limiting in comparison to what you may be used to in some RPGs, but luckily each of these locations still showcase their own character. Darkwood is a virtual torture chamber to work through to the point you'd believe it's haunted, Greatwood is a truly large and bustling forest, and Witchwood is it's foggy. It's pretty foggy out here. Feels like Silent Hill out here, am I right, gamers? Further into the Witchwood, we will come across a demon door. The door wants to know its name in order to enter, and there are 4 magical rocks further ahead we can hit to produce a letter. The goal is to spell out the name of the demon door using the rocks to get him to open. Now, I've played this game enough to have the name burned into my memory, to the point I forgot about how you're supposed to figure it out yourself, but the door gives us a hint, mentioning that he doubts even anyone at the Temple of Avo would know his name. The temple happens to be the next area ahead of us, so we can head over there first, although it's not necessary. If you know the name, you can complete the quest, and the guy who does know the name wants a ruby in return for the information, so I never bother. We'll stop by the temple, but let's get this main quest line out of the way first. The letters you have to ring out for the rock are as follows: H, I, T, and S. In fact, that's the name of the demon door. Hits. If you spell out his name, the door will open for you. Now, some of you with your head in the gutter may have realized this will spell something else out if you rearrange the letters. S, H, I, T. You can even have the rocks unceremoniously yell out shit to the player, disappointed in your actions. Incredibly childish, but I love it. I love it as an option. Fable is all about being childish and immature in this gruesome world after all. Once the door is open, you'll head inside and find the Archaeologist. However, he's not very happy to see us. Seems that if we could find him, so could they, although we don't know who he is referring to at the moment. Disappointed with his hiding spot being found, the Archaeologist mentions he never should have started investigating the focus sites. Technically, we don't know what those are yet, but we have seen at least 2 of them at this point. Remember the big round thing in the focus chamber within the Hobbe Cave? There was one of those in the Greatwood, and we'll see another in the Witchwood as we pass into the Temple of Avo. Make sure to collect everything in there as well before you leave. Maze will also contact you and explain that the guild will be watching to keep the man safe for now, although I wouldn't trust him on this. Before we move on to the next major quest, we should still stop at the Temple of Avo at least once. This is the opposite of the Chapel of Scorn, but it functions similarly. We do something for the temple and we gain alignment in the process. Obviously, we aren't going to be sacrificing anything here. Well, people at least. We will be sacrificing a lot of gold out of our own wallet, unfortunately. The temple accepts donations for alignment, and with enough of a donation, around 50,000, you can get a special weapon similar to when you received Scorm's bow. This is a spiked club known as the Sentinus, and is a whopping 255 damage in comparison to the Cutlass Blutane, which has 165. So I recommend getting it ASAP if you have the funds to do so. The main issue is it's got a cost of 50,000 gold and no way to bypass past that as far as I know. I'm not a big fan of using it regardless. I love using one-handed swords in RPGs whenever the opportunity arises. It's one of my favorite playstyles next to something like a monk. Plus there's various spells that can help bolster a slightly weaker but faster weapon. If you can get more hits out consecutively, a weaker weapon can output more DPS than a stronger one. It's all about skill and playstyle, which is one of the reasons people love Fable's combat so much. Speaking of swords, there's one other legendary weapon which can be found here. A sword in a stone like the legends of King Arthur, just waiting for a hero to come pull it out. Unfortunately, we'll find that when we go to try in front of a bunch of scrawny men all trying themselves, we will fail on our first attempt. This is because the requirement to pull out the sword is tied to our physical stats like physique, health, and toughness. I'd always assumed I was supposed to max out these abilities in order to pull out the sword, and while that is somewhat true, it's not the full picture, as I learned while making this video. While researching the various aspects of the game, I found a guide explaining the mechanics of the sword and how to manage to pull it out. I found this in a GameFAQs guide, but the wiki will also inform you that after attempting to pull the sword out for the first time, you then need to upgrade your physique, health, and toughness 5 times, 2 times, and 3 times respectively. If you've never upgraded strength outside of this, it's a very easy feat to do, so some players wait until they reach the Witchwood to touch any of those stats. However, if you've been actively pumping your physical abilities, this leads to a small problem. Each of these abilities can only be leveled up to a rank of 7. That means if you reach level 5 in physique before attempting to pull out the sword, you technically cannot level up the ability to the required amount afterward. That's okay though. The game accounts for this and only requires you to max out the rank of the ability at that point. That's the good news. The bad news is that it can take a fair amount of experience to max out all of your abilities. Basically, if you didn't wait to level up strength until this point, you may be waiting a fair bit longer than you'd like to get the sword out. Again, it's okay though. We're very close to one of my favorite quests in the game, and one where we can earn a boatload of experience during, so we'll come grab that later. What follows this extra content are 2 of my favorite quests in the game. Well, the White Balverine quest is alright. It's not the quest itself I enjoy, more so the area it takes place in. Knothole Glade is one of my favorite towns in the game, probably because it reminds me of villages from old Monster Hunter games that I would explore all the time. Think Kokoto or Poke Village. That being said, I wasn't as into the Monster Hunter series back then as I am now, so I think Knothole Glade just holds a very strong charm with me. A village deep in the forest, walled off from the Balverines, everyone living in homes they built together as a community. It gives off a much comfier vibe than somewhere like Bowerstone that is under the crushing heel of Lady Grey. Passing through the temple area and the rest of Witchwood, we will finally make our way to the entrance of Knothole Glade. What we find when we get there is quite the sight. A Balverine seen feasting on a corpse and a set of villagers trapped outside of the town because the guards closed the gates and refused to let anyone in until it's safe. This is a classic scenario in games if I'm being honest with you. I don't have too many examples off the top of my head, but there's a similar situation in Knights of the Old Republic 1, while exploring the Undercity, and another in Tales of Vesperia, one of my favorite JRPGs. You run into these tropes a lot while playing these types of games over the years. Luckily, we are here to defend the villagers, and as we defeat the Balverines, more waves will pop in, spawned alongside the sound of the worst and most unnerving raid siren I have ever heard. Terrifying. It's worse than the Silent Hill movie horn, which you should watch by the way. I stand by that movie being, while inaccurate, one of the best video game movies and horror movies out there to this day. Not the sequel though. Do not watch the sequel. After a few waves of Balverines, the guards will open the door and you'll meet with the chief of Knothole Glade, a big burly man that we'll have to fight later to finish the Fight Club questline. The chief will explain that a white Balverine, stronger than the others, has been terrorizing the village. When it attacks, it can bring with it packs of other Balverines, making it very difficult to deal with. Almost as if on cue, the white Balverine attacks and we enter what I would call a tutorial battle of sorts. This isn't your typical boss battle. In fact, I wouldn't even call a white Balverine a boss monster, more like an elite variant of existing mobs. We even fight 2 of them together later in the arena, but up to this point, the game hasn't done a great job of explaining augments to us, and that is partially going to change now. You'll notice that we only have to hit the white Balverine a certain number of times. This is because the game wants us to understand our weapons are ineffective against its hide. The chief says as much, which is funny due to what is about to happen later. The chief will inform us that a great hunter used to live in the village village, and he was able to deal with the Balverines. Apparently this man's wife still lives here, and we should go talk to her to see if she knows anything. By the way, this man was not the only great Balverine hunter from Knothole Glade. There's a statue in the front of the village of a woman holding a giant battle axe. Remember her for later. When we reach the wife's house, we will once again be attacked by the Balverine and have to hit it a number of times to make it retreat. Soon the wife comes out of her home and informs us that the white Balverine is actually her husband, who was injured while hunting the creatures and subsequently infected. Makes sense, honestly. I'd imagine fighting Balverines to be some of the more dangerous work out there, considering what can happen to you. Wanting to let her husband rest, the wife gives us our first silver augmentation. I've explained what these do already, but the silver augmentation will give us a large damage bonus against Balverines. Damage bonus. It's not a necessary addition to kill it. It just helps, and it helps a lot if you don't have legendary weapons already. However, we already have Scorm's bow, and that's more than enough to deal with this creature. Once again, the Balverine will show up and we have to drive it off with a few hits. Again, it's a set number of hits, but a smaller amount than last time. I believe since the game assumes you are using the silver augmentation. You don't have to though. It's extra funny when the chief says we have the Balverine on the run and that we can finally kill it, when he was just telling me I couldn't and I have changed nothing about my equipment setup. I appreciate the freedom, but the developers should have accounted for me being as busted as possible. Could have had the chief be impressed in the process or something. If they really wanted me to use the silver augmentation, they should have forced me to place it in a weapon, or use a similar legendary weapon that comes with one. I get why this would be the wrong call. You might not have a weapon with a slot on you at that time. If that's the case, you'd have to stop yourself mid-hunt to go shopping and then augment your weapon. Kind of takes the urgency out of things. Therefore, the developers opted to let you kill it through any means, even if you're going to be slower at it. So, whatever. We can kill it however we want. Just wish they acknowledged how sick and nasty I am at this whole Balverine hunting thing. Like mother, like son. That'll make sense in a bit. The white Balverine runs off one area back to Witchwood Lake. We can follow along to enter the final battle against it. I know I said this isn't really a boss creature, but this specific one is structured like a boss fight. Every third of its health or so that we take off will cause the white Balverine to summon another wave of normal ones. Not much of an issue if you have powerful weapons or silver augments though, and soon enough the white Balverine is dead and its head is yours as a trophy. Easy peasy. We can return to the village and the chief will congratulate us, while also suggesting we check out the arena. We're fairly famous at this point, so it would make sense to show off our talents. He also hands us some gifts from Teresa of all people, who left them in the chief's hands for some reason. Basically, Teresa provided a book that suggests your family is connected to the lineage that helped build the Kingdom of Albion and descendants of the legendary Archons, and therefore are connected to a weapon known as the Sword of Aeons, one of the most powerful weapons in the game. Interesting news, but nothing really comes of it for the moment. You may see what I mean about the quest. The white Balverine wasn't particularly interesting by itself, but getting to visit Knothole Glade and learn a little bit about your past while opening up the pathway to the arena is a very just reward. To enter the arena, you need an invitation from the guild, and luckily we can go and grab that now as a quest found on the map in the hall. Before that though, consider taking part in the final fight club so you can earn the trophy. It's about as easy as the rest of them until you fight the chieftain. Dude is made of stone or something and can wallop you in 2 hits. Who says wallop anymore? Anyway, I'd like to get it done early. There's also a house here to purchase and stuff to steal if you feel like it, yada yada. More importantly, there is a tattoo shop in this town, but for some reason my game glitched, I think, and they never show up to let me purchase anything. I had to go find a random traveling merchant to get some sick ink. There's more to do in the glade, but unfortunately it isn't unlocked until we move further into the storyline and complete an optional quest. Well, there is a demon door here. It wants you to hit it in the face with an arrow that's strong enough to hurt it. Scorm's bow is perfect for this, but any higher tier bow or crossbow will do. It's only for an elixir of life, so it's not very rewarding in my opinion. Let's go! Every role-playing game should have an arena, and we're finally at the point in Fable when we get to participate in it. It's a pretty fun one too, mixing in the aspects of combat with gambling, requiring you to be both prepared and skillful in order to complete it with the greatest reward. Once we receive our invite from the guild, we can head back to Witchwood Lake and take an exit there to reach the arena entrance. While you are here, there's also another vendor selling titles, ones you can't find at Lookout Point, mind you, so you may want to consider updating your title at this point. I'm sure you have the money to do so. Consider performing some boasts here too. There's one about being merciful or about killing everything in your path. They're opposite of one another and can't be selected together as it leads to a twist later on in the fights. More importantly is the boast for not taking damage. If you have been buffing the physical shield spell at all and have a steady supply of will potions, this can end up being an easy 10,000 gold bonus for you. When we try to enter the arena proper, we're informed we need a recommendation from the guild to do so. Luckily for us, we're good to go and we walk through to the combatant waiting area. A guard escorts us through the Hall of Heroes, where arena champions are showcased via statues built in their image. This will be important a bit later. In the meantime, we end up in the anteroom where all arena combatants wait to enter the fight. The arena is a dangerous place. Many people enter and die to the cheers and roars of a crowd of spectators. A pretty messed up event in a messed up world, but there's money to be had and mechanically it's some of the most fun that the game has to offer. Roth is the organizer here and will let us know when it's our turn to head out. In the meantime, you get to relax in the waiting room and talk to the other heroes, I say in quotation marks. Most of these dudes are generic enemies you would fight on your travels. A higher tier bandit, a couple assassins, and this big burly dude. Hardly heroes, yet you need a guild recommendation to get in here. You're telling me the guild gave a recommendation to some random bandit and assassins? Or are they actually heroes of similar renown to us? Would have been more interesting to see other heroes we met before. Thunder, Whisper, Briar Rose, etc. I think Whisper was supposed to be in here since she does show up during the arena fights, but I don't remember ever finding her while playing the game in the past. Roth sends the bandit named Chameleon out to start his attempt at the arena. While that's going on, I like to play blackjack to earn some money, but more importantly, I make sure to buy a set of Bright Plate Mail. Bright Plate Mail is like regular plate mail, but less scary and more attractive. Many sets have these variants that affect your character's appearance differently. That's not why it's important though. The Bright Plate Mail set is what is needed to be considered a gallant knight by the one demon door we passed near Twin Blades camp. We already have the bandit set and the Dark Will user set, so we need to go back and open the door at some point. However, the plate mail is somewhat expensive and does become available outside of the arena later on, so I wouldn't feel pressured about buying it now if you can't. After a short amount of time, a guard will come to tell Roth that Chameleon has died and that the crowd needs someone else out there to keep them satiated. We're up, so let's go over the rules a bit. There are several rounds of the arena to get through, consisting of fighting various enemies new and old, things like wasps, hobs, bandits, etc. I have no idea how they collected all of these things for the fights, but the arena seems to have a near limitless number of everything, including undead. The bandits are the weirdest ones, since they are just dudes like you and me, trying to figure out why they would agree to take part in the arena when the entire point is to watch a hero slaughter hordes of individuals. Anyway, each round we receive a gold bonus for completing it. Starts low and builds up more and more over time. Issue is that if you leave mid-round, you forfeit the entire bonus, but get the opportunity to heal and restock on supplies if necessary. Obviously, we won't be doing that. You make the most money by staying inside the ring for the entire duration of the event. Unfortunately, that means missing out on Al and Bert, the two guards standing by the entrance of the ring. Each time you're about to start a round from the anteroom, the two of them will have unique dialogue for the fight you're about to experience. They're full of puns and jokes and worth seeing at least once. Maybe make a safety save so you can experience it. Kind of unfortunate you have to miss it to have the best results. Additionally, we can keep track of our audience's perception/appreciation of us using a gauge on the UI. The more they like us, the more they are willing to cheer and shower us with gifts, specifically roses, which you can pick up in the arena. From what I've come to understand while playing over the years, the gauge is dependent on combat variety and not getting hit, so things like physical shields help immensely here. You really should just run physical shields as much as possible, as you can raise your combat multiplier incredibly high here, and then pop some potions of ages to get experience. That's what I did anyway. So our goal is simple: defeat the arena and don't leave while doing so, and through that, there's not much else to explain here. The first two rounds only consist of wasps and then hobs, which you are used to by this point. You'll be used to Balverines in the third round as well, but this is considered the team rounds moving forward, and Whisper will show up to fight alongside you. Maybe you see where this is going already. Together with Whisper, you fight through Balverines, the undead, bandits, earth trolls, and finally rock trolls. Then you get to take part in a large-scale boss fight against an Archaeologist. Archaeologist has a weak point on his eye which glows when he's doing one of his powerful yet easily avoidable stinger attacks. I believe you can deal damage to him regardless though. I'm pretty sure I do as much in the footage here. Not one of the most creative fights really, but enough of a spectacle in comparison to everything else we fought so far that I'd still say it's impressive. After defeating Archaeologist, you have successfully cleared the arena alongside Whisper. However, having 2 heroes alive at the end seems to be an unprecedented event and the announcer doesn't know what to do. Yeah, there's an announcer in the arena. Always, always, always have an announcer in your arena. What's to be done then? Well, I didn't mention this, but the hero, Jack of Blades, is supposed to show up and bestow a prize to the winner. Apparently he's been gone for some time and this is his grand return. I know I've mentioned some horrible things that Jack has done already, specifically to your family and Oakvale, but to the people of Albion, he is considered a legendary hero, and they don't know what wrongs he has committed. Sure enough, Jack of Blades makes himself known to you within the arena and returns to the people of Albion. I'm a big fan of Jack's design. I remember when the game first came out, I had hoped that we would be able to obtain his mask. Unfortunately, this wasn't possible in the original release. I think it was just considered a trophy at the time, but the Lost Chapters does add an option near the very end that we'll cover when we get there. One big misstep that the Lost Chapters and Anniversary took was changing the voice to sound more demonic, I guess. If you ever played the original, Jack always had the voice of a normal person, but there was something unnerving about it. I really liked that about him at the time. He sounded like a normal dude, but so villainous at the same time, so sure of himself, and you could tell that the mask hid more than his face, but his personality as well. The mask itself is Jack's persona in a way, and he has this intimidating air surrounding him.
I have returned. After an eternity away from you all, Jack of Blades is back. She was a fine hero, just as soft-hearted as you. But her dedication came with a price. After her final battle, she was never the same. Come now. It isn't polite to leave without saying goodbye. Septimal key. You've hidden from me far too long.
If you had been playing the game blind so far, you may be able to infer Jack is a villain, but not 100% sure yet. While I wouldn't say this confirms anything, Jack comes up with a way of solving the arena dilemma. What if the 2 heroes that fought alongside one another then fought against one another to the death? What if you killed Whisper? What if she killed you? The winner would get the prize money plus a 10,000 gold bonus. Pretty lucrative for the evil characters out there. Despite Whisper being so eager to do wrong whenever we chose the good quests, she's still not willing to kill you and says as much. You're both rivals and, more importantly, friends. 2 kids who grew up together. There's a bond and she can't do it. She suggests putting on a show but not killing one another when it's time for the final blow. So that's what happens. You and Whisper are forced to fight one another, and since we would never lose to her, we quickly dispatch any shot of her winning here. With the battle concluded, Whisper is kneeling in front of us and begging for her life, stating that you had a deal that you wouldn't kill one another. Well, there's your choice. One of the bigger ones in the game in my opinion, even if it has similar flaws to the Twin Blade one. I'll tell you right now that this choice doesn't matter, and that you will get similar outcomes regardless. The main difference is whether Whisper shows up in Oakvale later or not, plus the reward and alignment shift. That means the choice is yours. Do you let Whisper live or do you kill her? It doesn't matter, and that's disappointing. I choose to let Whisper live. I don't need the money, and she's my friend. The last thing I would do would be to kill her in combat. And just like that, the arena ends in a bit of a disappointing whimper, or whisper in this situation. We had a grand fight against Archaeologist, sure, but there ended up being nothing truly on the line when it came to fighting Whisper. No real incentives outside of alignment and gold in a game where gold falls from the sky. What if Whisper had the motivation to kill us? What if she was willing to see things to the death and we prevented that? What if Jack wouldn't let us leave without one of us ending up dead. There's ways this scenario could have been more interesting, but it ended up being another meaningless choice that has no impact and makes no difference. One of the guards will walk you through the hall. You'll see Whisper's brother, Thunder, talking to Lady Grey, seemingly attempting to convince her that you're just some nobody and you got lucky within the arena. Thunder has his eyes on the mayor and he doesn't want you to interfere. You're really going to be butting heads with him if you go down the major optional quest line with her, so you do have the opportunity to finally give back what Thunder has been throwing at you over the years. If you killed Whisper, it plays out the same, except Thunder is, of course, also furious that you killed his sister. That's what I mean. Nothing really changes, just some dialogue here and there. Lady Grey is still intrigued by you and offers you an invitation that will allow you entrance into Bowerstone North, which has been locked off to us so far. This happens regardless, and we'll pay her a visit later for an important side quest. Finally, a guard will walk us through the Hall of Heroes, congratulating us on our victory. Here you will glance at one of the statues and finally recognize it. This is the statue we saw back in Knothole Glade, but that's not how the hero recognizes it. Rather, this statue is of the famous Balverine slaying hero, Scarlet Robe, and Scarlet Robe just so happens to be your mother, of all things. It seems that at some point during her adventures, Scarlet was injured in battle. Then a woodsman who ended up being your father took her in and healed her. The two fell in love and had 2 children, and Scarlet seemed to retire from the hero's life. However, as we saw in the beginning of the game, Scarlet seemed to still go out and take up work outside of the village. Whether this was hero work or something else, I'm unsure. Of course, then the sacking of Oakvale took place and Scarlet was presumed dead. But wait, who comes to talk to us while we are looking at the statue of our mother? None other than Jack of Blades. Why he would think we would want to talk to him, I don't know. The better explanation is that he doesn't care because he's so damn evil and we hardly matter to him. Or at least our feelings hardly matter to him. Jack actually needs us, as we'll soon learn, and he's an interesting villain that does not get the spotlight his character design and demeanor demand of him. Almost from the get-go, we know Jack is villainous if we've been paying attention. I mean, just look at him. Plus the tapestry cutscenes already showed us that he was responsible for Oakvale. It seems like there is supposed to be an air of mystery in terms of whether or not Jack is good or bad, but the truth is that he is obviously bad, and the setup feels more like it was supposed to go somewhere and then didn't due to time constraints. Jack seems like he is supposed to have a better part in the storyline of the hero's life, maybe act as a bit of mentor before betraying us. I guess that role is filled out by someone else anyway. There's mysteries to be solved with Jack, who he is and what he wants, but the biggest fault of Fable is that its short storyline does not allow for in-depth exploration of characters. They had to use the expansion content to create an oracle device that fills you in on world lore after all, but we'll get there. Jack comes with a revelation. Scarlet Robe is not dead. Apparently, she lives in solitude because she couldn't save her family in Oakvale, and Jack would love nothing more than to reunite us. You see what I mean? It seems like he's lending a hand, no matter how nefarious it is, as if he was supposed to have a bigger part before turning out to be completely evil, but no. We get some backstory about Scarlet Robe, Jack gives us the champion seal for winning the arena, and we're on our way from there. Before we move on, remember that the seal is a trophy and you can place it in a rented home to increase the value. Just remember that for a little bit, that the trophy could potentially never be in our inventory. Once we get outside, we learn from a bandit that Teresa is looking for us over at the Grey House. If we head over there, Teresa will immediately inform us that Jack was not only the one who burned down your home, but cut out your sister's eyes as well. So the mystery is over. The dude is as evil as we assumed when he tried to get Whisper and our hero to kill one another. Fable has surprisingly interesting lore, but the first game, at the very least, did not do a great job of conveying it or making it interesting. Instead, we get a rather short adventure full of decent side content and only learn about the lore later near the end. Teresa confirms that your mother is alive, but she's locked in an area known as Bargate Prison. It's impossible to get inside normally, but the archaeologist we found a while ago knows of a secret passage. Unfortunately, much like they are after Teresa, Jack's minions are now after the archaeologist. I wonder why that happened all of a sudden. I had a weird bug when I returned to the Heroes Guild to level up. I think it happens to people consistently within the Lost chapters on PC. For whatever reason, the video previews you can see that showcase your abilities in the experience menu seem to degrade over time. Something corrupts the files, I guess, I'm not sure. This causes the game to hang whenever you are switching through abilities to level up, and it gets progressively worse over a playthrough. The fix for me was to just delete all of the video files. I remember having a hard time finding a solution until I found a video online about it. Credit where it's due, I believe the fix was found from the TLC speedrunning community, so shout out to the people there for not only keeping the game alive, but actively making sure it works on modern hardware. We get a quest to save the Archaeologist from Jack of Blades, but there's a few things we can complete first. For one, we have to save a lost trader from the abandoned road near Twin Blades camp. It's a pretty simple escort silver quest, and there isn't much to say about it. This may be when you open up the Gallant Knight demon door I was talking about earlier. You gotta talk to it in bright plate mail, then in the Dark Will user costume, and finally as a bandit. Anyway, save the trader or don't, but we have a more important side quest to take part in now called Break the Siege. This is another simple side quest that isn't all that important by itself. A bandit is being held for execution in Knothole Glade, and the town is now under siege by other bandits trying to get back their leader. Our job is to kill all of the bandits before they can free the leader. Simple enough. What's important is that this seems to unlock some additional content within Knothole Glade, specifically the archery competition. I won't go into immense detail here either. This is similar to the exam we took part in when we were growing up. This time we need to reach high scores so that we can receive a treasure clue and a trophy, and the required score to beat it is based off of your highest score back during the exam. So hopefully you didn't screw yourself over here. This is also the point where I unlocked the Assassin subquest. I feel like this questline is supposed to be unlocked via story progression, but I'm not sure. During my research, I was using an old GameFAQs guide to check for things I might miss along the way, and it seems to be when it was activated for them as well. I'll leave a link to it in the description. Shout out to them for being so thorough. I checked into this specific thing, and it does seem this side quest is what is necessary to trigger the assassin attacks, oddly enough, so it's not tied to the main storyline at all as far as I'm aware. What are the assassin attacks anyway? Remember when I said killing Twinblade or not didn't matter, as the consequences would end up the same? Regardless of if you killed him, assassins will be sent out after you for revenge, either by Twinblade himself or by his followers. Dude really couldn't have left us alone after sparing his life. You can see why killing or stopping him should have been one of the obvious solutions, and yet it was still considered the evil option. Anyway, these assassins appear in 5 key locations. I used to think they just randomly showed up, but this quest technically has an endpoint that I never realized as a kid. Essentially, you stop by these locations, an assassin spawns in, and you kill them. Killing one in each of the locations progresses the rewards you get for killing them until they're all dead and you receive another treasure clue. Now, I'm gonna be real with you about the treasure clues. I received 5 out of the 6 of them and could not figure out which I was missing. It should be simple, but I distinctly remember finding all of them, so it was confusing to me. For the sake of the video, this doesn't matter. For my playthrough, it was a little annoying. Let me explain why. The hidden treasure is always in the same place, so if you know where to look, you can find it without the clues. However, the game doesn't want you to do this. By finding the treasure without the clues, the item gets nerfed to the point that it is essentially useless. What is the item and where is it? It's all the way back in Orchard Farm. Following the clues will lead you to a small patch of land between the farm's barn and some hay bales. There you can choose to dig by manually selecting the option, since no shortcut will appear for you as the spot is supposed to be hidden. Within is a frying pan, and it's not that strong of a weapon if I'm being honest. Seems like a lackluster reward, right? Its damage is lower than the Cutlass Blue Tain we got much earlier. However, the weapon attempts to make up for this by having 4 augmentation slots. 4 legitimate ones and 1 extra one in the original release and TLC. Anniversary seemed to fix this and only has 4. There's a lot you can do with 4 to 5 augmentation slots, and with how TLC adds in augmentations like health, mana, and experience, the weapon can become not so powerful universally, but much more useful in a utility sense. I highly recommend going through the trouble at least once for the experience, but I hardly find a need for the weapon on repeated playthroughs. With all of the extra content out of the way, we have to remember that Teresa informed us of the Archaeologist's plight. We can finally enter Bowerstone North as well, and that's where we need to head through to find the Archaeologist before he gets swept up by Jack's minions. So let's get that out of the way first. This was, by far, one of the most difficult quests for me as a kid. I absolutely could not complete it for the life of me, but a huge aspect of that was not making the most out of my abilities. The minute you learn how to use things effectively in Fable, the game becomes a god simulator where you decimate foes. The issue isn't apparent right away though. When we exit into Bowerstone Prison, a guard will inform us that some minions have taken off with the Archaeologist. What follows is a trek down to some docks while we fight through these new enemy types along the way. The minions can block and have a boatload of health in comparison to what you may be used to. So fighting can be slow if you aren't using a lot of magic or Scorm's bow. See, things like multi-arrow and multi-strike are some incredibly powerful skills. Multi-strike bypasses blocking entirely, so really powerful weapons effectively become one-shot tools, except for some of the strongest enemies in the game. I didn't understand that as a kid. When I was younger, I used the Berserk ability because I thought it was cool. It makes you more powerful, you get huge, and every time you attack someone, they can't block and get knocked over. Here's the issue. Knocking an enemy over makes them invulnerable until they get up again. That's slow. Very, very slow. And guess what? Once we get to the docks, we have to make our way down the hill through all of the minions before a time limit expires. Maybe you can see why this causes me trouble. Knocking enemies down and having to wait for them to get back up costs you a ton of time, and this was my only strategy when I was younger, meaning I had to attempt this quest over and over again. It was infuriating to say the least. Nowadays I have a legendary weapon, physical shield, and spam multi-strike to one-shot minions that are in my way, making everything go much faster. It's night and day. Not speedrun levels of fast, but the difference in effectiveness is staggering and shows that the right strategies can be effective if you are willing to learn and experiment. That's one of Fable's strongest aspects. Making our way downtown, we can save the Archaeologist before he gets taken away. He's somewhat appreciative, but blames us for him being in this predicament to begin with. We are the ones that found his little hiding place behind the demon door after all. I can't really blame him. At least for saving him, he tells us about an ancient entrance into Bargay Prison found in Litchfield Graveyard, meaning that's our next destination, or it would be if we didn't have one semi-major side quest to take care of now. I've been alluding to it, but there's two fairly involved optional quests that can interconnect with one another. The catalyst for each of these quests is Lady Grey, the seemingly villainous mayor of Bowerstone. She met with Jack of Blades as a young woman, she attacked Orchard Farm, and she sold off the school's library to pay for her mansion in Bowerstone North. Lady Grey is willing to do whatever it takes to get what she wants, and as it just so happens, what she wants currently is the hero. There's an entire side quest dedicated to marrying Lady Grey. You can't shower her with any old gifts like the other partners in your life. No, Lady Grey has specific tastes and will inform you of what she wants before you get it for her, or at least allude to it. For example, to prove your love to her, Lady Grey wishes for a specific gift, but doesn't go into much detail about what that gift is. Well, luckily for us, there is a woman in Bowerstone North who has seen this song and dance many times, meaning she knows all of the tricks to help us win the lady over. Each step of the way we can talk to this woman to get more information. To start, the lady needs a black rose and we can buy one of them in Bowerstone North. Easy enough, and the next step should be even easier if you've already bought a home. Grey wants you to prove that you aren't in it for the money by already being a homeowner and showing you can provide for yourself, which we have been doing, so that's a task completed as well. Things get a little more involved from here on out. Grey wants us to find a necklace that was stolen from her and suggests we ask around town. Sure enough, there are plenty of men to ask about it, but what we get is a bit more information about the lady instead. Turns out there's suspicions that Grey killed her own sister in order to become mayor. Apparently the necklace belonged to her sister and the lady likes to wear it for reasons unknown. Whether these suspicions are true or not are up in the air at this point. Eventually, one of the men will mention hearing that the necklace was seen in Oakvale. If you report back to the lady, she mentions thinking about razing the village to the ground, which just the wrong person to bring that idea up to, considering we already lived through that. Kind of insensitive on her part, but that's par for the course. She asks us to head there to find it, and when we head back to Oakvale and enter the memorial garden, we can find two merchants whispering to one another. They won't interact with you, and you can't hear what they're saying. It's a bit of an obtuse mechanic that never gets used again, but you have to sneak up behind them and listen in on the convo to learn the necklace is buried on the beach. Really surprised they implemented this, considering stealth is used within quests a total of once before this. It seems more like a vanity skill or one used for role-playing purposes. I'm not even sure how you would figure out you needed to hide behind them, or how I found out how to do this as a kid. I know I keep saying I had difficulty with this game when I was younger, but the Lady Grey questline was one I often found myself walled off from because I couldn't figure out how to advance. I feel the reason for that is the lack of guidance. That can be good or bad. Good when you need to infer the answer to something based on the information given to you, and bad when they want you to take advantage of an underutilized mechanic. We can go dig up the necklace and return it to Lady Grey to move on to the next and final part of the questline. Seems we aren't the only arena champions pining for the lady's affection, but we knew that already. Thunder is super salty about how close we are to Grey and needs to be dealt with before we can marry her. How so? A battle between heroes, of course. In fact, this boss battle is completely optional, and the only way you can see it is by taking part in this quest line. Thunder will meet up outside of Bowerstone North and essentially threaten to kill us if we don't back down. We can go and meet him up near the Executioner's Block on Headsman's Hill, where there will be a crowd of spectators excited to see the fight. Thunder really tries to kill you here, and the battle is broken up into 3 phases. Nothing really special about the fight itself otherwise. I mostly use Scorm's bow to deal with him from afar. After a bit of health is lost, Thunder and you will both fall off the cliffside during the commotion into an optional area only available through this fight. There you continue the battle until he runs into a cave. Finally, you can finish him off here, but you won't kill him. Instead, he'll concede and mention Whisper knows how to pick good friends. I'm sure he says something else if we killed her. Sounds like he's finally coming around, but that's not the case at all. Thunder is still resentful of us, and we'll see as much later in the Lost chapters and the game's original finale quest. Off topic, but TLC adds an extra cutscene in Oakvale involving Whisper. Originally, she just disappeared after the arena, but if you go find her in the Oakvale Tavern, she'll talk with you for a bit, informing you that she has allowed her jealousy of you to get the better of her. The pressure of Thunder and needing to be a great hero left her struggling, while it seemed all too easy for you. Now she sees that it's not about competing with you, but doing what she can and what she wants, meaning she's heading back to her homeland to do something more fulfilling. It's a nice send-off that was deserved, considering Whisper has been with you since day 1 of your training, and your rival for over half the game. It'd have been odd to just see her disappear after the arena, but I get why the developers did it. There was this old development/design style where if there was a chance a character could die via player choice, they would disappear regardless after the fact to help cut down on developing branching paths. It's not a great design decision and can help make your choices feel worthless, so I'm happy they at least rectified that here. I believe you can even hit Whisper before she leaves and she tells you off. Back with Thunder, there's a demon door that only opens after this fight and allows you to exit the area below the cliff. You can now revisit the area if you want, but I don't think there's ever anything here. For completing the fight, we get a special trophy of Thunder's broken helmet. Hilariously, he wears the helmet when we first see him outside of Bowerstone North, but doesn't wear it in the actual battle, so I have no idea how it got damaged or why the developers decided to switch it off for the fight. Regardless, the battle is won and we can return to Lady Grey to finally marry her and become Mayor of Bowerstone alongside her. Well, there's a choice first. The woman that helped you previously with the gifts for Lady Grey will mention that she's lonely and you can choose to marry her instead, automatically maxing out her affection. Then you just need to go through the normal motions to marry her like you would any other NPC. But that's no fun and locks you out of some content. Instead, we'll marry Lady Grey for a few reasons. It's technically the evil option, and we'll see why later, but marrying Grey is one of the only ways to get through a special demon door found at Grey House. We also get a 15,000 gold dowry for marrying her, which is the largest in the game. Once married, the lady becomes like any of your other spouses. You can sleep with her, but not much else. However, you do get access to Bowerstone Manor, where you can find a chest with a legendary katana, as well as a silver key in your new bed. All done, right? Not exactly. I mentioned that this quest is more complicated than it first seems. Turns out there's a way to circumvent this quest entirely in order to still gain access to the manor. Let's say we didn't want to marry Lady Grey. There's a prisoner being held in a cell in Bowerstone North. He will inform us that Lady Grey killed her own sister, and by asking too many questions, he got lined up for execution. Apparently, we need to find evidence via Amanda Grey's ghost. If you head to Barrow Fields, you'll find a new individual you can talk to named Rodri. Rodri was the partner of Amanda and informs us that they used a signal to meet one another by flashing a lantern in the nearby stables 3 times. If we head to the Grey House stables and use our own lantern 3 times, a cutscene will trigger, showing the ghost of Amanda heading for the nearby cellar. The cellar becomes unlocked and we can head inside. Here, the ghost of Amanda explains that her sister locked her in the cellar and she eventually suffocated to death. However, not before writing a letter accusing her sister of her villainous actions. Amanda wants us to take the letter and use it to bring Lady Grey to justice. If you haven't put it together yet, Jack of Blades spoke to Lady Grey and convinced her to do as much. So those are the 2 options. You either marry Lady Grey or use the letter as evidence against her, getting her stripped of her title as mayor and arrested. Then the hero becomes the mayor of Bowerstone in her place and still gets access to the manor, but not the demon door. Simple enough. Again, not quite. Remember, I said these quests intersect. The truth is that this quest can be used as a shortcut to speed up the marriage process with Lady Grey. When we take the letter, Lady Grey appears behind us. Obviously, she doesn't want this getting out, so she gives us a choice. We can either turn her in or marry her and hide the evidence. If you choose to marry her, this skips the entire quest line up to the point we have to fight Thunder. Now, if for some reason you already fought Thunder or completed a special quest in a special way during the expansion, then you can just marry her right away. As a nice attention to detail, the developers even considered what would happen if you started the investigation, married Lady Grey, and then solved the murder anyway. If this happens, Grey will take the letter from you with no choice, and that will be the end of the quest. So unfortunately, you can't have the best of both worlds here. Do you want to save the prisoner and become the mayor, or do you want to marry the lady for the dowry reward and the demon door? Surprisingly, the evil option in this sense is both the more involved quest line and the one with greater rewards and no real repercussions. Due to this, in my opinion, there's no reason not to marry her outside of role-playing and justice. You could even complete up to and including the Thunder fight to make sure you get to take part in it and receive the trophy, for all of you completionists out there. Either way, you'll gain access to Bowerstone Manor, so you're not losing out on everything. Still, I make it a point to open every demon door in a playthrough. This is just the only one you can permanently lock yourself out of, which is unfortunate as it really helps seal the deal for me on what decision I'm going to make. Maybe an alternate way of opening the door could have been possible by bringing the lady to justice, but this is sadly not the case. I don't think that's necessarily detrimental. I think it's fine to lock certain content out based on your choices. I think it's weird that it's a demon door of all things, but it's something I can handle. Demon doors just come off as these little riddle makers you're supposed to find and complete all of using your wits. This one door is the only one that is locked off to you based on a decision you made, and what makes it worse is that it may not even be obvious to you at the time. You could never interact with the door, and then not realize that it gets locked off to you forever before you prove the mayor's guilt. Now you're out of luck for not knowing better and doing the right thing. Do what you want. Either way, you can get access to the manor and not be locked out of a silver key. There's 30 total in TLC, by the way. I believe there were 25 beforehand. Good to try and collect them all before the expansion because there's some really strong goodies out there waiting for you. Enough about love and justice for now. We have bigger things to worry about, such as love and justice through saving our mother from prison, and some more extra content on the way. Before we run off to rescue our mother, we first need to clear one side quest called Darkwood Disturbance, added with the lost chapters specifically. That's because it foreshadows a later point in the expansion content. Briar Rose is investigating a ritual taking place in Darkwood involving Jack's minions. We were sent as her backup, which she doesn't seem happy about. She still doesn't really respect us at the moment. What we see when we arrive is the minions summoning a creature known as a summoner. So they summon the summoner, and the summoner does no summoning. It's one of the things I love about the expansion content. It's not something they just tacked on at the end of the experience. They actively added to the existing storyline and quests in order to make it feel like a natural progression point. We end up finishing the main game with questions unanswered. Who are the summoners? Who was Scythe back at the beginning of the game? And then it all comes together at the end when we start the lost chapters proper. The quest itself has us guarding Briar Rose while she cancels out the ritual. Just means killing some minions until the gauge fills up. Nothing fancy. This quest really is just used here as a foreshadowing mechanic, but who's gonna complain about extra content? There's one other set of side quests where you either escort a prisoner to his execution or work with bandits to save the prisoner from execution. However, if you're doing this for the sake of completion, I saw a speedrunner complete the escort quest right away by killing the prisoner themselves, and now that's all I do. I don't even know why that's possible. Apparently the game only checks to make sure he's dead, not how he dies. One of the guards even says, "Don't get any funny ideas," as if to deter players from committing an act the developers know you could, but didn't intend to be possible. Wonder if they wanted you to have the ability or if they weren't able to fix it for some reason. It's really a toss-up in a game like this. Around this point in the game, there isn't much side content to complete. We are somewhat on a collision course for the end of the storyline, at least until we hit the expansion. We found out a few things. Jack of Blades is an evil dickhead, he cut out our sister's eyes, and he has imprisoned our mother somewhere that is incredibly difficult to infiltrate. No idea how he runs a prison of all things, maybe it's a side business. Jack's main goal is to get his hands on the Sword of Aeons, and apparently our bloodline is the key to doing so. That means he needs Teresa, our mother, and us. Kinda sounds like we're walking into a trap if you ask me. The upcoming segment is by far my favorite within the entirety of the first game. It's not the best it's ever been since Fable 2 did something similar and better, but the concept and idea wasn't something I saw them going for until it happened. It's novel and shows the creativity that went into the idea of this game being a life simulator for your hero. We start this journey off by visiting Litchfield Graveyard. It's a path unlocked through Bowerstone North, taking the opposite path from where we went to save the Archaeologist. When we arrive, we are introduced to the Gravekeeper via a cutscene. Apparently he's been robbing some of the tombs around here and found a set of armor. Now he's hidden the pieces away and placed the helmet in his home. Once the man is aware of our presence, he agrees to escort us through the graveyard in order to search around for a way to open a nearby demon door. The door will only open for a legendary hero known as Nostro, the Gatekeeper. Since we aren't Nostro, we have to do a bit of poking around to figure out how this will work. Luckily, one of the tombs belongs to the now deceased Nostro. If we open the tomb, the ghost of the hero will inform us that we need to find his armor, his helmet, his sword, and his shield. By collecting these items and bringing them back to him, he will show us the path forward to Bargate Prison. This requires a lot of fighting. Not difficult fighting, but you are constantly being harassed by the undead as they spawn indefinitely within the area. I mentioned that the Gravekeeper has the helmet, so you can head over there to grab it. The rest of the pieces are found within the graveyard itself and require you to fish, dig, and search tombs, all while being harassed by a bunch of British skeletons. It's not too annoying, and more often than not I have the Gravekeeper get murdered by the skeletons so I can loot his home without him bothering me. There's plenty of extra loot to be found as well, including 3 silver keys, so it's a lucrative endeavor to be sure, and worth working your way through in its entirety. Once we have all of the pieces, we can return them to Nostro's tomb. From there he will unlock the path for us and the demon door will begrudgingly open. What follows is a long pathway past the graveyard, fighting our way through undead. I'd say that this was one of my least favorite aspects of the game at the time, but I truly believe once you learn how to utilize your abilities effectively, you'll cut through these guys like butter for an overly satisfying experience. It's like playing Dynasty Warriors. We need to kill some special undead to unlock the door ahead of us before we enter the semi-final area. So many undead will spawn in infinitely that I use it as an opportunity to build up a huge combat multiplier. Hopefully you've been saving those potions of ages because you can make the most out of them here or back at the arena. You're not going to believe what we have to do next. Fight through a bunch of undead. This time they can only be attacked when standing on this specific ritual circle. Then we need to kill a certain amount of them to unlock the pathway that will take us into the underground path towards Bargate Prison. More undead, more pathways, yada yada yada. But wait! We finally start to run into some human guards. We finally start to enter the prison proper. I still think it's weird that all of these dudes work for Jack, but there's probably an explanation for it. Jack is not only powerful, but a manipulator, something I wish was explored more within his interactions with us. I guess TLC kind of covers this a little bit. I wanted to see those attempts at manipulation more to help develop his character and personality, but we will soon learn of how he manipulated someone close to us, and it wouldn't be illogical to assume he somehow had the warden of this place under his heel as well. Looking into it, the wiki mentions how the crests visible on the guards' uniforms match that of Bowerstone. It would make perfect sense for Lady Grey to own the prison, and even more sense for Jack to have a hand in that after convincing her to kill her sister for power. See, it's all coming together. I had to look it up. I just had to look it up online. We work through the prison into the torture cells, and what do we find when we get there? Scarlet Robe, tortured and weak, but still full of fight. She believes you to be a guard of some sort, but once she turns around, she recognizes you. Unfortunately, her first assumption is this being a trick or an illusion, some way for Jack to mess with her head. Scarlet must have been here for years and years, and during all of that time, she's been subjected to God knows what. The fact that she is sane at the moment and able to question and reason, realizing that you are indeed her child, shows how we are supposed to perceive her strong mental fortitude. She even scolds us for coming, since Jack could now have both of us in his clutches. I'm sure that won't happen though. We can break our mother out of prison and she becomes a follower, meaning it's time to backtrack. Unfortunately for us, once we reach a certain point, Jack and his minions show up to stop us, with Jack enlarging himself to 3 times his typical size. Now I wonder why we couldn't fight back here. At this point in time, we still have all of our power and magic, so an escape is likely. However, with your mother weak, this may not be as possible as I first thought, considering you'd need to get her to safety. There's also the issue with the prison itself. While not the case immediately, the prison has the ability to suppress magic. Maybe we aren't as effective at the moment as we are supposed to be lore-wise, but I don't think it's conveyed well. We only learn about magic suppression after the fact, but it would have been much better to see the suppression firsthand here and now. We are making our escape. Jack stops us. We go to use a spell and then nothing. We don't have our powers and are therefore at the mercy of Jack of Blades. That's not what happens, unfortunately, but we do get captured regardless, and with that, we are a prisoner in Bargate Prison for the foreseeable future. Oh yeah, remember how I said keep in mind that we had the champion's seal? Apparently, Jack was able to ambush us because the seal was actually a device for him to track our movements and hear everything we were doing. Kind of devious of him since it's so valuable and we wouldn't normally part with it, if not for the fact that you can place it as a trophy in a rented home to raise the income you make off of it. I think it would have been so clever to skip the Bargate Prison section if you decided to get rid of the champion's seal, since it would have never worked as intended for Jack and he would never know what you were up to. Instead, the developers took a bit of an easier way out and said, we don't care, forcing the game to assume you have the seal at all times, even when they made it mechanically possible to dispose of it. I said we'd be seeing my favorite segment in the game, and here it is. We are officially a prisoner of Bargate. We appear in our cell, our head and face shaven, naked, and afraid. We're informed our willpowers won't work here, and so there's nothing for us to do. We are now in a prison simulator, obviously with the comedic touch of the Fable series. This is a great time to take a look at your character, by the way. If you've been actively leveling and experiencing combat, you are most likely old and scarred by this point. Wrinkly with white hair, tattoos faded, still huge though. I never stopped working on those gains. Hope is not lost, however. For whatever reason, it's the warden's birthday party, and for his birthday, he has the prisoners take part in a race around the grounds. Whoever wins gets to go to the warden's office and experience a punishment that none of the other prisoners are willing to speak of in detail. Must be pretty gruesome. That's just how dark and twisted Fable can get. You guys won't believe what happens next, and I don't want to get demonetized, but I'm gonna talk about it anyway for you. So we have to complete a race in order to progress through the game, and this is where things get interesting. The race is easy enough, but it's your ticket to escape. It's an annual event, meaning that if you fail it, you will have to wait a full year for your character to try again. This can happen indefinitely as far as I am aware, meaning it is possible to just spend a good portion of your character's lifespan here, regardless of if it affects his age or not, considering age is tied to the leveling system. At the very least, you'll see their hair begin to grow over time to signify the passing of years, and that's one of the best touches in the game. A quest with consequence, one that doesn't get completed right away but potentially takes years off of your character's life. What will life be like outside of prison once you get out? Will anything have changed? Well, unfortunately, no. It's a great concept, but not one that is fully thought or fleshed out. Instead, we see something more akin to that in the sequel with the Spire. Even when we win the race, we aren't guaranteed our escape. Complete the race for the first time and you will be sent to the warden's office. Now, if you don't want to know the horrible acts that take place here, I'll leave a timestamp for you to skip over. So here's your opportunity to get out of here and save yourself the mental strain. Okay? Ready? The warden will recite his personal poetry to you for a short duration of time. He has 3 poems specifically that he works through. One seems to be a story about a sparrow, the other about Lady Grey, and the final one about torment and torture. Look, I'm no poet. Who am I to say whether his work is good or bad? I can't tell for the life of me. I'm more of a karaoke guy myself. Alright, welcome back to everybody that clicked the timestamp. Once we are inside, the warden will face the wall to read his work, which he keeps mounted there. The goal here is to sneak by him without alerting him to learn the annual combination that unlocks the 3 journals on a table by the 2 of you. Apparently one of them has a key inside. The issue is that if you get it wrong, you'll end up in prison for another year. Here's the kicker. You always get it wrong on your first try unless you failed the race already and already spent a year here. When the warden sees you examining the journal, he sends you off to be tortured for the year until the next race. So no matter what, your character must spend a year in prison. From there, you have to repeat the entire process. Win the race, meet with the warden, find the code, and open another journal, except this time I believe it will always be the correct one and you'll receive the key. Luckily for you, without the key, the warden can't open the torture chamber, so you get sent back to your cell and now have your means of escape. You can bring various other prisoners with you if you want, and they will in turn help fight off some of the guards as an act of revenge before they escape. From there, you need to head into a nearby area where you can find a full set of guardsman's gear plus all of your gear, which is still here somehow, after all of these years. Then it's back to the same spot we found our mother the first time. No more kind words or reunions or anything like that. We're going straight into business. We just get her out of there and backtrack the way we came until we reach the end of the underground passage. This is where we run into the next major boss fight encounter. A giant kraken appears from the water before us and we have to attack its various tentacles to get its head to appear. Dodge the tentacles if you feel like it and then attack them with melee. Alternatively, attack them with ranged and bypass the mechanic entirely. Then the fight is just about dealing enough damage to the head to progress. For whatever reason, Jack is no longer here to stop us. Guess he got bored after a year or so of watching over us. Once we escape properly, our mother unlocks the power within us like Teresa had done back at Twin Blades Camp. I am still unsure if this affects anything mechanically, but I don't believe it does. It does allow Scarlet Robe to contact us via our guild seal like the guildmaster does though, so that could be somewhat useful. Scarlet informs us that Jack knows where the key is to unlock the Sword of Aeons. It's located in an area known as the Hook Coast and we need to head there ourselves to stop him before he can reach it, which he should have been able to do already since we've been in jail for at least a year. Apparently he hasn't been able to unlock it all these years because he doesn't know that it requires our bloodline to become available. Sure, I guess that's the next stop in our destination after a few more side quests that aren't worth discussing too much. It's just another set of good and evil ones that you can complete both of. One wants you to save people from bandits, the other wants you to kill the guards and traitors for the bandits to save one of their own that is undercover. The coolest part of these quests is that one requires you to snipe a bandit from afar to prevent him from killing a hostage. The Hook Coast is its own city on an island, but has been cut off from the mainland for some time. In order to access it, you need to reactivate an ancient gate in Darkwood by killing a bunch of undead. Once it's powered up, you can head on in and experience the snow-covered lands of the Hook Coast for the first time. In the original game, I'd say that the area was underutilized a fair bit. You stop by there a couple times, but there's no real incentive to stay and explore. You can buy a house like any other town and play a pub game if you want, but that's about it. It isn't until the Lost chapters that the place becomes more relevant. However, the Hook Coast always seems to become a battleground of sorts. When we reach the ancient temple where we are supposed to find the key, there's a barrier blocking our path. Scarlet Robe contacts us and informs us that her research seems to have an answer for this barrier and that we should meet up with her back at the guild hall, specifically in Maze's tower. When we reach the guild and are making our way to the tower, our mother contacts us again and seems to be in danger. Once at the tower, we see her getting taken away by minions once more, but she yells for us to read the book that she left behind. Bringing the book to the guildmaster reveals that there is an incantation he can read in an ancient language. The incantation should be enough to lower the force field, and he can read it through the guild seal when we get there. Bit too old to be putting himself in danger like that. When we arrive at the Hook Coast, things are not well. A new enemy type known as Screamers, the most terrifying enemy in the game, have appeared and are harassing the civilians. We have to fight through them in our way back to the barrier and hold out until the guildmaster reads the incantation. From there, the barrier falls and we head inside. Who's there to greet us? Surprise! Maze. Terrorizing our sister. He tries to deny it for a little bit, tries to suggest that she betrayed us and needed to be stopped. Teresa argues that Maze is the traitor in this, but it doesn't matter. Jack soon shows up and incapacitates us the same way they have Teresa, while also confirming that Maze has been working for him the entire time. Who would have thought? Whatever ritual Maze is performing goes faster when using the two siblings, and soon the septimal key is formed, a tool Jack will use to unlock the Sword of Aeons. As Jack leaves with the key, all is not lost. Maze chastises us for opposing Jack, a way for him to try and rationalize what he has been doing all this time. Teresa, meanwhile, uses this as an opportunity to cast some magic that frees us, allowing us to enter one final battle against Maze. You can learn later that Maze's motivations are tied to being indebted to Jack. As a young boy, Maze's parents were killed by Balverines. Maze was next, but was saved by 3 heroes, one of those being Jack of Blades. Seeing some potential in Maze, I assume Jack forced Maze into servitude as payment for saving his life, and Maze has been working with Jack ever since. However, it doesn't seem willingly. There's a point later where we see Maze was actively looking for a way to defeat Jack and save himself, but that's within the lost chapters. We battle Maze again, and it's a little more complicated than our exam, but still very similar. Soon enough, he's dying on the ground and he begins to realize that he was wrong, that we can stand up to Jack of Blades. He says something that stuck with me here. We don't all embrace death easily. For some of us, the quest, the only quest, is to escape death whatever the cost. It looks like I failed. Those are Maze's last words. Words of a man scared of the infinite nothingness of death. Something I can heavily relate to. It was probably within the confines of the game, one of the heaviest lines to come out of it. Still can't believe I didn't realize he was going to betray us when I was younger. Feels like the writing was on the walls for that one. Well, things are picking up now. Jack has the septimal key, meaning there's no time to go about completing any more side quests, of which there are none really anyway. There's 2 major quests we need to take part in to complete the game's main storyline, and they're one after another with no break in between. If we return to the guild, the guildmaster informs us that Maze's betrayal was a surprise and that Jack is trying to activate the focus sites. Remember those giant stone ball things? They're strewn about all over the place. The guildmaster changes the cullis gate within the guild to send us directly to the first focus site. There's no going back now, not until the game is completed. So make sure everything you need done is done, otherwise you may miss out. What follows is a showcase of your past in a way, or rather a showcase of the people we met. We end up at Witchwood, which is beset by undead and minions. Briar Rose is there to meet with us, and the 2 of you work your way up to the focus site while minions and guards spawn in to fight one another. There's not much to do here really other than make your way to the site. You can fight the enemies, but they spawn indefinitely. Maybe use this as a means to finish topping up your experience if you feel inclined, but it shouldn't be necessary at this point. It's kind of disappointing in that aspect for a final sequence, but I don't think said sequence is meant to be mechanically gratifying. More of a spectacle, watching all the guards fight alongside you, watching Briar Rose have your back. It's about the cinematic flair, the energy of the moment. You're basically on a ride at this point. Once you reach the first focus site, you're too late. Jack has already activated it, meaning he's heading off to the next one. He goads you to follow before opening a portal, meaning our next destination is wherever that portal takes us. Briar Rose stays behind to fight the minions while we step through. As it turns out, we get sent to Orchard Farm of all places. These guys cannot catch a break. This time we're on our own with some guards, but it's the same idea as last time. We can just run through and meet up with Jack while being too late to stop him. Afterward, we head to the third focus site within the Hobbe Cave, and this time Thunder is there to back us up. Thunder, really? After he tried to kill us and still seems salty about it. I know Whisper is supposed to leave since they didn't really write her into this part of the game after the arena, but I would have loved to see the Lost Chapters have her reappear at some point as backup, knowing that we would need her help. It would have added to the completion of her story arc and brought us full circle, making sure we met all of the heroes that helped us or hindered us along the way. Say it with me. Maybe the Fable The Lost Chapters was the friends we made along the way. After Jack activates the third focus site in the Hobbe Cave, Thunder tells us to go ahead because he needs to go find somewhere to rest. I'm not joking. He's not even staying back to fight off minions or something. He's legit gonna go sit down instead of helping us. Thanks, man. Some hero you are. At least he gets a bit of a comeuppance in the expansion. The final focus site is past Bowerstone North. Unfortunately, when we get there, Jack has our mother in his clutches. Jack needs blood from our ancestry to finish the ritual, and with the final focus site activated, he steals our mother away back to the guild hall, as that is where the sword is stored. It seems that we have failed, at least for now. I'd like to point out that when I first played this game, I had no idea what was going on at this point. I feel a big reason for that is a lot of the backstory and lore of the main questline is behind some books you're expected to read within the game. That's why Teresa gives you them after saving Knothole Glade. It's a very tell, don't show approach, and I wouldn't be surprised if many people didn't bother looking into it, thus leaving them a bit confused as to what is happening and why. Why Jack would need our bloodline, the Archon bloodline, to unlock the Sword of Aeons. It's not that the developers didn't care, I imagine, but they already were having trouble fitting so much in. It's why the expansion gives us a lore dump mechanic later on. Just an unfortunate set of circumstances that make the game more confusing than it should be, considering the storyline is pretty straightforward. Jack heads to the guild hall in order to access the Chamber of Fate. It's where our graduation took place and where the tapestries from the cutscene show up. I mentioned this before, but you can get in here and acquire the Sword of Aeons early using some glitches involving the summoning spell. I didn't do this in this playthrough, but it's a really cool workaround I suggest trying at least once. You'll see speedrunners still do it, I believe, since the sword is so powerful. I remember watching a run at GDQ recently, though I think that was in Fable Anniversary. Works in both versions as far as I'm aware though. Look up a guide or something, I'm too busy writing this to explain it to you. When we arrive at the guild hall, it's a mess. The place has been ransacked and set aflame. Luckily, the level up mechanic is still operational. We can find the guildmaster injured by the entrance at the Chamber of Fate. It seems Jack beat his ass but didn't kill him, luckily enough. It's up to us to stop him, and we can head into the chamber to do so. There we'll find Jack, Teresa, our mother, and this floating minion for some reason. The Sword of Aeons requires a sacrifice from the Archon bloodline in order for someone to wield it. Thus, before we can do anything, Jack kills our mother right in front of our eyes. Our hero screaming out to her in desperation but unable to help. What follows is the final boss battle of the base game, us versus Jack, and he's more powerful than anything we fought so far, surprisingly so. If you use the physical shield spell a lot, he can blast through it with ease. You need to defeat some minions to get to Jack first. Then he'll start launching magic at your ass like he's Elminster from the currently relevant Baldur's Gate series. Still, the battle is like any other for me at least, especially with Scorm's bow. It's a lot of multi-hit and multi-arrow attacks until Jack is down for the count. Nothing special about it, which is a letdown. However, there is a second phase to the fight where Jack turns gigantic and floats above you, forcing you to use magic and ranged against him to finish him off. Jack dies in a hilarious fashion. His scream is so unlike his actual voice that it really stands out in the cutscene. But just like that, Jack is dead. Not with a bang, but with a whisper. A bit of a boring fight overall, but we've already talked about how Fable isn't about the boss battles. You make your fun by messing around with all of your abilities. Unfortunately, the developers sometimes use that as a crutch when it comes to making interesting enemy mechanics. With Jack gone, there's one final decision to make. Teresa gets up to inform you that you have two choices. You can throw the sword into the void that ate Jack up, although not really, and destroy the sword for good, or you can kill Teresa here and now, allowing her to be the sacrifice necessary for you to wield the sword. Apparently your mom dying was only for Jack, and not so much for another wielder. Someone else needs to die if you want the sword now. Back before TLC released, The choice was entirely based on whether or not you wanted the good ending or the bad ending. You could keep playing after the credits, meaning that you could make use of the Sword of Aeons, but there was nothing substantial to do. You basically go around killing people all day without purpose if you wanted to. No epilogue quests, no new areas, nothing. Grabbing the sword at this point is purely for alignment and role-playing reasons. I'd love to have at least some content that was brought over for the end. Something more challenging, think super bosses. A reason to take the weapon outside of your alignment. Maybe it's the best weapon to use against a very difficult boss you get to fight after dealing with Jack of Blades. Maybe not taking it is the right choice and spares your sister, but you are punished for it by being weaker in the epilogue. That's not really the case, and you may be asking, well, what about TLC? Surely the post-game content is going to punish you for destroying the sword, right? Wrong. Absolutely wrong. This game is about choices that do not hold consequence. It's at times a boring power fantasy designed to help you shift your alignment gauge and offer no real challenge in your decisions. Fable is about using your abilities and being powerful, whether you are good or bad. It's not about how you become good or bad to get there, meaning the developers always want you to feel powerful regardless of what choice you made. There is no punishment here, and that leaves the ending hollow, as you'll see when we start the Lost Chapters. Throwing the sword or not won't hinder you in any way, and so you make your choice. I chose to save Teresa. It's the canon ending, and I'm a sucker for canon storylines, unless they ask me to be evil. I can't be a mean person in a game. Multiplayer games though, that's another story. Have you ever played Rust? That game brings out the worst in people, including me. With Teresa spared and the sword destroyed, our journey would be at an end. That is, if not for the Lost Chapters expansion, that we will now get to work through. After the credits, instead of ending in an empty world with nothing to do, we see our hero in Oakvale, within the Memorial Garden, standing before a newly constructed statue of his mother, Scarlet Robe. The Guildmaster contacts us and informs us that Scythe is sending a disturbing message. Remember Scythe from the beginning of the game? It seems we're needed right away. We have one more journey to complete before the game is through. I love the Lost Chapters. I can't explain how exciting it was to find out a game you have been no-lifing for hours upon hours suddenly reveals itself to have extra content. It wasn't something I was accustomed to at the time. When you play Mario 64, you don't suddenly have a new world to explore, you know? It was foreign to me. Same thing happened with Oblivion. I played through the base game for so long and then learned it had 2 major-ish expansions, meaning there was even more for me to do in one of my favorite time sinks. Expansions aren't a dead form of content by any means, but they've definitely been reworked over the years. Sometimes games get flooded with bite-sized microtransactions rather than substantial expansive content. I'd say it's less abundant than it once was, which is unfortunate, and games that do participate in post-release expansions can often come out with some pretty lackluster results. Fallout 4 is one of the biggest examples I can think of. I found the DLC so uninteresting to interact with, but I'll save that for the inevitable Fallout 4 video that will come out one of these days. TLC might feel similar at first. It might feel like it's not this huge swath of well-thought-out content, and you may remember it fondly due to it being a novel experience you weren't used to. However, when you really look into things, you realize what makes it so great. That being the way the quests were added ahead of the expansion campaign to fit right in with the main storyline. Silver quests like the Darkwood Disturbance, which is a foreshadowing to the events that are about to take place, or even quests we completed earlier like Traitor Rescue, Traitor Massacre, and Ransom Victims. All of those can be completed during the main campaign, but they were added with the Lost Chapters. Same goes for the Darkwood Bordello and other features, like seeing Scythe at the beginning of the game when he's talking to Maze. If you look at the Lost Chapters as just what happens after the main questline, then of course it's going to feel short. But if you look at the whole package, TLC made Fable a more complete experience. That doesn't change the fact that our journey is almost at an end. If we head to Lookout Point, a cutscene will play where the Guildmaster, Briar Rose, and ourselves watch a message from Scythe. Apparently the northern wastes, where Scythe transported to at the beginning of the game, are infested with an enemy known as Summoners. Those were the beings the minions were trying to summon during Darkwood Disturbance. Now Scythe needs our help to deal with them, but he closed off access to the northern wastes from the guild as he didn't trust Maze. A demon door has appeared in Lookout Point, and the strongest among us must open it to obtain an object known as the Fireheart. Using the heart, we can call a special ship known as the Ship of the Drowned by placing it in the lighthouse house back at Hook Coast. Before Scythe can finish his message, he seems to get attacked by one of the summoners, and we're left to our own devices. We are informed that the door won't open for anyone that has tried it so far, meaning it's up to us, the hero of Oakvale, to have a go at it. Before that, there is exactly one post-storyline quest to complete back in Knothold Glade. It seems the chieftain's son was kidnapped and being held for ransom. When we arrive, he gives us the ransom to pay off the bandits and assassins that have his boy. However, he's fine with us killing them to save him as long as his son isn't harmed. If we go that route, we get to keep the money. Now, it's not an interesting quest for that alone. In fact, it's rather boring. This is just another long escort quest once we make it to the boy. What's interesting is what happens after we finish talking to the chieftain. The other older son of the man will come to talk with us. Apparently he's happy that his brother was kidnapped, as his father is considering making the boy the next leader of the village. If we were to save the kid, his brother would ask us to bring the young one to him outside the village instead of returning him to their father. In truth, these are the good guy and bad guy options and nothing special. However, even when choosing the good option, there's an opportunity for extra dialogue. So we go to the assassins, pay the ransom or not, and return the kid to Knothold Glade, either hacking away at bandits along the way or not. When we return, you can choose to inform the father about his son's betrayal, but it doesn't seem to do anything mechanically with the game, just shows the chieftain's shock at the realization. So with that final minor quest out of the way, we can return to the demon door and head inside. What we find are 5 men trapped within large blue crystals, of what I assume to be ice. In order to obtain the fire heart, we need to complete a minigame. It's a unique experience in Fable. Rarely is there some form of main content locked behind a feature like this, so you can tell they were trying something different with the release of the Lost Chapters. It's a nice change of pace, but also a one-off. The game works like this. You have a 4x4 grid of symbols. Some are of the sun and some are of the moon. You must step on a tile to swap its symbol. The goal is to fill the board with a specific symbol, namely the sun, or so it would seem. The truth is that you get the fire heart regardless of how you choose to fill the board. The prophets let it slip that filling the board with the sun will set them free, but filling the board with the moon will kill them. Obviously they don't want to be killed, so they hide this fact from you, but one of the dumber prophets mentions it in confusion when the instructions are being explained. It's a charming sequence since the prophets are a bunch of grumpy old men characters. It helps that during the 5 phases of the minigame you have to complete, the current prophet you are freeing will comment on your progress as you get closer to either conclusion. The more suns you place, the happier they get. The more moons you place, the more nervous they get until you end up killing them. I personally chose to save all of the prophets because why not? And soon enough we have the fire heart in our possession, meaning it's time to head to the Hook Coast. Or it would be if not for something I mentioned earlier. Remember how I said the final choice at the end of the game doesn't really matter? That sword or not, you aren't punished for your decisions. If you completed the game and chose to keep the Sword of Aeons, you would currently have it in your possession, but if you tossed it away, you'd be losing out on a powerful weapon in order to save your sister. Well, throw that decision out the window. If you choose to dispose of the Sword of Aeons, the Guildmaster will mention a legend of another sword that is hidden within the confines of the Guild Hall. Very convenient. It's suggested that Maze was looking into this and that he might have some research in his tower. If we head there, we can find a notebook that mentions a weapon called Avo's Tear, somewhere within an empty grave in the guild courtyard. Maze was looking for this weapon as a means of fighting back against Jack, which is a nice bit of backstory. While what Maze did was inexcusable, it wasn't always willingly. There were times where he actively plotted against Jack to save himself. Unfortunately, to receive the weapon, you must be judged by the spirits of the old heroes. Maze attempted this and failed, meaning he was trapped under the rule of Jack for the rest of his life until we slew him back in the Hook Coast. Luckily for us, we destroyed the Sword of Aeon, so we just get to walk up to the grave and retrieve the weapon. No key, no focus sites, no sacrifice, no anything. I'm surprised that Jack didn't wait for us to spawn this sword in and then grab it himself. It would have been way easier. Kind of hilarious that he spent so long going after one other sword instead when this one was right here doing nothing. I guess it's possible that he wouldn't be able to reach it since the reason we got the weapon was due to us destroying the other powerful one, but I digress. We now have saved our sister and received one of the more powerful, although not the most powerful weapons in the game. All that's left to do now is head to the Hook Coast and summon our ghost ship. Of course, things are never that easy though. When we climb to the top of the lighthouse, we can place the fire heart on a pedestal and it will begin charging. As this happens, the Hook Coast gets attacked by minions and summoners alike, allowing us to finally fight these enemies. They are targeting the fire heart, so the goal of this endeavor is to get rid of all the summoners while not worrying about the minions. Summoners are one of the more unique enemies in the game. They are hulking constructions, much more powerful than what you may have fought before and full of HP, making them tankier as well. They can use melee attacks, but have a special charging attack that makes them invulnerable during the process. Just nice to see a unique enemy type because there is, I believe, just a bunch of new versions of existing monsters in this expansion. Wraiths are just ice undead, succubus queens are just nymphs, ice trolls are just ice trolls. You get the idea. The ice troll has some new mechanics at least. There's not a lot of truly new content to experience on our travels through the Northern Wastes, so when it does show up, it's a welcome inclusion. When we defeat all of the summoners with the help of Briar Rose, who is our ride and die at this point, the ghost ship will finally show up to take us away to the Northern Wastes. Is it a ghost ship or just a special ship? It's called the Ship of the Drowned, so I don't know. Pretty sure the Fireheart is designed to summon ghost ships, so I guess it is? Why is the Fireheart even tied to producing ships? Does it exist only to take people to the Northern Wastes? Does it have any other function than that? I used a special tool to summon a special ship to go to a special area where there is a village of random civilians living there already. Was this always the case? Obviously the Cullis Gates were disabled by Scythe or something, so it makes sense why we were cut off from there, but why couldn't we just use a normal ship? They exist in this world, no? The trip is going to be a long one, so Briar Rose isn't tagging along. Our guild seal will activate the Cullis Gates when we arrive, so she'll show up after that. I always find this trip funny since to convey the amount of time that has passed, your character's hair will grow out. The funny part is that while the beard gets longer, our hair got shorter. I had a long haircut at the time of departure, then when I arrived I had the default dingus cut from the beginning of the game. You're telling me I cut my hair, but gave myself the hobbit-loving, eagle-riding, you-shall-not-pass wizard fit? I mean, I can't blame them, it does go hard. Welcome to the Northern Wastes. There's honestly not that much to show you here, unfortunately. However, there are some final silver keys to be found, and guess what? A silver key chest. The chest requires 30 silver keys total, meaning all of the ones you can find in the game. And I don't know if the devs did this on purpose, but they set up a little trap near the end that may prevent you from opening it if you don't remember that it exists or you never find it. Throughout your travels, you'll be able to pick up 2 random pieces of new equipment, those being a Holy and Daemon Warrior Helm, but no set of armor to go alongside it. You'd expect some new equipment to be brought into the expansion, and while there is, the grand majority of it is simply reskins of existing items. These helmets are some of the only truly new models. Well, there's Archon's full battle set we find later in a 25 key chest, but the only new thing about that set is the helmet. Otherwise, it's plate armor, but shinier. Kind of a bummer. Our travels will take us to a place known as the Necropolis, but we can't get in there until we meet with Scythe at Snowspire Village. The village is like every other one we've seen before. You can even buy a new house here and play pub games to win the final hero doll before turning them into the teacher back at Bowerstone for a special Jack of Blades doll. Great reward for all of the effort, really selling me on completing this one, Peter. What makes the town special is that it houses the Snowspire Oracle, a magical monument that houses incredible knowledge of all of Albion. It was believed that Jack of Blades would use it to find the Sword of Aeons, but Scythe points out that we are now in need of its wisdom to figure out why the summoners are attacking and how to stop them. However, the Oracle is not active at the moment. This requires the Glyphs of Inquiry, which are hidden away within a ruined and haunted town known as Necropolis. We passed by it earlier but couldn't enter due to the guards refusing to let us in. Now Scythe is giving us permission to enter so we can acquire the Glyphs. I'd almost call the Necropolis a dungeon, but really it's just a big explorable area similar to the Lichfield Graveyard, and we have to perform similar actions here. Plenty of graves are strewn around the area, and we need to dig up the various graves until we find all of the glyphs. The trick is that some of the graves have cursed glyphs that will summon enemies to fight you if you dig them up, and you have to read the gravestones to have an idea of which are traps and which aren't. The entire time you do this, the whispers of the dead will pass by your ears as ghosts travel the streets of the Necropolis. The vibes are off for sure. What's most important about this place is not the main questline, but the fact you can find the final silver key here. I just mentioned this, but it feels like the devs set up a trap for you. Near the final key is a demon door. The demon door will open in exchange for all of your silver keys. It doesn't matter how many you have at the time. If you have 0, he opens up anyway, but the chances of that are slim. And the process to get that far without them is more annoying than it's worth. The reason I call it a trap is because there is a 25 key chest in the Necropolis that you can find and some players may think that to be the last one, but the truth is that there is a 30 key chest you need to backtrack for. If you don't realize this and give the keys to the door, you end up missing out on a unique weapon. I'd say the weapon you get in the door is better anyway, but missing out on unique items is always a no-go for me. So I really wish they found a better way to illustrate that you may be missing out on something. Maybe have the 30 key chest in the necropolis instead of the 25 key one. Once you have the 3 glyphs, you'll have to grab the 4th one behind an ice troll and fight some summoners to actually have access to it. From there we can travel back to Snowspire and use the glyphs to get some information from the Oracle, namely that Jack of Blades never actually died. Using his minions, Jack awakened the summoners and now has created a new body that can be found behind a door known as the Bronze Gate, also found within the Northern Wastes. In order to enter the gate, we have to feed souls to the Shrine of Archon, and we can collect them using Jack's old mask that we got for beating him in the first place. I believe it was just a trophy in the original game, but now it has some mechanical use. So that's the goal now. Head to the shrine and find some souls. Luckily, Briar Rose is there to help us, and this is where you start to make some major decisions on your playthrough. Before that, let's discuss the Oracle a bit. Each of the glyphs you've obtained allows you to perform an expression, and the expressions are tied to different subsets of lore around Albion. One tells you about heroes, another about creatures, etc. The cheekiness of it is that the glyphs spell out YMCA, and you perform the YMCA to talk to the Oracle. I spent a good portion of the game learning about Thunder, Whisper, Briar Rose, and many other facets of lore within the game. It's as if the developers realized that it was difficult to actually have a grounded understanding of Albion without someone beating you over the head with it, especially since no codex exists within the game. Therefore, you get to keep asking the Oracle for information so world building can actually take place. Would have been better to see the game fleshed out more to accommodate this naturally, but at least it's something. One thing the Oracle will talk to you about is the legendary creature known as the Sand Goose. I can't find where the rumor originated, but back during the original Fable, many people believed there to be a sand goose of some kind within the game, to the point that people would often search for it only to find out later it never existed and was never in the game to begin with. Some believed it to be a creature, some believed it to be a boat on the Hook Coast. Sound familiar? It's possible that the Sand Goose may have been a term for the ship of the drowned pre-development, but the rumor became so well known and widespread that TLC actually references it when talking to the Oracle. The being will mention that the goose was the size of a house, lived in the desert, and knew many languages. Briar Rose will do some research and inform you that you need 3 powerful souls. The first soul we need is from a King of the Arena. Currently, there are only 2 heroes that fit the bill, that being Thunder and ourselves. Since we can't take our own soul, we need to visit Thunder to see if he knows of any alternatives. We can find him in Knothole Glade, and the dude seems to be having a hard time. There's no heroic work to be had lately, and the chieftain of the village is getting annoyed with Thunder pestering them for work. Sucks to suck, Thunder. We have actual heroic work to get done. Maybe you should go take a rest like the last time we were dealing with Jack. Thunder is still bitter with us for being so much better than him. Despite this, he'll suggest you check out the arena proper to find some old spirits there. This is where the choices start working their way into the final aspects of the game. At this point, Jack has made himself known to us. He talks to us in our head and attempts to manipulate us, suggesting we kill Thunder instead of going all the way to the arena. That's a real option. We can fight Thunder here and now. A quick rematch would see us collecting his soul. Alternatively, we can head back to the arena, and we then have to take part in a large arena rematch segment where we fight through waves of Jack's enemies, while he acts as the arena announcer for the matches. Killing Thunder is evil, but it's also the fastest and easiest way of getting things done, thus defining the choice. Do you take the easy route like Jack suggests, or do you go the extra mile to be good and make some decent EXP in the process? If you choose the good route, you end up getting the soul after working your way through the waves of Jack's enemies. We are going the good route in this run because we are playing a good character and it's also more content. That being said, maybe you can see where this is going. We can return to Briar Rose and she will explain that the second inscription calls for the soul of a heroine. Briar Rose can think of no one better than your mother, but she also mentions that she herself could fit the bill, although she isn't willing to die. So here's your second choice. Do you kill Briar Rose here and now, getting a unique boss battle out of the encounter, or do you go visit your mother's grave in Oakvale? It's a similar choice to Thunder. We either get a boss fight, or we have to save our mother's soul from an army of screamers that have infested the graveyard while Jack goads us the entire time. I definitely recommend trying each option here at least once, if only to see all of the content. Having optional boss fights based on your actions is a great way to promote replayability. If you did things the proper and more difficult way, you can return to Briar Rose to hear about the last inscription. If you killed her, Jack would have to tell you. The final inscription asks for the oldest soul. This sounds like it fits the Guildmaster perfectly, but that's not the only option, obviously. If we head back to the guild for info, a guard will inform us that the Guildmaster is held up in the woods and he's asking for no one to approach him. He has armed escorts, suggesting he is covering his bases in case you do try to take his soul. I don't blame him, honestly. The player character in Fable is a fickle god. However, one of the guildmates will arrive and inform you that, after research, they determined that Nostro's soul would also work for the process. You remember Nostro, right? He was the dude in the graveyard who opened up the door for us after we got his equipment back. Now we can head back through the graveyard path to the Circle of the Dead. Nostro is there to meet us. He wants to give us his soul, but he is a warrior and can only offer it through battle. This entails killing undead to make Nostro vulnerable and then hitting him while the opportunity presents itself. If you take this path, you can grab Nostro's soul and head back. If you instead take the evil path, you can make your way to the guild woods. There's a set of guards that tell you not to take a step further. If you do, you enter combat and have to fight your way into the woods proper. The guildmaster will be disappointed to see you here, explaining that Jack is using you to dismantle the guild. He'll jump to the high ground and you then have to fight your way through several guards until it's only the two of you. The guildmaster will express his disappointment in your betrayal, but offer you one last chance to be teleported to the graveyard to take Nostro's soul. If you refuse, you get one of the funniest scenes in the game.
When Maze betrayed me, I knew he was a coward. But you are the biggest disappointment of all. You have been given too much power, and it has corrupted you. But it isn't too late to turn back. Stop this now, and there is still hope for you, for all of us. Please, let me teleport you to the graveyard. Take Nostro's soul instead. Very well, hero. Do your worst. I am no defenseless old man. I have powers that you can't begin to...
Regardless of how you obtain the soul, you can now bring the final one to the shrine. Once all of the souls are present, the shrine will activate and the bronze gate will open, allowing you access, but also freeing Jack in the process, meaning we now have to go in and kill him, else he'll terrorize the land in his new form. What is his new form? None other than a dragon. The only dragon you fight in the game, and it's the reincarnation of Jack of Blades. Another boss battle ensues. This one was frustrating the first time I did it. Jack can deal heavy damage regardless of how strong you are. He has some grounded melee attacks and then heads into the air for some ranged ones, all while enemies spawn in to keep you busy. If you're skilled, the fight can be done in like one phase. If not, it can take a lot of time and resources. I'm not a huge fan of fights like this. You know the ones. You enter an arena and a giant boss spawns in front of you, just outside of the arena, meaning you're really fighting their hands or head or something to that effect. Always felt like a cop-out to me because making a decent fight of that scale could be difficult to accomplish. We're not playing Shadow of the Colossus here. With Jack finally defeated once more, his mask falls to the ground and you now have a choice to make, or rather, a time limit on making said choice. Scythe will message you over your guild seal and demand you destroy the mask, mentioning that whatever you do, you should not wear it. You get the option to throw it away to have it destroyed, but the longer you look at it, the more enticing it becomes, all while Scythe is demanding you dispose of it. If you continue to wait, the choice will be made for you, and Jack of Blades will take over your body while you don the soul mask, allowing the villain to win once and for all. It's almost not a choice at all. It's not really about good or evil here, it's about strength of will. Do you have the willpower to throw the mask away before Jack consumes you? And I prefer that for the end of Fable or the original decision we got at the end of the main game. It's not about being rewarded for your actions anymore. It's not about if you personally are good or evil. It's about fighting for your life. Fighting to stop Jack from taking over. Sure, you could let him and run around with the mask on being full of evil if you wanted to, but you aren't even the hero by that point. You're just Jack. You allowed yourself to be lost. That's why it isn't a choice this time. It's a battle and you have to save yourself or be gone forever. Since I'm playing the game here, of course I chose to throw the mask away, finally ending Jack's reign of terror once and for all. No coming back for this guy. No siree. The battle is over, the cutscene plays, and the hero of Oakvale goes down in legend once more. We fade to black and the ending credits play. signaling the end of Fable: The Lost Chapters. This has had to have been one of the most illogical and crazy games I have ever played at the time. Looking back on it, Fable in many ways makes little to no sense and throws most if not all reason out the window. This seems to be purposeful in some places and due to laziness in others, but the overall package comes off as a charming, if not dated experience. Looking back on it, you can really see where Fable is rough around the edges. The mechanics, the models, the aging, the jokes, the lack of a coherent plot while trying to add weight to your actions, the experimentation with morality while not offering any major consequences. Fable ends up being a great experience regardless because it was experimental. It was a new concept for many. The Land of Albion is both charming and terrifying when it wants to be, comedic and gruesome. One moment you could be slaughtering a band of merchants and the next you're farting on corpses or kicking chickens. These are real things that can happen in a typical Fable playthrough, and that's both crazy and intriguing at the same time. I don't want to make excuses for broken promises and missing content, for which they tried to remedy somewhat with the expansion. But what was there feels revolutionary for its time. Watching your character grow old and morph based on how you choose to level them up and how you choose to act in given situations all allow you to have a truly custom experience. Play as a warrior, a mage, a rogue, or anything in between, and that will be reflected on how your character looks physically. I couldn't think of a game that let me do that before. I can't think of a game that lets me purchase homes and live in them, while also getting married or renting out property. Ones that let me kill townsfolk and then buy their old property for myself. A game that let me kick chickens for points so I could win prizes. All while offering a grand adventure that, while weak on narrative, still allowed you to explore a variety of locales, even if most of them were forests. Allowed you to take part in an arena and a fight club, had plenty of puzzles and riddles for you to solve, and plenty of rewards that were actually worthwhile and not locked off to you until the end of the game. Sure, a lot of promises may have hit the cutting room floor, but Fable still delivered on the most major aspect it needed to: player freedom and growth. This would later be expanded on in its sequels for better or worse. Fable is a flawed experience, but that doesn't make it a bad one. Many of our favorite games are riddled with flaws, sometimes the best games. What makes a game enjoyable is not perfection, but enjoyment of the craft and experimentation. Trying new things even if they come out janky because it seems cool to do so. Being imaginative with your mechanics and world. I think Fable does that so well, and that's why I can look back on it so fondly and replay it even today. Because when I go back to it, all of those mechanics, even if they have been iterated on to become better in future games, were so enjoyable that they hold up in their early states. It's an art in a way, an art piece where you can fart and burp and murder people, while also cheating on your wife and being a landlord and the hero of the world or its greatest villain. It's chaos like a sandbox should be, and in that way we get to be the most imaginative within it because of how chaotic it is. We get to build our own structure out of the systems, and there are plenty of systems to take part in. Hopefully this new reimagining of Fable coming out can live up to the legacy of the original. Fable is not a perfect game by any means, but it's one of my favorite games out there. One of the best games out there. If you haven't played Fable yet, play Fable, even the Anniversary Edition since it's easier to set up. Just play the game. Play the game. If you enjoyed this video, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing. I'm now going to play through Baldur's Gate 3, Armored Core 6, Starfield, and whatever major game is releasing within this close stretch of time. Wish me luck, and thanks for watching, everyone. Hey, thank you so much for making it to the end of the video. This was a long and oddly difficult one to make. I had to do the Starfield review during production for this one. I was incredibly sick with a cough and like a double ear infection. So half the time I could barely hear the audio, and that was great. So yeah, hopefully it turned out well, and hopefully you enjoyed learning a little bit more about Fable, one of my favorite games. This is the Patreon section of the video. I'm going to go ahead and start listing off all of my G rank patrons. If you want to support the channel, you could do so over on Patreon if you feel like it. G rank gets you shouted out, and high rank and anything above gets you, here, right here. Usually right there. Shout out to Frank Santarelli, Wooly, Ralcar, Prime XD, Ashtray, Key Mason, Mo Al Kasemi, Captain Zeba, Cyberworm, Jonathan, Strangely, Lud Hafumi, Rosaleo, and Mr. Janky. Thank you guys so much for supporting the video as always. Another big shout out to Mr. Janky for proofreading everything and, you know, kind of like just making sure I'm not rambling about nonsense half the time. If you guys like this video, check out some of the others on the channel. Feel free to like, comment, and subscribe, all that. It's great having you, and I'll see you in the next video.